burning American flag away. We don't know exactly what he was arrested for just yet. We're working on getting those details, but a night of tension out here in Portland.
Yeah,
and the National Guard still has not arrived on scene yet, guys. Send it back to you.
So, Bill, two things. So the local cops aren't allowed to back the other men and women in blue there when there's violence, but they can investigate them. And number two, they can go after a conservative journalist that's out there on the ground, but they can't go after the violent protesters?
It's obvious that the police are it's obvious they're compromised. It's so obvious.
So the ICE director here in Portland told us that's basically the case, that Portland police are largely restricted by the mayor and city council from responding to the area around this building. She said it's like there's a bubble around this building and that it gets frustrating for them inside to have to watch attacks and assaults right up here on the street in front of the building, which is Portland police jurisdiction, but police never show up and respond, and if there's no federal nexus, they can't do anything about it. And yes, Lawrence, to your point, the other night there was another independent reporter, Katie Davis.
At a certain point, the problem, I think, is that the people that make these decisions at the top level never get held accountable for the outcomes. So when you have people that are intentionally saying not to like police certain areas, at what point do you become an accessory for the crimes that happen in those areas? I mean, in my opinion, I think that Trump and the government, federal government should be looking at every single way that they can dissect what these people are doing and then charge the individuals that are in leadership positions of federal crimes. That's what I would want to see happen. And the worst crime possible with the worst punishment possible. Because these people are effectively condemning their own constituents to live in terror. It's outrageous. Nobody should accept this.
Who got smacked in the face by a girl wearing black bloc out here. That she got hit in the face with a flagpole.
Explain treason.
And she's got a big black eye from it. She helped chase down the suspect who
just another word.
Police liaison right there. The girl was never arrested. But then you have Nick Sorter, who was out here. Again, we don't know what happened. We didn't see what happened. But he got arrested, and he had just tweeted 2 nights ago that if he were to defend himself out here, he thinks Portland police would arrest him. So we're going to try to
how about that?
Touch with him and figure out what happened, but there is a lot of frustration.
I'm a skeptical guy. Maybe Nick Sodor did something to get himself arrested so he could pretend to be a victim. I don't know. I'm a very skeptical person, especially after being taken advantage of and lied to by a bunch of people that are very opportunistic. So I reserve judgment on that, but I do think, I would start on his side, but at the same time, I'm not going to immediately believe anything he says.
With the way Portland police handle things out here, I can tell you we were out here.
I don't think anybody should
up
be reasonable.
Midnight, and they'll have a couple police liaisons watching everything from across the street, if anyone is here at all, but they don't get involved in anything. That fist fight we showed you, we all knew that was going to happen. I mean, these guys were jawing at each other for 30 minutes straight. You could feel the temperature going up, going up, going up. They were starting to shove each other. Then the fists started flying.
Yeah.
The one guy looked like he was hurt pretty bad.
He's fucked. He's omega fucked.
Behind us. It was the feds who had to treat him. He walked out and joked. He was conscious. He walked by our cameras and joked with us. He goes, I almost made it to Friday, joking about the fact that he had lost that fight. So no police there to intervene during that fight whatsoever.
So, Bill, is this similar to Los Angeles when you were covering the riots in the streets with the ICE, and it was slow for the LAPD to actually get there? And we heard the police on that Sunday say, you know, it looked like it was getting out of control, so we brought in the cops. Is this similar to the situation?
It's similar to LA, yeah.
The Portland police even slower than the LAPD?
Way slower than LAPD. At least in LA, you have LAPD on scene watching everything, so if something does happen, they can jump in quickly. Here,
it's even worse.
It's rare to even see any Portland police officers. They'll have maybe 2 guys in white shirts standing on the corner, but they're not the real officers who can take enforcement. They're called the Portland police liaisons. They're the ones who are supposed to walk around and try to de-escalate things, but they didn't do any de-escalating with that fight. So in my opinion, with my experience covering LAPD and just being out here the last few nights, LAPD a whole lot quicker responding than Portland police.
How do you not get the frog? Like, I mean, really, isn't this kind of embarrassing? I mean, like, I feel like this is the easiest one to get. But the frog and the fat chick, I mean, yeah, maybe American flag Pikachu would be hard to catch. But the frog? I mean, what are we doing?
Just terrible. Great job out there, Bill.
They maced his air hole. I saw that.
Had the black eye. She was on Jesse's show the other night, and she
Yeah.
said the liaison police. She kept saying,
I'll
"That's
show you the
girl that
video."
did this to me. That's the girl right there, and they couldn't do anything. And then, what was it? Like 24 hours later, now they're looking for the girl. She was right there.
It was like in Star Wars, the end of Star Wars, where Luke shoots the fucking missiles into the Death Star.
Cool cop out there that want to do your job.
I swear to God,
This is
show you all the video.
disgraceful what they're asking you to do. You
We
can go
finished
to
this,
ICE. Actually, you can go right there. It'll take you 2 weeks.
No, I'll let y'all
do a
see it.
refresher course, and you can be back on the street doing real cop
Yeah.
work. But I think it's disgraceful. I think you should turn your badge
is.
and gun in. You
True.
shouldn't be doing the job if
True.
you can't arrest violent criminals, but then you want to investigate the cops out there that's doing their job?
Nah.
No way.
Does that
Yeah.
reinforce what the president said? I'm sending in troops. We don't need you. We don't need your help. Obviously,
Yeah.
you need his help
Yeah.
because the cops can't do anything. We're choosing not to.
Well, they don't
And now-
want it. They don't want it. They're creating this unrest in order to create a situation that makes it look like Trump is a like a dictator or something, because he wants to uphold the federal law.
The ICE, in order, have to protect themselves in order to do their
Is
job.
it just me? I mean, when you see someone standing on an American flag, burning it and standing on it, I know free speech, you're allowed to burn the flag.
No, you're not. He's starting a fire in a public space randomly. Should be fucking arrested. If he was burning a Bible, burning a Quran, burning Lord of the Rings, especially Lord of the Rings, he should have been arrested too. It's arson. What the fuck are we talking about? It's not freedom of speech to start a fire in the fucking street. What are we talking? No, this is so. Fuck.
But all I can think about are our grandfathers who fought for this country, or men.
Not a good look.
Yeah.
No, just why are you in this country if
So
you
cute.
don't stand
Oh
for
my
the
God.
flag? So many people have lost their lives for that right
Is
there.
Portland still part
Who
of
cares? Who cares? Somebody wants to buy a flag and burn it. That's their right. I don't care. But if you do this in public, it's arson, and you should go to fucking jail. It's insane.
By the way they're acting,
What is
they
this
don't want to
person
be.
doing dressed like a bird?
I'm Steve Doocy.
Dressed like, was it a bird? Oh,
They're acting.
dressed like a harpy. As I said, there are some times that art imitates life, and there's sometimes that life imitates art that's imitating life. And I think that's what we're seeing right here. So, yeah, there you go, right? And that's the witch lady. Yeah, crazy how that happens, isn't it? I'll link you guys the video. Let me go back. Oh, this is it.
Dressed like
That was
a
it. It's the
bird.
whole video.
I'm Steve Doocy.
Yeah, that's their little outro thing. I've watched these before. I know that. So, yeah, there we go. And all right, I will go. You guys do get a chance. They did handle the frog, okay? They did. They took care of him. Watch this. Where is it? Oh, fuck, bro. Like, god damn. Bro, camera move. Hit the weak spot. Oh god, new Trump video. Yeah, I'll watch it in a minute. Holy fuck, bro. Like, wow. It's a crit damage, bro. It's 200% damage. I'm just sad this one wasn't longer, man. I really was.
Oh crap! I wasn't paying attention.
Breaking: WNBA players will earn an additional $20 in salary next year. The league sources described the move as historic. They all came out wearing these shirts, "Pay us what you owe us." The WNBA loses $50 million. So that means that every WNBA player owes the NBA hundreds of thousands of dollars. I feel like that's what's fair, right? Like, they should be paying the NBA. Like, yeah, I think we go with this, right? It seems like it's smart. WNBA has never been profitable. Yeah, it's why. Like, I don't even understand. The only reason why people watch the WNBA now is because of her, because they want to see who's gonna try to like stab her or like fucking like. There's this one clip I saw of Caitlin Clark like trying to fucking shoot a basket, and like some girl comes in there like a fucking saber-toothed tiger and fucking claws her fucking face. I was like, bro, is that not a foul? I feel like this is a problem, right? Sir, yeah, what is this? So, anyway, yeah, they all come out wearing pay us what you owe us. Now, Gideon could be sleeping there, but they kicked him out. So, if you consult the graph that I've just posted here, you'll see that nobody is watching the WNBA. That's the reason why the WNBA isn't making... Oh, sorry, I missed a few of them. So this is the reason why the WNBA isn't making any money, and they're not getting paid. It gets worse. That's great. Look at that. Where is everybody? That's insane. And so anyway, you got all this going on. Show us an NBA stadium. Okay. Yeah, let's take a look at an NBA stadium. That's crazy. Look at all the people there. Wow. Bro, like there's all those. Damn, look at that. They got everybody. It's the Lakers. Yeah, exactly. Well, these people are the pawn. And so that's the problem. And so anyway, WNBA players demand to be paid what they're worth, and now they owe the NBA $400 million. Well, there we go, guys. $100. I mean, I guess so. Look at the WNBA highlights from yesterday or a few days ago. Well, let me see if I can find like where the video is. Okay, so this is the All-Star highlights.
Kiki Iriafen, unable to hit the three in the NBA All-Star game. And right away, Asia Wilson launching here.
Bitch.
Picking her way up the floor, Nafisa Collier. Picking her way up the floor, Nafisa Collier. Low. Shovels into Thomas. Thomas misses the ledge. Shovels into Thomas. Thomas.
Oops.
Misses the ledge. Thomas misses the ledge. Here's Angel Reese firing away. Off to Reese. Angel Reese has been on a tear of late. Nate Tibbetts, their head coach, their system surrounding her is shooting, and as AT was telling us yesterday, they haven't even been fully healthy.
Oh,
Bro, this looks like a game between 12-year-olds.
This is the All-Stars game?
That's funny.
That's crazy. Wow. Okay, so this is a recent one.
Clark racing ahead, sips it to Bonner, spinning, wanted a whistle, didn't get it.
Where is it?
Matchups between Reese and Clark.
Is this it?
It's away. Up into Caitlin. Strong on a three. And look out, Caitlin Clark pushes Angel Reese, and Angel Reese gets right up into Caitlin Clark.
Oh, jeez, bro. Like, who watches this? I don't know. Watch the first one. I can't watch all of these, bro. Like, there's another one right there. Fallout after this one, too.
New reaction after this controversial foul on Caitlin Clark.
Who does this?
Clark's Indiana Fever taking on the Chicago Sky on Saturday. The Sky's Kennedy Carter hitting a shot, then heading over to Clark and shoulder checking her. The refs called it a common foul, but the league yesterday upgraded the call to a flagrant foul.
Yeah, I bet it is. And so anyway, yeah, people are watching this. The only reason why people are watching this is they're watching for the crash outs, man. They're watching for the fights. Is there going to be a fight or somebody get hurt or something like that? Watch the first one. Let me see if there's... Okay, are there any good one?
The hatred and jealousy of WNBA players towards Caitlin Clark has been clear due to the amount of cheap shots.
What the fuck was that? Hold up. All right, we're gonna watch this. I want to. Oh my God!
She's received so far in her rookie season.
Jesus!
The WNBA has had 30 flagrant fouls this season. Doesn't seem like that much.
That's gotta be more than hockey, right? What are they doing?
Doesn't seem like that much, but the issue is that 5 of these 30 flagrant fouls have been committed against Caitlin Clark. And of the 5 flagrant fouls that
I think it's a jealousy thing, because like she's gotten well known for being like a female basketball player, and
typical
they don't
women.
like that.
been committed against Clark, 4 of them have been committed by the Chicago Sky.
Racism
so, yeah,
too? I mean, you say maybe it's a bit of racism. You could say maybe a bit of that, but I honestly think that the primary reason is just because they're jealous.
17% of all flagrant fouls in the entire WNBA this season have been committed against one player, and 80% of those flagrant fouls on that player have been committed by one team alone.
That's crazy. So, wow.
But how bad are all of these flagrant fouls or cheap shots really? Were all of them warranted to be a flagrant foul? What about some of the petty cheap shots that she's received that weren't called as technical fouls? Well, today we're going to look into every flagrant foul and cheap shot that has been committed against Caitlin Clark this Sparks. Caitlin drives down the court and pulls up for a deep 3 in transition. The defender goes to contest the shot, but her feet land in Caitlin's landing zone, leading to a flagrant foul call. The controversial part about this play was that the defender landed in the landing zone, which the shooter gets once they land back onto the ground from their jump shot. Interfering in the landing zone has been a controversial call made in the NBA after Zaza Pachulia landed in Kawhi Leonard's landing zone in the 2017 playoffs. Not giving the shooter space to land can lead to the shooter landing on the defender's leg, which can lead to a serious injury.
Clark from way outside caused the foul.
This exact scenario happened to Kawhi, and he missed the rest of the playoffs.
Wow.
It's a serious thing, but I wouldn't say this was a This play was just like the previous
Okay, here we go.
The defender landed in the landing zone, which the shooter gets once they land back onto the ground.
Who does this?
The defender landed in the landing zone, which the shooter gets once they land back onto the ground from their jump shot.
Some more coming. Clark with the step back and gets fouled.
I'm the juggernaut, bitch!
Free throws coming as Anya Nwede.
I'd say this one was worse because the defender was not as cautious about the landing zone and didn't even seem to think about it or the
We got another one. Okay, next.
This cheap shot didn't result in a flagrant foul, but it was clearly done on purpose to trigger Clark and to send a message. It wasn't dangerous by any means, but it was definitely stupid and petty more than anything. Since this was done intentionally, it's worse than the other instances, but it didn't put her in danger. So get ready, because there are even more ridiculous moments on the list. This instance was still a basketball play, but was very egregious. Thomas set a solid screen that nailed Clark to the floor.
Jesus! God damn!
That nailed Clark to the floor. Thomas nailed Clark in the head and could have been seriously injured on this play. Clark was simply trying to get through a screen set by Alyssa Thomas, but Thomas put her right shoulder and forearm to Clark's neck and face and knocked Caitlin Clark straight to the ground.
Man.
5 quick points here for Caitlin Clark.
Bro, like that's... They need to put her in the NFL. Yeah, like, yeah, that's impressive, bro.
And Thomas just runs over Clark. And not gonna get the benefit of the whistle.
Get her in the NFL.
Watching basketball for years, your hands stay in place when setting a screen, and they should never land on another person's neck or face. This next instance happened in a game earlier in the season against the Chicago Sky. Caitlin was driving to the basket, and while she went to attempt a layup, Angel Reese whacked her again, leading to Clark falling hard to the floor.
Is this the one with the
claws? Was it a basketball play? Yes. But the way that she smacked her that hard right into the face made it seem like the play didn't look too accidental.
Jesus.
The voting last season. Clark.
Jesus, bro. Bro, like, they got her all the way on the AT&T thing. Look at this. God damn.
3 Sky players coming over.
This play resulted in a flagrant foul on Reese and stirred up a lot of controversy due to the ongoing rivalry between her and Clark. Although this was a basketball play, the sheer force and takedown was a very aggressive and unwarranted move by Reese.
It's a little bit unnecessary.
At this point, the Fever were up by 25 late in the fourth quarter,
here we go.
and Caitlin was having an incredible game. Clark received the ball at midcourt and was on her way to get an easy layup. Then Diamond DeShields ran at Clark and intentionally sent her flying to the floor with a very intentional shove. It looks like DeShields runs and doesn't even attempt to slow down, and just sends her flying to the floor is insane to me.
And then she goes, oh, how did that happen? Oh, what? Oh!
Here's Clark. For 29 points, gets tripped up.
How could this happen?
This play was intentional, and a targeted cheap shot out of frustration from DeShields in the Sky, getting their asses kicked by Clark in the Fever.
Yeah.
This play was the most recent flagrant foul called on Clark this season, and it was not one that seemed like
bro, she doing that shit on
accident.
Yeah.
The most insane part is that fans and the media are promoting DeShields' behavior. Cheryl Swoops, who has been the biggest hater of Caitlin Clark, defended DeShields with a tweet defending DeShields after the flagrant foul. Now we have WNBA legends condoning flagrant fouls. It's really unbelievable.
They just don't like the fact that she is well known and they're not. This is just like, this is, it's racism. Look, I do think that plays a role. I do. Now, they're never going to say that, but I think that's a fact. Yeah, I think it is. I think it's true.
No one has been
that's
more
not the only reason.
Critical of Clark than Cheryl Swoops. She's been caught blatantly lying about Clark's records, age, and accomplishments, and it's stirring up so many issues in the WNBA community that she has now been taken off of the Fever's next game that she was.
Damn, bitch, calm down.
We needed money.
It's just a game. Damn, bitch. Like, what the fuck?
Get ready to go.
Jesus.
Supposed to be an analyst for. This final instance is the most ridiculous of them because it was a blatant cheap shot that wasn't even a basketball play, just a shove to the ground for absolutely no reason. Here we have Kennedy Carter shoving Clark to the ground solely out of frustration and jealousy. You can see Clark was just waiting the inbounds pass, but Carter runs up to her and knocks her right to the ground for absolutely no reason. I also won't forget to mention this big round for absolutely no.
Look at her fucking face. Look at that woman's face. To everybody that's watching this is like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Why'd you do that?
I also won't forget to mention this because I don't think many people saw this response to the play. Take a look at Angel Reese on the sideline as soon as Carter knocks Clark to the floor. Angel is clapping, cheering, and celebrating in response.
You know what's really funny to me about this is the fact that this is more entertaining than the WNBA has ever been. They should just get, you know what? Why don't you just get rid of the ball? Just give everybody boxing gloves and just fucking put them all on the court. Fucking have at it. You can have more people that watch that than the game. Call Dana White. Yeah, Dana White needs to fit. Dana White needs to buy the WNBA and get this to what it needs to be.
Knocking Clark right to the floor. I mean, that might be the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
Nah, because this shit's not over. It's probably going to get worse.
I mean, how much more blatantly obvious can it get from this? Clark hasn't even received the ball yet, and Carter ran up to her just to knock her to the ground. If this move wasn't intentional, I don't know what is. This was just another example of blatant targeting towards Clark, and it's happened way too many times this season for it not to be a motive behind it. Now that a pattern has developed of blatant flagrant fouls and cheap shots on Clark, it's clear that there is a motive behind these cheap shots.
It is.
Fans have noticed and have spoken very loudly on social media.
Taking so much
over
damage,
this issue.
fuck, it's costing me so much.
There is an immense amount of jealousy towards Clark, and it's truly unfortunate that media personnel are so quick to discredit her and hate on her because Clark is the driving force to the WNBA's skyrocketing.
The only reason why people don't call it out, if this was a bunch of white basketball players doing it to the one or like a minority black basketball player, you would be hearing about this everywhere. This would be like a national fucking thing.
Jesus.
This is absolutely
the
reason why it's being
4%.
perceived this way is because of race. It clearly is. Anybody who can't see that is delusional. And like, I'm not really a, I'm not like one of those guys, but like, you got to call it how you see it. And that's 100% what's going on here, right? Like, that's it. Whites are minority in basketball. Yeah, like, I mean, but could you imagine, like, if this happened to, like a minority player, like, by white people? Like, think about how crazy the media would be going, how crazy, these people would be going. It'd be insane. Didn't Shaq call it Angel? I thought he did. I don't think so. I don't know.
Exposure this season. It's pretty insane how Clark's transcendence of women's basketball has caused.
They're jealous of her skill. I honestly think that they're jealous of her popularity. That's really what it is. Like, I mean, the race stuff is like salt in the wound, probably for them. But I think that they're really like they don't give a fuck about like her race, really. Like, they care about the fact that she's popular.
So much controversy by women.
And the attention,
What are your thoughts? Do you believe the flagrant fouls and cheap shots have gotten out of hand? Or is it all just a part of the game? Let us know in the comments below. And if you liked the video, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel so you never miss an upload.
Angel Reese missed layups, but they get increasing more.
Bro, I can't do it. This guy's not taking damage.
Chicago Sky is important. In fact, she's above average in almost every advanced stat line. Her net rating is +7 points.
Mayberry time to add to it. Got Allen on the move. On the kick to Reese. She comes middle. Does not go. Fighting for the rebounds.
Her 4 teammates have their arms up in the air at the same time because they don't understand how she can have such tunnel vision.
All that damage.
All of her
I was doing so well too.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, I know. It's insane, man. It really is. And that's funny shit. Yeah, it is. I don't know what the.
He's ranked 5th. We're like 15.
And so anyway, basketball team's open.
Yeah,
I guess so.
I should have just stayed behind. I would have had no damage.
Basketball is really women's basketball is. I'm gonna be real. This is the most entertainment I've gotten from women's basketball since Jadion went and fell asleep. You remember that? It's right there.
Get up. Come on, set up. Is it against the law to take naps? You can't even take a nap at the WNBA games. What is this? No, almost over.
Here's your warning. If you're still right here when I get
you, I can't control it. You're not a little sleepy too? I got an extra headrest.
Hey, Tree, if you want to lay down, I got somewhere else fast you to sleep. But you can't do it right here.
Tree foul. But this is like the best area though. My doctor recommended it.
No, he didn't. Now, see,
no, he didn't. Never. I'm gonna get some more Z's.
Drink bottle 23, Jerry. Stay first.
They didn't like this, bro. They didn't like this at all. Oh my God. Where's the part where he's laying down?
Damn it.
What happened? kind of sleepy. Are you a little sleepy? This is like a perfect. I mean, I sleep at a.
Final lap, go for it.
Those are kind of loud. I'm trying to sleep.
Oh my God. Let's go, Tree.
Slide down.
Bro, this shit was so, I don't know how to feel, yeah. And so this is the last time, bro, like, yeah, oh my God, I know. And they finally, now I've asked you, you gotta stop.
Here's your warning.
The game's almost over.
Here's your warning. If you're still right here when I get back, you're leaving. Here's your warning.
The game's over.
Man, it's funny, but it's a fuck around situation. No, obviously he being an asshole doing it, but it's still funny. Y'all ready for this?
Dude, why are these like high-level guys coming in here?
You know
Fucking
what's
annoying.
so funny? Everyone who felt comfy enough to out themselves that they voted for Trump back in January,
yeah,
they're dead silent right now.
Get ready to go.
No, they're not. What?
Dead silent.
Apprehending them and taking them away from their families and their jobs and the lives they've built here doesn't bother you, then you're a bad person.
Guess I'm a bad person.
Oh no! Guys, I never thought about it that way. Oh no!
And I don't want to be your friend. And I don't care about your opinion.
Fuck. Oh. What?
I say this in the most disrespectful way possible as a first-generation American whose parent is not from this country. If you got here and you got papers and you agree with what's going on right now, fuck you.
If you are a resident of Los Angeles, California, and you
I'm
have
starting to recognize a pattern.
a large platform on this app on the internet, and you have decided, you have made a conscious choice to not speak out against the ICE raids that are taking place in the city right now,
Go ahead.
the attack that Los Angeles is feeling in this moment.
They're getting
if you're
attacked.
not sticking your head out for your own community, the city of Los Angeles in which you live, that you benefit so much from.
See, these women, all of them stand to lose their royalty status,
I
where they
understand.
get driven around and food delivered by illegal aliens that work off of somebody else's Uber or Uber Eats account, and they have their entire lifestyle that's subsidized by the exploitation of labor of people in third world countries that have come over here seeking a better life, but have instead been taken advantage of by companies and corporations to the expense of everybody in the country. They don't want to lose their indentured servants. They don't want to lose their privileges. They don't want to lose their pool boys, their housekeepers, all of the jobs that they think that they're too good to do. Well, maybe you're not.
Yeah, suck it, bitch.
You can't do that. You do not deserve your platform, and maybe you should fucking move.
Oh.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but being undocumented isn't a crime. You're just racist. See you in hell. Mwah.
Actually, it's totally a crime, but okay.
Oh, man.
I think it's important to remember that though what Trump is doing in LA is absolutely deranged and incredibly fucked up.
Let's hear this from the mentally ill Pink Burrito. Let's hear her opinion.
It is an act of desperation. The people behind all this, though it may seem very calculated, are not smart.
California
well, I mean, it sure worked.
Really belong to the United States. It belongs to Mexico, and we stole it from them in 1850.
Didn't it belong to Spain before Mexico? It did. So why is it that... I mean, shouldn't Mexico be apologizing to Spain? I mean, because if anything, I feel like, yeah, and then the natives, right? I mean, shouldn't Spain apologize? Because why is it Mexico? Isn't it weird how it's like... I mean, because a lot of people have owned the land over the years, but it's just the second people that owned it. The people right before us, they're the ones that really owned it. I don't know about that, man. That doesn't make any sense. Fuck.
I missed the fucking...
People would not have to be protesting.
Yeah.
If what was going on in this country was even a little bit normal. Instead of...
You're right. It's completely...
Oh, for fuck's sake.
What? This girl, by the way, she got nails like Wolverine. And you're talking about being normal? Holy shit.
About what's going on. Think about what has been going on that causes something like this to go on.
Yeah. Illegal immigration causes it. That's what we call that's what the cost. That's what causes it.
Oh, I missed it.
I would do absolutely anything for my daughter, and that includes going to a different country to give her a better life.
Could have used that money.
These terms are acceptable. Thank God. Thank fucking God. I was hoping this.
And being undocumented is not a criminal offense. It's a civil one. And if you've ever jaywalked, congratulations, because you've also committed a civil offense. And you're so...
None of these people think that it would be okay to do half of the civil offenses that are against the law. Just because something is a civil offense doesn't mean that it's bad. Or it doesn't mean that it's good. What does that even mean? Like, I don't even understand. Like, it's insane. And also, like, where does this even come from, by the way? Is entering the U.S. without documentation a criminal offense? It's generally considered a criminal Entering is, but being here isn't?
GG. I won. That was quick.
Let me think. Just give me a minute. Give me a minute. I've got to process that. That's gonna take me a minute. Okay. So you're saying that? Okay. Wow. So you're saying that if you're not actively doing a crime, then it's okay. Like, if I don't even understand this. So if you, Mike, if you ran a red light and a cop sees you on like a camera running a red light, but you're not actively running the red light when they pull you over, they can't give you a ticket. I mean, I don't think this makes any fucking sense, guys. I really don't. Yeah, I have to lay down. This is crazy.
Worried about criminals being in this country, yet you voted for one to run it.
This is one of those moments where silence feels really fucking loud, because what do you mean you're not absolutely horrified by what's happening right now?
Uh-huh.
If you are not absolutely horrified by what's going on right now, your delusion.
If seeing videos of children being separated from their families and families being pulled apart and people crying doesn't elicit any amount of empathy from you,
it doesn't. Nope. That's what happens to anybody whenever their parents commit a crime or do something wrong. That's just how it is. Like, if you're a parent and like you rob a bank, they're gonna arrest you, and even if your kids are crying, they're gonna still put you in jail. Why would I have any empathy for that? Yeah, what is this?
I'm so sorry, but you might be the problem. Empathy and kindness are some of the most powerful things that we have. Everyone you see on here is a person with...
Well, she's right about that, but she doesn't realize that it's been weaponized against her best interests.
The story, just like you.
I could never and will never be friends with a Trump supporter. And I hate when people act like that statement is like a crazy thing to say. Personally, I like to share similar morals and values with the people I surround myself with. And at this point, it's moved. I mean, it's always been like this, honestly. It's not even political, it's a human rights issue.
Content creators, if you can't even reshare something, we see you. Speak the fuck up. You should not deserve a platform if you can't even reshare.
Isn't it so good, bro? Like, I am so glad to see this stuff. This is great. And someone actually doing something productive, not just talking Karens lounging in the bed. I know, it's bad. And so she likes being in an echo chamber. Yeah, these people don't want to talk to anybody that disagrees with them. That's it.
See you.
I say this with the most disrespect possible, but if you reap the benefits of Los Angeles and you're not willing to protect yourself,
I can't hear it.
With a beating heart of
LA,
Angeles,
man, this fucking mines,
there are
bro.
plenty of other states and plenty of other cities that will take you in your inhumane worldview, but it's not.
Yeah, I can't even hear it.
You know
but
what's
like, this is the these are the people. I'm not really surprised by this. All Karens? I know it is. It is every single time. And it's all that you're a bad person or something like that. It's just embarrassing, bro. Illegals are the heart of the city. Well, again,
wow.
I think that
really fucked me.
I think that these people have a tremendous amount of privilege, and they live. You know, again, these are all like, you know, at least many of them are like, I would say, like attractive, you know, women that live in a first world country. They live at the apex of privilege, and so they don't even understand the problems and the issues that average people have because they don't affect them. And so, yeah, they're narcissists. They are. I mean, like, you got people putting on like plastic surgery, shit like this.
So, for anyone who's wondering, they aren't letting protesters in anymore. They've shut that shit down.
There are two groups of people in this country that cause all of our problems.
Get ready to go.
Will not give an answer why. Someone got a video of me actually find it somewhere. Will not say why. Did not say it's violent, did not say it's illegal, just shut it down. They are stopping us from protesting. They said it was their commander who shut it down. I said, oh, your commander's here? He said no.
So, I have a policy. If a person has face tattoos, they're not a good decision maker. That's the policy. Now, you've got a few of them boys that get it right. Like Post Malone. I like Post Malone. But besides him, like maybe like one other guy, that's it. Good policy? Yeah. Like, look at the Island Boys. How are they doing? How the Island Boys doing? Yeah, Mike Tyson. There's another one. All right, that's fine. She got that Medusa neck? She does. Oh my God.
Here he said no. I said, then who shut it down? He said we didn't. I said, where's your fucking commander? He said, call LAPD. I called LAPD. The phone lines are closed. Seems like someone knows that they're doing something fucked up and they don't want to be called the fuck out on.
See, this is what I call about a caterpillar Karen. See, she going and pulling this Karen shit, but she's only in her 20s now. By the time that she's 45, you can imagine like that her kid's middle school is going to know her on a first name basis. Like she is going to be the terror of that school. She's going to be part of the PTA, trying to get them to change the fucking food. Like this is going to be, oh my God. Can you imagine that? That's terrifying. Whenever she evolves into a butterfly.
Please call your call LAPD, call your congressman, call your secretary of Homeland Security, call everybody. Let them know that this shit's not fucking cool.
Yeah.
And to all the LA lapdogs out here,
yeah,
we're breaking up fucking families and fucking schoolhouses.
Fuck,
bro.
my own mind.
I can't wait till they come for your ass. So
Why would they come for LAPD? I mean, they're not illegal aliens. I don't even understand it. Like, you know what? I think that a lot of this is. I think that a lot of it is legitimately people that don't know that they're going after illegal aliens. Because they've said it so much, and they've intentionally obfuscated so much that I bet some people are actually confused. And they legitimately think that they're actually rounding up all of the brown people or all of the fucking immigrants, and they're
I
just
still got
getting
1950 out of that.
Straight up, because that's what they keep saying. Like, I mean, there's got to be some people that are dumb enough to not read anything about it. So yeah, they gaslight themselves. They sure do. Yeah, I don't even know what to say. That's the point of Democrat tactics? I guess so, but it's sad, man. It really is. And then, oh my God, bro.
Fuck off! You fucking Nazis!
It doesn't help us.
How does it not, dude?
Carrying on is just making it worse for
Oh, okay, so let's be Neville Chamberlain from Britain, who literally is like, hey, let's not tell the Nazis not to do it, because then we're making it worse if we tell the Nazis not to.
Doing it. How you're going about it.
I get to tell them that they should.
This guy thinks that he's fighting against the Nazis. He actually thinks that. Oh my God.
Resign, and they suck. Fuck you. Resign from your job. All of you. All of you resign.
Well, everybody should just quit their job. Okay, great idea.
All of you.
Look how red he is.
I have friends who are also here. I have friends who may have been taken away too. I'm nervous and I'm angry too.
I'm scared for them.
Yes.
I'm terrified for them and their children.
But I'm terrified for you. Because if
Fuck
you
that! I don't have children.
If you act out,
I don't have children.
What would you do if you didn't have breakfast this morning? But I did have breakfast. Yeah, but what would you do if you didn't? Yeah, but I did.
I'll go to jail. I don't fucking care. I have a cat.
I also have to say,
Final act, go for it.
my rule works pretty well.
Like, I love my cat.
Is it? Wait, what is this?
Fucking care. I have a cat. Like, I love my cat.
I love my
No,
cat.
I almost killed him. Damn it. Come on. No,
Fuck.
fucking.
Look at this. Oh no, look at this guy. We need to, dude. This is the problem, is that lunatic in LA screams and curses at law enforcement officer because they're protecting a city ruined by rioters. The dude has a total mental collapse and ends up crying and talking about his cat. Give police raises and reopen the asylums. Look at, by the way, look at how red he gets in just 1 minute. In 1 minute. Oh my God. This is insane. Yeah, it's fucking plastered. I know, this guy's absolutely out of his fucking mind. And so, yeah, he's closing the asylums is the biggest mistake we ever made. I know it is a massive fucking mistake. The cat's gonna get deported. Yeah, we're gonna figure out whether that's a legal cat or not. It's gonna get deported. But yes, this is the way that a lot of them think. It's the you're fighting against actual Nazis. It's insane. Jesus, they're so fucking they're so brain fucked. They are.
Oh my God, what is
What I
this?
think is so ridiculous about this is that, does anybody think about what the level of disrespect it is to the people that were oppressed by the Nazi regime? That these people, these like weird, hyper-privileged, upper-middle-class liberals, like these like weird, crusty retards, are going around acting like they're being oppressed by Nazis? I mean, isn't it kind of like devaluing what that was? Because I feel like it kind of is. The vaccine shot made them crazy. That's a good point. Yeah, this is another group too. Look at this. This is really great.
Fuck.
So this is, again, one of the main things that these people love to do is they're standing in the road. They're preventing this woman from going to work. And they're explaining to her why it's actually a good thing that they're preventing her to go to work.
Build them all. Give me that bonus.
How is this a peaceful protest if there's nothing to do? No, it's not.
How do y'all as white people feel about stopping a black woman from going to work?
Oh no, not work.
Not work. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. Some people do have to go to work. Isn't that crazy? Wow. Yeah, not work. Yeah, imagine that.
I care so much.
So you don't care about stopping black people from going to work?
Look at this line that you guys are causing. I'm not causing no problem. I'm not trying to. We're just trying to leave.
It's actually so funny because, like, these are the this is like, you could not have made a more stereotypical video than this. This is exactly this is perfect. Absolutely fucking perfect. What an annoying, obnoxious person. They sent out a message to all of the stolen iPhones because you had a bunch of retards that went in and they broke in and stole the iPhones. iPhones stolen from an LA Apple store last night triggered an alarm urging the looters to return them. Please return to the Apple Tower Theater. This device has been disabled and is being tracked.
Oh my god, I'm dead.
Oh, wait, what? Well, they can't. How the fuck? Wait, they could do that? Wait, what do you mean? No. Oh. Yeah. There they are. We got them, guys.
Motherfucker.
Right, yep, we got him.
Fuck.
Fucking embarrassing. One of the ways that you can avoid this happening is that you have to bring in a Faraday cage. An easy way to do that is to have a microwave. And so if you're going to steal something like this, you have to put the devices inside of a microwave, because the way that a microwave contains, like, basically it makes sure that the microwaves stay inside of there, also stops anything else from getting in or any signals and services from getting in. So if you want to steal these things and not have that happen, you have to put them in a microwave. Like, that's a very, very simple, easy way to do this that everybody has access to. And it's just how I do it. Yeah, exactly. Right. And so, like, these people, and now, I don't know if that still works nowadays, right? But it used to work. And aluminum foil does not work. It does not work. And at least 30 seconds. Yes, exactly. So this is embarrassing. Like, these people don't even know how it works. They don't even know how it works. It's stupid. They so dumb, bro. Like, wow. Why do you do this? I'm just saying how it is. They think you mean turning on the microwave? No, it doesn't. No, the microwave, so basically the outside of the microwave, the way that it's built is built to obstruct frequencies and obstruct signals. That's why you don't get microwave whenever you're in front of a microwave. So, and that, you ever have, like, your mom tell you don't stand in front of the microwave? That's because the door could have some different, it could not be completely sealed. And so that's the reason why. It's Faraday cage. Yeah, you look this up. It's super simple. They dumb as fuck. They didn't even bring that. Like, I feel like anybody will, like, I knew that by now.
Oh my god. Fuck my life.
Like, this is obvious. Does it block GPS signal? Yeah. If you have a good one, it does. That's the whole point. Once you take the phone out, connect to the internet. Well, yeah, but you can at least relocate it so they can't track you in real time. So that's the reason why. And it's funnier if you don't tell them that part, though. Yeah, it's embarrassing. You can't keep it in the microwave forever. Dumbass idea. No, it's not about keeping it in the microwave forever. It's about them being able to track your real-time location as you're relocating it to another location. Because like as soon as because they're probably not going to have like instantaneous. Like, listen, this is not how to do it. All right, it's not how to do it. They're stupid for doing it this way. They're dumb. This is what you get. And here come the cops. There they are. You're dumb. You fucking idiot. Right? That's it. Doesn't matter once it's break. You can still get. Yep, there it is. Oh wow! Hey, look at that! Hi guys. Hi, guys.
I still
Where'd
first.
these
Thank
come
you.
from? Oh, I bet probably from across the street. And so they did a major announcement.
And
Mark
you're
Mullen,
sitting here.
If you hang on, let's listen in on Gavin Newsom. Then I'll give you a chance to respond first.
California governor.
I don't think we have any volume. All right. I guess we have no. Is that on their end or is it on our end? I'm asking. If that's on their end, apparently a live feed. He's having a little bit of difficulty.
It's the smartest thing he's ever said.
Mark Mullen, if you have time for podcasts and MSDNC and to fight me on X,
I should have said
yes.
he's 12. I didn't realize
I
he
think
was
you're kind of missing the point. Or if you put handcuffs on police.
He absolutely is, Sean, but this is part of the best thing that could happen to him. He's having audio difficulties.
Worse than random
but it shows how bad the state's being ran, too, right?
Yeah, they can't figure shit out, man.
He's having a little bit of difficulty, Mark Mullen. If you have time for podcast.
Oh, God. I don't even know what to say, but it's sad. And let's see if I can find it. Mic was stolen? Yeah, the mic got stolen. There it is.
I know Gavin Newsom. I actually happen to like him as a person. The reality is he's not going to like what I have to say on this, which is that his behavior is starting to resemble that of another Democratic governor from U.S.
taken the
history
money.
by the name of George Wallace, who was the governor of Alabama, who famously stood in the way of federal desegregation. And in 1963, President John F. Kennedy had to deploy the National Guard of Alabama, just like President Trump is doing today. And I know that's counterintuitive to some people, but the parallels are actually pretty striking if you think about it. Democrat governors, when you look at George Wallace, he resisted desegregation. Gavin Newsom is resisting deportations. George Wallace wanted segregated cities. Gavin Newsom wants sanctuary cities. George Wallace stood in the school door blocking the way. Gavin Newsom.
I know people don't like Vivek because of like his stance on immigration. Listen, guys. You got sometimes whenever you roll the dice, you got to take a 16. It might not be a 20, it might not be a nat 20, but you got to roll with that 16. You got to roll with that 14. But he's mostly on your side.
Newsom is blocking the ICE vans. It's the same Democrat governor playbook. You dodge the feds, you rally the radicals, and most importantly of all, you do it in front of the cameras. Because what they were both doing is really carving their Democratic primary path for their presidential ambitions. And Jesse, you can mark my words on this one. Gavin Newsom's presidential ambitions are going to end in the same place that George Wallace's did, in the dustbins of history where it belongs. That's just the truth.
Get ready to go.
Fuckers.
He just talking mad shit, bro. God damn.
Can't believe that turned me.
Oh my God, bro. He was going in the garbage. Well, got absolutely got fucking cooked. Wow. And Gavin to be a clown, yeah, that was bad. And they got dustbin, yeah, I think so. And on an individual level, you seem to cover them like that one time at the gas station. Well, what do you mean by that? I don't know what you mean. But anyway, let's go back. I see this here. And true, though? Yeah, it is true. It absolutely is. Let's see. I go find any more of these because there's a bunch of these other things that have been going on. And yeah, here it is again. They got a bunch of them.
Immigrants who were detained here in Southern California over the weekend have already been deported. Mexico.
Already? God damn. That's fast.
Foreign minister says 4 immigrants who were detained.
Look at they dragging his fucking lazy ass. Man, I would fucking hate being a cop. You gotta drag these fuckers around. You gotta drag them. Oh my.
4 immigrants who were detained in Friday's ICE raid in LA's Fashion District arrived in Mexico less than 48 hours later. Some advocates call the speed of their deportation, quote, unusual. The Department of Homeland Security has not said how many immigrants they have detained in the raid so far, but says at least 16 people who were captured had extensive criminal history. Immigrant advocacy groups say more than 200 people who were detained did not have criminal records.
Right.
I've watched Molotov cocktails and fireworks shot mortars being launched out of tubes at our officers. They're encountering routinely M-type fireworks and commercial-grade fireworks, which in the state of California are considered explosives, and they can kill.
That's right.
Our officers should never have to face targeted violence while standing on a line to protect others.
People getting mad about me
I want to thank the district attorney for pursuing felony charges in these cases. It sends a strong and important message. If you assault a peace officer in this city or this county, you will be held accountable. Additionally, I'm also pleased that there are charges related to looting and vandalism, crimes that took advantage of the unrest to target businesses and city property. In one case, a retail store was burglarized.
There's 2 people lost fingers because of those fireworks.
Merchandise was stolen.
Hopefully the people
and
like
another
them.
graffiti was sprayed onto a historic public building while an accomplice stood watch. These crimes don't advance any cause or further any message.
That's right.
What they do is harm to our communities, our small businesses, and our civic institutions.
Thank God.
The LAPD will continue to investigate all incidents thoroughly and work with our partners in the DA's office to bring every offender to justice. We remain committed to protecting First Amendment rights, restoring peace, and holding criminals accountable. I want to thank our officers, our partners in this community for their resilience and cooperation throughout this event. Thank you.
Wow.
That's kind of nice. I pushed that car with the spikes into the other car and killed it that way.
Members of my office that have worked around the clock to bring these charges.
Well, it looks like they're going to, it looks like they're going to jail. Thank God. And that's, see, the thing is, they got to talk about the convictions, though. That's the thing is, because, like, if you get this charge, but, like, it gets dismissed or dropped or some bullshit, like, yeah, you got to be like, hey, guys, by the way, this dude that fucked around is in jail for 5 years now. Like, that's what needs to happen. Or he's in El Salvador, right?
Get ready to go.
Seems like we have a trap that was laid, and apparently some people have walked directly into it.
Hi there.
Hi.
My name is Ethan Klein.
Oh.
And my favorite hobby is spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on lawyers. Today I invite you into my home to share my favorite pastime with you. Join me in creating generational wealth for my attorney.
Wow. Oh, jeez.
Let me tell you guys a story. About a year and a half ago, it's a big conversation called ReactGate. Yep. ReactGate was a debate going on in the streaming community about what constituted fair use. People like Hassan, XQC, and many of the large Twitch streamers would watch other creators' entire video on their stream. They would rarely add sufficient commentary or even pause the video to speak. Most egregiously, they would re-upload the entire VOD to YouTube with the same thumbnail, the same title, so that they could cannibalize traffic from the original video. Here's what Lamino had to say about this phenomenon.
I don't mind people reacting to my videos, but I do mind when they play the entirety of my video. A face cam in the corner or the occasional interruption does nothing to address that issue. My video is still being played from beginning to end in someone else's stream or video. It's neither ethical nor necessary to feature the entirety of someone else's work. Or, you know, they could do the bare minimum and ask for permission. Something that none of the major reaction channels have ever done when they've streamed or re-uploaded my videos.
We have before, actually, by the way. Oh, not with his videos. Okay, never mind. I was talking about other people. Yeah.
But to answer your question, no,
we
I
of
don't
course
want
have.
people to stream or re-upload.
But everybody would expect that. I'm, again, the most ethical streamer. But yes.
Upload the entirety of my videos.
Yes.
Now, understandably, this made a lot of people angry.
And
because why should these content thieves, essentially, get more views than the author of the video, which in a lot of cases was happening. I mean, people don't like injustice, and this just, we all see this, and no, it's not right. This debate culminated when XQC, one of the prime suspects, called into my show to debate me, in which case I'm sad to report that I was terribly owned. So in that regard, do you care at all about, like, IP or copyright? Or, like, the fact that it's illegal, does that matter? That it might be illegal, does that matter to you?
No.
It doesn't matter.
Well, if flat out doesn't, because...
Well, that's fair.
Watch me full screen cam, do the fucking worm, and then watch your
Do
pride. Then watch your planned
Do
content.
it for a week. Do a week of no reaction content and see how many fucking views you get.
What is he doing?
Okay, sure.
How did I miss this? I never watched this.
I mean, that's content, man. It's original content, at least. The ultimate debate, bro.
Wait, so there's a chance that, let me get this straight. There's a chance that a judge is going to see this footage. No, I feel like the chance is actually pretty high.
Him with the worm.
Oh,
nice. Did I think of that first? I kid XQC, but he is not the one.
That's not even the worm.
Despite my criticism, he's not a malicious infringer. But the ones I am suing, you'll see, are much, much worse. Now, ironically, after this debate and in the wake of this large conversation, the problem seems to have only gotten worse. You have people like Hassan Piker paving the way of fair use with what's known as chair reacts, when Hassan gets up to go to the bathroom.
Dude, the live Hassan reaction meme, and it's just the chair. I mean, it's just, like, I understand if you have to go AFK for a minute or two, like, it's all right, right? But, like, if you just are just gone and you're just playing a video and it's somebody else's video, like, you know, I don't know if that's really transformative. I feel like it's kind of not.
Or to eat, or to talk to his mom, or to do whatever. Disappears for an extended period of time and leaves the video playing for his chair. Mr. Chair, they call it.
To leave the area around the main airport in Sana.
I don't know why he doesn't just pause it, because don't people want to hear what he says about the video? Like, I mean, because isn't this kind of like you saying that, like, nobody even cares about, like, me talking about this video? Like, well, really? I mean, think about it. So, because, like for me, in my opinion, I think that, like, people want to watch me react to a video because they want to hear what I'm saying about the video. Like, that's what I would imagine. Because, like, why else would you want to watch some bald retard in the corner of the screen interrupting your video unless you wanted to hear what he had to say? So, how do you just leave the video on? I mean, again, and if it's live, I understand this. But if it's not live, then I don't see why you would do that. It doesn't even make sense to me. It kind of goes against the entire premise of, like, what a react is supposed to be for. Is that you're reacting to it, so... I mean, the more that I think about this, the more insane it sounds.
I mean, I'm definitely third at least.
You can pause live, you're not... Yeah.
Okay.
No way. The worst part about this is that he's not even suing Hassan. Hassan isn't even the worst one. Yeah. That's what's so insane.
Well, I've been seeing
the worst is that's only one video.
And it was in this setting that I formulated an idea. What if I could make a long-form, irresistible piece of content that I knew that these streamers couldn't resist, they couldn't avoid the temptation of watching it the second it was published.
I don't fucking Apple, bro. The Apple in Eden. Oh my god.
It's not that I wanted these people to steal my video. It's that I knew they would. I knew they would watch the entire video, add little to no commentary, react to it instantly, giving them no time to form an opinion. The trap was set, and it worked even better than I imagined it would. We captured pretty much every large streamer reacting to it in its entirety immediately after it was published. Now the thing is...
Except for me, who waited multiple days. Is again, the most ethical streamer. But yeah, everybody else besides me, that's true.
There were a few people that went above and beyond to commit copyright infringement.
Yes.
For example, Denim sits here silently with nearly 50,000 live viewers.
That's a lot of people.
30 times her regular viewership.
Wow.
She's working directly with the Snark subreddit moderators to siphon views, and their intentions could...
Content nuke, where to watch, and discussion. We've seen a lot of comments about wanting to watch the nuke without showing support for H3. Dude.
Get ready to go.
Why do you do this? Like, it's just, you're setting yourself up to lose. Like, it's like, this is like, oh, where to steal something. Like, how do these people, do they have no sense of self-preservation at all? Do they think that, and this is what I really think that it is. I think it's privileged people that are used to getting everything that they want for their entire life, used to being catered to, pacified, placated, and served constantly for their whole life. They get held accountable one time and they collapse. There's been no accountability for this at all. Full-on complacency. No, this isn't even complacency. This is like beyond that. Complacency is not giving a fuck. This is being aggressive. It's being malicious. They're Karens? They are Karens. Absolutely.
And be clear, here's an excerpt from a sticky post from the Snark subreddit.
Yes.
Hey everyone, we've seen a lot of comments about wanting to watch the nuke without showing support for H3. Here's a list of creators who've supported our sub, either by engaging with us directly or citing our posts in their critique of
come on.
H3.
I definitely hate that.
I don't know why any of these people would have done that. I feel like it's such a massive fucking mistake. I don't understand at all, like, how could you possibly think that this was a good idea? Especially if you knew that Ethan hates, so, like, I mean, so you think Ethan is this greedy, awful, money-hungry...
Oh my god, no, that was bad.
You also know that he hates the Snark subreddit.
Oh,
you intentionally antagonize him.
Perfect. I didn't realize. I thought it was the final level already.
And he won.
Let's go.
What the hell is wrong with you? They're so dumb. Why would you do this?
Offering these streamers as market substitutes for my work. This is the cardinal sin of copyright infringement.
That's correct.
The Snark subreddit has been a frequent and persistent infringer. That's how I knew when this video came out, the Snarkers were going to...
Which I totally support Ethan in this, by the way. I do. If you are intentionally uploading somebody's content in order to deprive them of views as your primary goal, you are acting in a malicious way. And in my opinion, the way that I decide whether somebody is wrong or not, I look at what they're trying to do. Are you trying to hurt someone? In this circumstance, the answer is yes.
Encourage, promote, and push.
You might have a chance on this one.
Commit copyright infringement. I should thank the Snarkers, actually. Because of their predictability, they acted like double agents for us, incriminating their favorite streamers and serving them up on a golden platter.
So it gets even better. I don't know if he includes this in the video, but he subpoenaed Reddit for the different Snark subredditors, or subredditors like the mods, for like their real life information. Bro, Ethan is actually going scorched earth on this shit. And by the way, it's completely their fault.
Yeah, he's not taking any damage.
They never, ever, ever, ever had to call CPS on him. They never had to justify it. They never had to make it. And also keep in mind, this entire problem and this entire premise is built off of the
so
fact
we didn't have a chance
that
after all?
Ethan didn't want to say that Hamas was a good group. That's it. Ethan did not want to automatically condemn Israel and say that Israel is the worst place ever. Because Ethan supported Palestine too. He donated to Hassan's thing. So I just want you guys to understand that this is a situation where 9 out of 10 things they are completely aligned on. But this one retarded thing that they can't let go of is enough for these people to potentially ruin their fucking life. Good for them. Screw the people that think they're untouchable. I agree with you. I do. Not radical enough? Yes. They love terrorists too much. Well, now they're getting terrorized. I'll be honest. I bet they're not having a good time today.
So, thank you, Snark.
Damn it,
It's
still
one thing
turds.
for a subreddit
So
to
close.
admit It's engaging in
Fuckers.
copyright.
Yes.
But how do you get the streamers themselves?
Literally none of this would have happened if they didn't call CPS. Everything until that point, I could totally overlook as stupid internet drama, involve my kids, and I'll fucking delete you. Honestly, any adult could not for a second blame Ethan for that. That is a crazy escalation. And not only is it an escalation, but it's completely unethical. You're misusing and weaponizing a government facility in order to fulfill out an internet need. And this government facility is supposed to be protecting like beaten kids.
to admit it's engaging in copyright infringement. But how do you get the streamers themselves to admit that they're stealing content?
Easy, apparently.
Well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow.
How could you be so stupid to say this? I don't understand that. Like, I mean, even if you believe it, why would you say it? Like, there's a lot of dumb things that everybody believes, but they know I shouldn't say
the wall, bro.
Subscribe, throw a prime if you like the content, if you enjoyed your time here.
So it turns out they just do it for you. You couldn't cook up a more incriminating statement if you tried. Denim's the...
Man. And now Denims is raising money for a lawsuit, and a lot of the people that are donating are saying, I'm donating for Ethan Klein to get this money.
Queen of self-owning, you prevail again. There's one thing about copyright you should know is that you got to register it before you publish to be eligible for statutory damages and attorney's fees, which is the...
See, I actually didn't know that. I thought that you just had to publish it. I thought copyright was created on inception. This could be an additional level of legal accountability. I wasn't aware of this.
Biting force of
I think it's two separate levels, because I think it was changed in like 1975. But he's talking about something that's a legal resolution.
Right, infringement lawsuit. Well, I'm happy to tell you guys now. I, Ethan Klein, have registered a Son Piker content nuke with the United States Library of Congress.
So he planned this entire
Some
thing
of you guys out there sweating? Even though theoretically I could sue a lot more creators and rake in millions of dollars, but the purpose of this is not financial gain.
It's not about the money. It's about sending a message.
XQC and Asmongold may have watched the entire thing, but I would never sue them just for doing it. I don't want to chill the reaction community into fear. Actually, the opposite. I hope that we
See, this is what I think is really funny, is that obviously these people are trying to reframe this in a way that Ethan just hates reaction content. But again, they're just liars. Literally, they're actually just liars. They're just making things up and saying things that aren't true. He literally addresses this specific point, and he goes through how they are actively and intentionally foregoing every fair use protection possible.
Can all unite against this type of egregious behavior that not only makes us
and also keep in mind that that when people like Denims or Casey Tron do this, they do very slightly draw the Eye of Sauron called Disney.
Go for it.
I don't want to have that happen. Nobody wants to have that happen. Or Sony.
For the game, baby.
And the more that they do this flagrantly, without any degree of self-preservation, reasonability, or anything, the higher the probability is that all content on Twitch will suffer as a result of it because of a large-scale lawsuit. That's the big issue that I have. That's my main concern. Did you watch this yesterday? No, it came out yesterday. It's kind of insane to admit that you're abusing the legal system and punish people who you don't like selectively while admitting you don't care about the foundation of the law that you're breaking. I'm not even going to address this because you're just a retard and you're not interested in having a genuine conversation. Ethan clearly made a distinction between the groups of people that he was suing and the other people that were reacting. Explain the distinction. Now, you can say that's not a good distinction or disagree with that, but to say that he's admitting that he's doing this selectively, yes, he is doing it selectively. He's doing it based off of the people that did it the worst. The most egregious black and white defenders. Or offenders, excuse me. It's just, you're literally just, and this is the thing, these people literally just lie. And I think this is the reason why I never try to engage with people like that, is because they just lie. They say things that just aren't true. How do you deal, like, it's like what was it, the metaphor of playing chess with a pigeon. You can't beat a pigeon in chess because they'll just walk over the board, kick over all the pieces, and say they won. You just can't win. Why would you ban them over this? Why would I want to have anybody in my chat saying stuff like that? Disagree with banning? I don't. If people disagree and they're just literally lying, making up bullshit, then why would I want to deal with them? I don't want to deal with people like that. They're annoying. They're annoying retards. They're bad faith morons that aren't even, they're just trying to push an agenda. Like, why would I do that?
Look bad, but could destroy the commentary community as we know
It's a
it.
retard launcher.
Well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime.
The state of reaction content on Twitch is so broken, these creators feel comfortable looking right into a camera and saying outright, hey, I'm stealing this guy's content. Pay me.
I don't think it's the state of reaction content. I think it's these people think that they are genuinely untouchable. That's the reason. They have this massive ego, and they have this mindset that I actually don't think I don't think it's a meta Twitch issue. I think it's a certain subset of these people that believe that because they have the right politics, any action or anything that they do is proactively justified because they're on the right side of some social issue or some political viewpoint. That's why, for example, whenever they get called out for promoting calling CPS on Ethan, right? Or they like rationalizing it, not necessarily promoting it, but rationalizing it. They don't even think about it, right? They're not even thinking about the consequences or anything like that. Yeah, the right side of history, exactly. CPS, Child Protective Services. It's a place in America. It's an organization in America that helps make sure that kids aren't in abusive households. And people that didn't like Ethan Klein weaponized that government agency in order to harass Ethan Klein's family and try to get his kids taken away from him. And I think that these people just think that anything, and by the way, when you criticize them for that, they say, why are you criticizing me while there's a genocide going on? Well, I'm really glad this is happening, because now, how are you crying about a lawsuit whenever there's a genocide going on? This is what you fucking get.
Fucker. Instead of him. This is not a healthy environment. And with people like Hassan reacting to entire TV shows on stream, my fear is that Sony or Disney comes along, sues everyone.
Fucking exactly. Just like what happened with music.
Oof, buddy. And sets a devastating precedent that could endanger our entire field.
Yes.
Now, before I tell you who the 3 people I'm suing are, I just want to make it clear that they all met this very specific high.
You can see the difference that Ethan is creating here, right? The difference between and I've also seen people reframing it as in Ethan is doing this because they're
we're screwed. Hopefully they kill each other.
Ethan now hates women.
They're in shared
too.
first place for crying out loud.
Crazy.
Get ready to go.
Bar of criteria that I set forth earlier. These people were not targeted based on their gender, their identity, their political beliefs. All 3 are on this list. In fact, they're the only 3, as far as I could tell, that reacted to the full video.
And I would say also, like, the fact is, like, I mean, Mike from PA has said, like, way worse stuff than I think Frogan, Denims, or Casey Tron have said in terms of, like, advocating for violence. But he's not the one that's getting in trouble. He's not the one that's getting sued.
Well, we're screwed.
So you've got to think about why that is. It's about the malicious action.
Drum roll, please. Who's sweating at home, guys? Casey Tron, the queen of ripping farts and bonglos.
They do musicals. They're very musical people. Are you being serious? Dog, what do you look? Do you think I made this?
Frogan, who, bless her soul, she's still rising.
Can I walk away and use the bathroom?
Is she,
Do I have
though?
permission? Can I use the bathroom, please? I'll leave it playing.
Apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known genocide his entire life.
What happened?
And Denims,
Jesus.
the queen of self-owning. And my
Well, we ain't
God,
getting
is
any
she
money
the
because I'm
queen of
last.
It's very obvious from the way that guy's talking, he's a Sneeko fan.
Oh my God, bro, I love you. Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
None of the hostages that have been released so far have said that they have been raped.
Oh my God. Where do these people come from?
It's just a public statement. You can go look at them.
The sexual assault I experienced should never happen to any human being.
This Yemeni kid is...
It's crazy that these people are just so blatant with lying. And what's shocking to me about it is that everybody doesn't collectively realize that it's ridiculous. There are actually people that agree with this and they go along with it. How brain-rotted do you have to be to just willingly follow through with this propaganda? It's insane.
It's just a Yemeni kid with a gun and is not a Houthi, and there is no proof of him being a Houthi.
Are you a soldier? Yes. Well, that seems...
Why do you even say this? And this is the real reason why I think people hate everybody hates these people. It's because they never even admit that they're wrong. Like, they can say 2 + 2 is 5, and if somebody says no, it's not, they will somehow never come to the conclusion that they were ever wrong about it to begin with. That's the reason why everybody hates them.
Pretty definitive.
He never said Hassan Nasrallah was a good guy.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen.
Now for the fun.
Embarrassing.
Oh, fuck.
Absolutely embarrassing. No wonder 50,000 people watch that.
Let's take a look at the complaints, and let's start with my favorite of the three.
How do you do math while genocide's happening? True. Okay, here we go.
The very own, the prestigious, the highly acclaimed, the highly...
How's this guy faster than me? We're in the same car and I'm fully fucking...
A lot of people have been wanting to watch this without necessarily supporting Ethan Klein.
Race over.
Ethan, please stream this lawsuit. Please stream it. Please stream it so I can react. Please, I need this, man. I really fucking need this.
So we're gonna watch it.
Well, that's
the irony. I know.
Really dumb thing to say, don't you think?
Why would you say
Why
that?
are you so comfortable? We've given each complaint a clever little touch.
The reason why she's so comfortable is that she openly says and calls people rapists and says all kinds of insane, really bad, defamatory stuff on Twitter constantly. And she suffered zero consequences from it from Twitch. She's another one of these people that somehow has plot armor because I'm assuming some of her politics line up with some of the politics of the moderation department of Twitch. That's the reason why. I'm not interested in the way that she looks. It doesn't matter to me what her appearance is.
And here's Casey Tron's. She smoked more than she spoke. Casey Tron smokes 42
what? She smokes
times during her reaction. And just as a silly thought experiment, we thought, wouldn't it be funny if she spent more time smoking than she did talking? And thinking there was no way that that could be true.
You know it, I know it, everybody knows it.
Well, we tallied them up, and lo and behold, there's 15 minutes, 40 seconds of commentary versus 18 minutes and 55 seconds of smoking. She spent...
This is like a cartoon. Really? It's like a cartoon. How does this even happen?
At 3 minutes and 15 seconds longer smoking than she did talking in her quote-unquote reaction. And whatever talking she did was just to express how confused she was, presumably from smoking for...
I got him in there.
What is happening? I'm trying to follow. I've lost the plot.
She doesn't even know what she's talking about. This is when this is the Saddam fucking rapture clip, right? I'm pretty sure it is. No, it's something else. No, that was another one. Stalin? No, I got confused.
The complaint continues. Indeed, Casey Tron is often too obliterated to comment on the news, and instead stares blankly at her computer screen. In a span of 2 hours and 7 minutes, Casey Tron smokes marijuana, frequently in highly concentrated forms.
That's really good that you added that into the legal text.
Through vaporizers on 42 separate occasions. At one point, Casey Tron is so wasted that she states, quote, "What is happening? I'm trying to follow, but I've lost the plot."
Also, at a certain point, you have to ask the question, 42 times. Now, there's a rule on Twitch about substance abuse. 42 times, like you don't even know what the fuck is going on in the video you're watching. Like, is that over the line? I feel like it just might be.
Damn, it should be.
Somebody asks, who's the better person, Martin Luther King Jr. or Stalin?
They do so much more damage to me, man. But
what the fuck are you talking about? What are you who is this guy? Leave the weed alone. Yeah, anyway, so the fact is that this happens, and like, how is this not to a certain degree substance abuse? If you're so high, you don't even know what you're watching.
To give you an idea, the majority of her commentary comes down to this.
I don't understand this bit that he's doing.
He's read more books than you could ever imagine.
CPM is coming out of Qatar.
You kids love anime.
Jesus.
He's read more books than...
God damn.
You could ever imagine.
How is this real?
What is happening? I'm trying to follow. I've lost the plot.
Jesus. Oh my god.
They do musicals. They're very musical people. I know. Are you being serious? Dog, what do you look? You think I made this?
How is this right? How does this happen? How does this happen? How did we get here? Oh my god! It's Savage very good. Yes, this is take a step back and think about how ridiculous this is.
This is a music video, Hassan.
And as dumb as all of that is, this is the part that really got her sued.
A lot of people have been wanting to watch this without necessarily supporting Ethan Klein. Without necessarily supporting Ethan Klein.
Why would you say this? Like, this is, you don't have, like, why would you do this?
So we're gonna watch it. What the fuck is going on here?
Stating outright that her intention of doing this is so that people who don't want to support me can watch it through her is why copyright infringement laws exist. You could not and should not do that, especially if your commentary can...
Keep in mind, this is what they're trying to look at as fair use. Because they don't understand the laws. They don't... The thing is that they don't need to, because they've been coddled and protected from the consequences of their bad behavior their whole lives.
Almost died there.
Holy shit. Anything bad happens to them, they blame some sort of outside force like misogyny or racism or something, rather than looking at themselves and thinking, did I do something wrong?
So you taking bong loads. At least try to engage with the content. Whoa, what was that? Oh, sorry. That was a flying star. It almost got... You know her and you love her, guys. Frogan.
Oh.
Reaction by exiting. Here she is getting up to leave the video running as she steps out of the room. Is that transformative? I guess the judge will decide. She said, quote, "It's time to watch the new nuke ethically. Hell yeah." Huh. Very smart to say on camera, by the way. She said...
Why would you say this? I don't... This is, again, these people literally think they have plot armor. Tecton pointed out that if Ethan wins, Ciala's an illegal case proving how they broke the law on Twitch and they'll have to ban them. No, Tectone didn't point that out. I did. Tectone probably heard I said it, and then he used it for himself. He didn't say that. I said that.
Quote, thank you guys so much. I do appreciate everyone's support. And thank you for watching it with me. Well, you are so welcome, and I'm so glad that you were able to enjoy that day. Her commentary is so non-existent that even her own fans begin to call her out.
I don't have anything to say? Dude, because he's cycling the same fucking points over and over again. What more commentary do you need on him repeating the same fucking points for the whole
hard cake baking stream? So people are gonna give her money so she can make herself a cake? Okay. You know who the real victim in all of this is? It's Nick. Nick has been victimized by all of this. Like, he didn't do any of this. He had nothing to do with this. And somehow he's like fucking front and center with this entire situation.
First hour 1 minute and 32 seconds.
Yeah.
It's been the same shit over and over again. This video could have been condensed into 20 fucking minutes. Like, what commentary do you want me to add by, like, oh, this guy's a fucking idiot, he's mentally ill, and he's having a mental break?
Only time that she actually pauses to give commentary is her arguing with her chat about her not giving commentary. That's cute.
Down and uploaded it to fucking YouTube? Are you gonna make at least one good point? What do you want me to make a point on?
Oh, I forgot. She also said, can I use the bathroom, please? I'll leave it playing. You may use the bathroom, Krogan, although I don't advise it.
Can I use the bathroom, please? I'll leave it playing.
This into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jill and...
Apparently thinks this is liable for me interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known genocide his entire life.
What happened?
Well, you just pause it. That's it. You just pause the video, right? Like, you get up and you go to the bathroom, you just pause it. They should be...
And also, like, this is what's so crazy is, like, why would anybody want to watch you watch a video if you're not even there? It's just so stupid. Like, it's like basically like you admitting that, oh, well, nobody gives a shit about my opinion about this, so I'm just going to do this. They always get up. I'm going to disagree with the political stance? Yeah, I guess so. Could she use the fact that she was on ×2 speed as an argument about it being transformative? I have no idea.
Watching for you. But if you get up to go to the bathroom and they keep watching my video, they're clearly not watching for you, right? As lazy and pathetic as her reaction is, this is not why she's getting sued. This is.
Thank you guys so much. I do appreciate everyone's support. And thank you for watching it with me. First time viewer, time to watch the nuke ethically? Hell yeah. I found my way.
These people are so caught up in their own fake morality world that they're actually going to ruin their own life. And I've got to admit, it's fun to watch. It really is. I love seeing this. This is amazing. You love to see it?
Reddit. Hi guys, welcome Reddit people.
Fuck my life. Fuck this. Oh my god.
I came from the HP Snark Reddit. Ethan is still pathetic while his son is cannot bother having a great time in Zach.
Oh god. It's just so sad.
We're gonna watch it live, yes. He doesn't want people to know when it's dropping because we're all watching through other streamers. And I suggest you all watch it through other people as well.
It's the stated
You just why would you say that? Again, it's a stated malicious intent.
Bro, I need to kill the guy in front. Oh my fucking god, bro.
Other streamers, and I suggest you all watch it through other people as well.
It's the state.
100% ain't anyone watching that shit on my channel. There's been like over 1 million views, etc. You know, like, it's just embarrassing, man.
Stated malicious intent to steal. They talk about watching ethically, but I learned not to steal when I was 5.
No, it has nothing to do with ethics at all. It has everything to do with their own moral viewpoint that proactively absolves them of any guilt from any action. Anything that they do is okay because they're on the right side of something. They think they're untouchable? They do.
Next is denims. And honestly, just take a look at this, guys. It's a nightmare on denim.
No, I couldn't get him. Fuck.
This is in the court document.
Oh, what a fucking shit. Fuck.
Great.
Not only did she chair react, but she was kind enough to write her name right at the top just so that we knew that she was stealing my content, and it was—
Rogan deleted her VODs when I Googled her. Somebody said that. Is that true? Yep. That's true. That is in fact true. I would have expected that. Oh, and her, wait. Her pinned message is a GoFundMe. How's that going? $5,000 for Ethan Klein. That's great. So, so she's raised almost $6,000 for Ethan. Good for him. You think her leader would pay it? You mean Hassan would pay it? I mean, like, Hassan, it's not Hassan's fault that they're this dumb. And also, I guarantee you Hassan is probably going to try to, like, make an excuse for why this is okay, when he knows 100% that they're in the wrong. 100%. They're in the wrong. Everybody knows it. It's obvious. They're even saying that they're in the wrong. And somehow, there's going to be a reason why it's not a problem. Can you explain why they need to GoFundMe? Aren't they rich anyway? They're not rich at all, bro. Like, absolutely not. These people are bottom feeders. Like, you probably make more than they do working at McDonald's. I'm not even kidding.
It was her room and nobody else's. Judge, did you know that we're on Denham Street right now? Here's some quotes from Denham's. We're relying on you to stay live so we don't have to give the new views. Yeah, I'm going to stream it. Since he's confirmed it's coming out today, I'm going to stream it. That. Look out!
I have to leave him in first because otherwise I'm gonna die.
Is very explicit.
Wow.
Denham said,
I couldn't
quote,
afford the fucking
well, guys,
dudes.
If you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video,
late game is so
give me a
difficult.
follow, subscribe, throw a prime if you like my content.
So she's actively saying that she's admitting that she's cannibalizing viewership and acting as a market replacement while trying to profit off of it. So that's like a 2-in-1. Because there's 4 pillars of fair use, and that's 2 of them right there. In one sentence.
Content. The Queen of Self-Own included a countdown timer, so we could tell exactly how long she was away. After being gone for a few minutes, she returns, and then sits silently for another couple of minutes, eating.
I'm gonna go pee, and hopefully,
fuck my life,
back,
bro.
they're done with this.
What is the chat saying in this? Like, I'm just confused. Nobody's even complaining about it. I mean, I guess they are kind of, but like not really. Don't leave it on. She's making us watch this. Oh my God.
All right.
You do look better.
Mr. 305.
Yeah.
I see it.
Dude, you should do this.
I have an alternate.
We're relying on you to stay live so we don't give more views on the nuke. Yeah, I'm gonna stream it. Since he confirmed it's coming out today, we're gonna stream it. If you want to watch it, watch it.
So there's even prior intent that's stated as well, like not even during the thing. Like you even said that afterwards you're, but how do you, oh my God.
With someone else who's already watching it, you know, come enjoy the watch party somewhere else. If you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime. If you like the content, if you enjoyed your time here, because I'm going to be honest, I did not want to watch that by myself.
Let me also commercialize it by asking you to reward me financially for stealing his content. That is like chef kiss. By the way, Denham's had a very successful stream. She had
that was a big day.
3,000 people
My
watching
God,
her live. Take a look at the title of her Twitch stream. Ethan Klein Hassan Content Nuke Watch Party. A watch party? I don't think that's fair use. Now Denham's, of course, always delivering the goods. She went on this dude's podcast to debate fair use. And would you be surprised if I told you she said a lot of incriminating things in that podcast?
What did she
The
say?
queen of self-own never disappoints.
I want to be clear on my opinion on like filler content and stuff. Like I think
Oh,
filler
damn it.
content, like you shouldn't do it. I know I do it as a React stream, and I try to do it,
You shouldn't do it, but I do it.
but only when I do it with like Vox videos or Vice videos and stuff like that.
That's not true.
Because at least I'm not like directly ripping from one content creator and not like a.
Why would that even? You see how like this warped fucking like inverted morality system just totally just like fucking changes like how do you do this?
Stupidity, that's how.
Really, it's what a mindset. Yeah, it's this complete like these people have created an apparatus where the entire world is somehow like everything that they do is justified. And whenever they do something wrong, it's someone else's fault. It's incredible, yeah.
Whole team and stuff, and most of those videos have like 5 million views. I only get like 500 viewers. Like out what I'm taking maybe 50 views from the video. It's a lot harder to feel like I guess bad about that. Whereas like I would feel very bad about doing that to like a single content creator. The majority of people say that they literally wouldn't watch Hell's Kitchen unless I was streaming it. And it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm reacting hard enough. You know, I'm sure if you click on a random part in the video, I might not be saying anything, sure, whatever, and I might walk away from the screen. But it's about like the communal thing. It's why like fucking Toast started streaming Death Note. It's not about the actual show at a certain point. It's the same reason you watch shows with your friends. You want to watch it with other people. A lot of people go to watch streamers on Twitch for their React content almost as a curator. So they don't actually want to go through YouTube themselves and watch a bunch of videos, and they probably never will go through YouTube and click a bunch of videos. Like going to Twitch because they like to have it as like, this streamer is curating fun content that I want to watch.
Like, I'm sure
the people that I've talked to, the people who watch Twitch content are specific.
I mean, there's an element of truth to this. I mean, definitely, there's like some truth to this. But at the same time, it's just, it's in between a million other fucking lies.
There to watch it so they don't have to scroll through YouTube and find a video they like. If someone watches content, I already said this, if someone watches content on someone else's stream, there is a very low likelihood that they're going to go watch it separately and give you like the view or the like or the people who are watching content on Twitch, curated Twitch content on Twitch, aren't necessarily people that would be watching content on YouTube.
This is a fucking battle.
That, my friend, is called theft, and you're a thief. And now I'm suing.
Why would you say that? Why would you go out and say that? I don't understand. That sounds like all Twitch streamers? No, you've got to keep in mind, Ethan has said over and over, it's not about reactions in general. It is about the malicious use of them in order to intentionally damage somebody's video. This is a totally different universe.
This is just a testimony to how brazen and how safe they've, gotten. That she thinks she can go out in public on video and say shit like, I'm stealing this content because I want to. I'm coping even though I know it's stealing. When people watch it with me, they're definitely not going to go watch the original. Like, you are way too comfortable committing crimes out in the open. Well, there you have it. 3 separate lawsuits for 3 separate geniuses. Now, I want to make it clear again, and I hope it's been obvious about why I'm suing these 3 people.
Yeah, to me, it seems like it's totally obvious. 100%. Are you worried about the whole reacting video content getting limited in general if this case is a win? I don't ever worry about things happening. If things happen, then I deal with them. Like, I don't sit around and constantly worry about, like, something bad happening. There's a million bad things that could happen. The roach survives one way or another.
And not others. These people not only violated all of the principles of fair use, they also did it maliciously. And
there it is, yeah.
That's the part that really got me. I think if you're a reactor on Twitch, for the most part, if you make a good faith effort to comment, and if you make a good faith effort to promote the author, to link to them, to try to drive traffic to the original video, I think you're probably pretty much doing the right thing, and that's fine.
There it is. I think that's the way a lot of people see it. Now, you have extremists that are on both views, but the reason why, and that's what we do, right? Obviously, it's about what we do. The reason why is because you're doing it in good faith. I don't know why, and this is what I think that these people don't understand, is that doing something in bad faith is bad fundamentally. If you're doing something in order to hurt somebody, it doesn't matter what like your worldview is or what their worldview is. It's not justified to do for that reason. So good faith common denominator. Yes, these people are massively bad faith. We'll listen to it again.
If you make a good faith effort to promote the author, to link to them, to try to drive traffic to the original video, I think you're probably pretty much doing the right thing, and that's fine. And I would never sue someone for that. Take it to these three absolute morons.
Brian going through all that, what the
state
fuck?
their intention to steal my property on video. You know, and to all the detractors who are saying that I'm targeting women, that I'm a hypocrite for suing for copyright infringement, I just have this to say. I don't care. What I do hope...
That's the best way to deal with it. Is because the people that are bringing up those points, not a single one of them actually cares about that point or believes it. They're simply weaponizing that viewpoint in order to hopefully win a fake argument on a moral ground that they don't even actually believe. When you engage people when they are willingly and knowingly putting forward a lie, you lose by engaging. Don't ever play a game with them. Again, you lose by engaging people in bad faith. Fundamentally. Just virtue signaling? Yes, exactly. Concern trolls? Yes.
To say. I don't care. What I do hope, though, is that you'll support their crowdfunding efforts to defend themselves. Because let's face it, I want to make sure there's money left over for me when I win my lawsuit. Thanks for watching, everybody. It's been a great time. I'll see you around.
Man. This was, I'm going to be honest, I think this is better than the content nuke. I do. I actually like it even more because he already predicted, what I think is really funny about this is that he already predicted every single thing that these people are going to say and do because they behave like bots. There's the video.
I don't know what the
I mean, again,
third one
I've been
should
a big
be.
supporter of Ethan. I think Ethan's great. I mean, do I agree with Ethan about everything? No, but who does? With anybody. I mean, so yeah, this is it. This is what's happened. And it seems like also, by the way, there's been an overwhelming majority of people that have massively supported this. And if you compare this to, let's see what the content nuke is compared to Hassan.
Maybe?
Let's look at that. Yeah, there's actually an even better ratio with this video. So people are being, you know, I think
like this is more for art and stuff, no?
Converted over and realizing just how like weird on this there is. And so, yeah, there it is. And that's why I call a real creator clash. Yeah, I guess so. Ethan disrespected you in this video. How do you like this guy? He disrespected me? What do you mean? He said I was fine. What are you talking about? Yeah, there's the video. Yeah, give it a like, give him a sub. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, where? No, he didn't. Like, I've had nothing but positive interactions with Ethan for the last 5 years. I don't have any issues at all with him. So yeah, I don't think so. That's it. And yeah, he even literally said he was talking about like the way that like I react to content. And he said it's fine.
Property.
I also have no idea.
You know, and to all the detractors who are saying that I'm targeting women,
yeah, where is
comment. And if you make a good faith, for the most part, if you make a good faith effort to comment,
yeah,
and if you make a good faith effort to promote the author,
How do I
to link
change
to
that?
them, to try to drive traffic to the original video, I think you're probably pretty much doing the right thing, and that's fine. And I would never sue someone for that.
Do people just have like a fucking disorder? It's crazy. Yeah, I mean, it's got to be a disorder or something, right? I mean, damn. So they just dislike Ethan? Yeah, it's unbelievable the level of like mental, you know, gymnastics these people will play with themselves.
Men want bad things. right? It's like men want to have sex and like own women, right? Like they want to dominate everybody, and Republicans say you get to do that, and then Democrats can't say that, so we just lost men. It's over, right?
What a weird thing to say. She has been elected as the champion to change young men's viewpoints and to get young men to come back to the Democratic Party.
The reason why Republican messaging resonates with men is because men want bad things, right? It's like the reason why Republican messaging resonates with men is because men want bad things, right? It's like men want to have sex and like own women, right? Like they want to dominate everybody, and Republicans say you get to do that, and then Democrats can't say that, so we just lost men. It's over, right? Like, what are you talking about? Like a lot of times it will be men that are liberals who will like agree with that shit. I'm like, dude, what are you like? What is going on? Like, there's a lot of men that don't think that way, obviously, and it.
What the fuck? Are you off your meds? Like, are you off your fucking meds? Like, who is this guy?
It's just such a negative view to
Very
take
spacey.
on, like half of the human race.
Well, I also think it's just so abundantly clear that the people who say these things don't actually spend time talking to young men. You know this because we know each other in real life, but I spend a lot of time on college campuses, and I spend a lot of time with
young men.
I love young men. I love frat guys, and in that I realized like.
So that right there is the problem. It's that if a guy went and said that and saying I love young women, I love sorority girls, like these people would be losing their mind. And the issue right there, and I wonder if she realizes this, that's actually the problem right there. It's these weird double social standards that don't need to exist. How old is she? I don't know how old she is at all. It doesn't really matter. But like what I'm saying is like just saying it that way is the issue. Let me go back. I'll listen to the rest of it.
Even the ones that identify as conservative are almost always pro-choice. They're almost always pro-gay marriage. You'd be surprised at the number of them who support a Black Lives Matter. And so I feel like people just kind of lump them into this box when the truth is, again, a lot of them are with us on the issues. They're just not part of our coalition because they feel like they're not welcomed in it.
Well, it's because we get tone policed. Because you can make a joke about liking young women.
This might take me a while. I'm not gonna lie.
And he gets painted out as a creep. Connecting with young men. Gentlemen, if you are a really big Republican conservative, you are probably so happy right now. You are probably so... This is crazy. It's like they basically announced that their strategy is to continue losing. This is unbelievable.
Olivia writes a Substack, which probably, statistically speaking, like 89% of y'all read already. But Olivia, I want you to talk about that Substack, and I also want you to talk...
Oh, I keep seeing people talk about young men in the 2020 cycle, or in the 2024 cycle, and they keep saying like, well, it's because like they're not getting laid enough and they feel judged, and you know, or alternatively, well, they're just racist and they hate women. So like it's really, I see these takes coming out from both sides of the party wing, I would say, and I just think that all of that is wrong. I think all of it is wrong. And so I wrote this.
It's not. Guys not being able to get girlfriends is a huge reason why they hate liberalism. Is because they feel like conservatism would create an apparatus that would make it easier for them to get a girlfriend.
Bro. No, unacceptable.
No. See, like this is so they don't even know what they're talking about.
Piece called "The Politics of Getting Laid and Preachy Females," and I really dive into what I actually perceive it to be. And shocker, it's all economic anxiety. I think the Democrats have a really bad problem of...
She's right.
Every time we message to young men...
But it's not just that. It's the tone policing and the amount of things that like you're not allowed to say and double standards. That's another really big factor.
We frame it in a way that is wrapped up in the same principles that we critique. We critique the patriarchy. We critique the way that men have hierarchy and power structures, and then we message to them as if not only is that the reality, but that they have to continue to be like that. So the example I use in the article is the issue of abortion. When we message to young men on abortion, or men in general, we do it from the position of, well, real men protect women. And if you care about the women in your life...
wait a minute. You use the real men thing, you're out. No, there's no real man. The only time that the only time I want to hear what a real man does is from a man that's been married for 50 years and has 7 kids. I'll listen to him. I don't want to hear for a fucking second from a 20 or 30-year-old woman what a real man is.
You should be pro-choice. And that might be true. That is true. But we don't come at it from the approach of this is the reality that young men face about that issue. Because it's entirely possible that a young woman in college gets pregnant unexpectedly, and that could upend her life if she doesn't have access to abortion care. But it's also
does she fucking get it?
Entirely true.
Bro, what are these colors? What the fuck?
The young guy who gets her pregnant, now he's on the hook to not only take care of this child that could be him, that could be coming into the world, but also to take care now of the mother of his child. And I think that it would be so much easier if we just understood.
He's not on the hook. This is the problem with their messaging. You shouldn't be on the hook to take care of the woman that you had sex with and have a kid with. You shouldn't be on the hook for that. You should have the opportunity to do that. The frame of reference of this is so fucking off. It's unbelievable.
Is that everything?
It's insane. How are these people so delusional?
Like, I have likes and dislikes, but I don't want to do that because that's a lot of fucking
They need to give me $40 million.
Cause of death?
Actually, just give
what?
me 10. Just give me 10, and that's enough.
The problems we're having with young men shifting to the right, it's not because they don't agree with us on the policy. They do agree.
They do not agree with the policy. They agree with some of the policies, but not with others. This is not binary.
With us on the policy.
Also, the going back to the issue of men and abortion, the reason why some men are against abortion is because they view it as asymmetrical. Men cannot have a choice on whether they pay child support, but women can have a choice on whether they have a kid or not. Now, this is my viewpoint, right? Is that asymmetry is innate to the human experience and to being a man. But the asymmetry is the reason why so many people push back against it. It's that in a lot of these liberal positions, there is a conscious effort that basically women make to maintain privileges and obtain other opportunities that men traditionally have. So they want to maintain the privileges in society that they have while also taking over the advantages that men had. That's the problem.
Is it bad that I own all of them?
That's it.
We don't
so
understand
embarrassed.
the struggles they're facing, the actual struggles, not the perceived struggles of the masculinity crisis or whatever it is. The actual struggle.
That's a real struggle. You don't know that because you're not a man. The fact is that there's a huge, insane. Like I think I might have to go through this whole thing because this is embarrassing. This is so pathetic. No, there is a massive fucking issue, and do you want to know why there's an issue? There's an issue because their dads are losers. That's the big issue. That's the big reason. And so their dads are losers, and their dads are not respectful or respectable or anything. And because of that, what happens is that men go to the internet and they find online dads like Andrew Tate or Jordan Peterson, and they try to get their morality from that because there are no positive masculine models in society. And even if you look at sitcoms and media, almost all forms of sitcoms and media portray, how many of you guys have seen this, where there's like a guy, it's like a sitcom, and the husband is stupid and the wife is smart? It's like every single one. It's exhausting. And so, like, yeah, where do you find this? It's every single. It's so fucking annoying to see this.
And instead, we just kind of want to blame them for all of our problems.
Right. I think there's a lot of that I just fully agree with. I mean, we just don't message to men, right? As like we don't message in a way that resonates to men. Like something that you kind of responded to that I've seen a lot is the reason why Republican messaging resonates with men is because men want bad things, right? It's like men want to have sex and like own women, right? Like they want to dominate everybody, and Republicans say you get to do that, and then Democrats can't say that. So we just lost men. It's over.
Do you want to know the real reason why I watched this video? Is because I actually thought that he was creating a joke and he was being facetious, but I think he's being genuine about this. Because I thought to myself watching that clip, there's no way this person can genuinely be this delusional and this retarded. But no, I think this is actually...
Quake Zone. That doesn't sound...
This is actually what he is? It's not the way it seems like it is to me. Yeah, I mean, maybe I don't get his sense of humor, but it sure seems like he's being serious to me.
Like, what are you talking about? Like, a lot of times it will be men that are liberals who will, like, agree with that shit. I'm like, dude, what are you, like, what is going on? Like, there's a lot of men that don't think that way, obviously, and it's just such a negative view to take on, like, half of the human race.
Well, I also think it's just so abundantly clear that the people who say these things don't actually spend time talking to young men. You know this because we know each other in real life, but I spend a lot of time on college campuses, and I spend a lot of time with
young men.
I love young men. I love frat guys.
Again, until you can stop tone policing guys making the same jokes about sorority girls, you will keep losing, because that double standard is disgusting and annoying. I have no problem with her saying that, and I think it's totally all right, but I think it should be okay both ways.
I only have 20K, right? Yeah.
There's
no. Is that a ski slope?
I realize, like, even the ones that identify as conservative.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe yes. Yeah, it is ski slope.
They're almost always pro-gay marriage. You'd be surprised at the number of them who support a Black Lives Matter. And so I feel like people just kind of lump them into this box when the truth is, again, a lot of them are with us on the issues. They're just not part of our coalition because they feel like they're not welcomed in it.
Because they're not talked to,
they're
right?
not.
And yeah, they're not welcome. That's true. Like, there's a lot of
That's
times
the reason why.
It's like being like masculine characteristics or seem like they're frowned upon, and they're kind of welcomed and championed by the Republican Party. And like masculine characteristics are not characteristics that are intrinsically bad, right? And I think that some Democrats have presented it that way. Now,
damn, that's
not
nice.
Most Democrats.
Hey, put a pin in
It's
this.
like this perception that a lot of guys have had. In terms of issues, like...
It's because that's the case. Using foul language, being crass, roughhousing, being physical,
that's
at
nice
least
too.
a little bit, right? Obviously, there's a line to everything. Let's see here. Being direct.
That's not nice.
Like getting loud, arguing, etc.
Okay,
being disagreeable.
What is this?
These are things that men are more generally able to do.
Where are we looking at?
And what I've noticed is that, like, think about how, for example, how much online spaces
Evergreen
have changed
Harbor.
because women have gotten involved in these spaces
Write
and
this
they've
down.
wanted to have more rules for, like, voice chat and stuff like this. Guys want to have male spaces where they can be abrasive, they can be crass, they don't want to live in a sanitized world where they can't make a race joke. And I know you might say, well, is that really all it's about? It's about making racial jokes. Well, no, but it's a big part of it. It's a big part of it. And the reason why, and it goes back to, this is something that I think is a primordial thing, and I could be wrong about this, but this is just my take on it, is that I think a lot of guys, the reason why they do that and they banter with each other is a primal desire and a primal, not even desire, but a, like kind of an inclination to test other men around them to see how these men will react to friction situations in order to test them as if they're worthy to, like, interact with or, like, to trust on, like, a battle or, like, in a fight, right? On instinct, right? Like, it's like kind of like a test. Yeah, it's socially evolutionary. Yeah, I think so. And that's why I think guys banter with each other a lot and they say this stuff. It's a bro test. Yeah, exactly. And like, I don't think women understand that in the same way. And I don't even think, I think a woman can understand it, but I don't think women do it in the same way because it's just not It's not the way people have evolved. It's not that deep. Okay, well, I think it is. I think it is. And the reason why I think it is because the same type, like, think about how many cultures that are completely independent of each other in ancient times had initiation rituals for men. I mean, this is very clearly a human behavior, right? So if you have so many of these points on a graph, you have to be able to draw at least a little bit of a line. And I'm not saying it's a one-to-one, but I think there is a correlation here.
Good messaging is messaging that resonates with people's actual anxieties and lived experience, right? And so, yeah, like the Whatever podcast can resonate with men that are like incels or like struggling with women, right? Because a girl was mean to them or whatever, and they're able to project upon like those women which come on.
See,
like,
this is what's funny is that the girl in this is actually much more grounded than this guy. I think this guy is caricaturing everything. It's embarrassing. It's not just incels that watch that podcast. I mean, I think some of them are, yeah, for sure. But that's not all there is to it.
I don't know where to start.
All women are like this. I feel better about myself. But there's all these other things that resonate probably more, which is like, man, shit's expensive, right? Like, man, I don't feel supported, right? Like, I don't feel like there's anywhere for me to go, right? I feel like if something bad happens to me, no one's there to support me. That's the thing that a lot of men deal with, because men are a lot of times kind of put in the box of supporting other people, so no one's there to support themselves. And it's like, those are things that we can absolutely talk to. Actually, we could probably speak to
That's kind of
better
boring.
than the Republican Party.
Yeah, I think speaking to that is also understanding the mentality that they're coming from too. So another example is when you look at the polling of what are the issues.
Stoicism has been the resounding male philosophy in almost all cultures for about 2,000 years in one form or another. The solution to winning back men is not pussifying them and telling them that they need to go to therapy and everything like that. It is empowering them and giving them the tools to solve their problems. If you look at, like, I mean, again, how many ancient cultures come to the same conclusion with this? The reason why society, and again, this is going to go back to biology. A lot of women, I've noticed this, and how many of you guys have seen this happen, where you made yourself vulnerable to a woman and she didn't feel the same way about you after that? I think this is a very, very, very common phenomenon. Extremely common. Yeah, right? Every time? Yeah, and that's the thing, the ick and everything like that, instant turn off. Yeah, that's because women don't like men that do that. So don't listen to this kid say to do that, because women don't like that. I'm not saying never to be vulnerable around the girl, but I'm saying that that shouldn't be the goal. It shouldn't, the goal should not be to make the way that men approach these issues congruent with the way that women do. Do you want to be a woman? Yeah, men and women are different, and their roles in society are different. And again, like I've done this graph, this fucking battle map. Give me a minute. What is this here? I've done this graph before, but if you look at all of human nature, all of human history, right? This is the primal ages, and this right here is now. What do you think the odds are that we have evolved to overcome all of this? Oh, that's right. 0. Literally 0.
That are the most important to young men. One of the top issues consistently is immigration. If you actually talk to a young guy about how he feels about immigration, am I allowed to cuss on this?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about immigration. It's this idea of scarcity and competition of, if you're a young man in America, you are expected to go to college or go to a trade school, get a...
They absolutely care about competition, because the illegals are the ones that are competing for the jobs that a lot of young men are trying to get. They're the ones that are the most affected by it. low education and low income people are the ones that are the most affected by these things. What are you talking about?
Certification, get a degree. Then you're expected to get a high-paying job. And then once you get your high-paying job, you're expected to find your wife and to buy a house and to have kids and to do all of these things.
Yes.
And if you don't do that, then you're a failure.
That's right.
Because you are the man and you are the provider.
That's
and if
right.
you can't provide, then you're not actually a man. And so
that's true. That's true. Yep.
we set the Republicans specifically, they set this expectation and then they make it almost impossible for young men to actually do those things, whether it's through not raising minimum wage, whether it's through the price of tuition going up, all these different things. And so what ends up happening is you have these young guys who they're working every single day. They're working on oil rigs. They're working at Amazon.
What the fuck? What the fuck is this then?
Oh, that's a very big deal. What are we talking about? That's a huge difference. The guys that are roughnecks in an oil rig are knocking down 200 grand. Probably fucking more. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, like they're making crazy money on that. Working on an Amazon fulfillment center for $50K a year is not the same as working on a fucking oil rig. And also, I bet a lot of the guys that work on these oil rigs probably don't have a lot of problems with women because they're massively in shape. They're at peak performance of their entire life because that's what you have to be able to work at an oil rig.
Why are they so huge?
They're jacked
maybe
as
they
fuck.
work a 9-to-5 job. They're working every single day and they're still not getting ahead. So then we force young men to make this decision of either you can blame yourself or you can blame others. And if you're a young guy...
Well, the problem is that... So here's the issue. Is that men...
Dude, what is this weird control scheme all of a sudden? Did they change that shit?
Themselves, whereas people of minority groups or different, you know, like non-heteronormative sexualities and women are encouraged to blame society. And liberals support positions and platforms and systems that benefit those groups, but not men. So when you're a young man and you're having trouble making it, and then you see opportunities being provided for
have a
other people
childhood
that
to
are,
stuff.
let's
Wow,
say, gay
good luck with that.
or a woman, but you don't have those for yourself.
I'm not a child, so I can't
hug it. How can
hug
you
it.
possibly expect to get a vote from that person? How can you possibly expect a person to vote for you if you have categorically and systematically denied them an opportunity based off of the consequences of their
I'm not a
birth?
child. It doesn't count. Why is this
would
here?
Anybody vote for that?
Oh, it does count. What the fuck?
Really? Why are we watching this? I find this to be very interesting, and I have a lot of opinions about this.
Working 8 to 12 hours a day. If you're paying all your bills, you're doing everything you can, and you're still not getting ahead.
And the issue also is because I don't think that a lot of these people understand men's issues at all. They don't get them at all.
Why do we expect them to think that they're the problem? They're doing everything that they've been told to do their entire life.
Yeah, exactly.
And so that kind of little nagging, insecure voice in the back of the head, that's where Republicans really push through that ideology and get to young men, is because then they can convince them, well, this is the person whose fault it is. It's not your fault that you can't get ahead in America. It's the immigrants who are coming here. It's their fault because they're taking your high-paying jobs.
Right.
Yep. That's it. They are.
Attention Alien Army, we do have a
Raid hype.
Yeah, that's...
is raid incoming.
Welcome on in. Welcome to my shame. Sad. What's the career be? We made a computer whiz, so something along those lines. Actually, we're gonna pause that now. Let's take a couple of days. Oh, it's been so long. Okay, this one, Environment 5. Obviously in blue. Been drinking for 8 hours. Oh, go to sleep. Yeah, thank you so much for the raids. Enjoy the hangover tomorrow. It'll be fun. Thank you. Enjoy. And we want good comfort, right? Can I swear I can make this bigger, no? Surely we can make the UI bigger. It's a little small. It doesn't look like it. There it is. That's better. Now I have to like strain my eyes. I hate that I have to use these posh ass chairs for like proper comfort. Because we're gonna be sitting there a lot for a long time. Same diff. Shit's not cheap. I'm taking this one for now. We'll unlock more. Big guru. I'm surprised. Only Tegu? Okay, maybe we have to go Tegu then instead of Gamer. Oh no, while in the Gamer branch. Never mind, we have to go Gamer. Okay. I gotta learn how to read. That's mine. When I start out, learn how to program, then play a little bit of video games, because I'm not actually sure what we need for the career. No. Bro, it's gonna be our job. You know. When did he stop? How do I add? How do you add like a plot? Here we go. With that internet connection. High speed. This is me, or is the game like really quiet, man? I swear it's at max. Let me check the windows. It's maxed out. Okay, let's say 2 and 2. Go for 2 skill. The programming thing. 2 skill in the gaming thing. I'm gonna get so fat so quickly. I didn't know. Why isn't space balls anymore? Dude, did they change the game like a fuck ton, man? Or... what the hell is a Tomoroni? Is that her name? Week before they leave. This is you. Gourmet fruitcake. Just giving me... what? Why is it giving... whatever. What's wrong with fruitcake? Oh, it looks kinda nasty. Some bitch kicked my... So rude. Wait, I did all that. Didn't. Okay, there we go. That was weird. No. Get better at gaming. Oh. Thank you. Oh, kind of you. What's all this? It's all new.
Hey, Barangay.
I can't afford that. No thanks. Just gonna put some stuff on. Get some more drama going.
This YouTuber just scammed his fans for about $100,000, and then his sponsor claimed he was dead while he claimed he had been arrested by the Saudis. Now, to be clear, there's still a lot we don't know. The YouTuber is a guy named Lord Miles. He's best known for going to Afghanistan and apparently being captured by the Taliban and then later getting set free. He's known for these outrageous stunts, and his latest is a 40-day water fast in the desert where he has created a Poly Market, and the official Poly Market account has been heavily engaging and promoting it. If you don't know, Poly Market is a place where you can bet on various events. You can see it says breaking: Lord Miles has restarted his 40-day fast in the desert. Less than 50% chance he makes it through. And people put real money on this. That's what I really have to emphasize to you guys. There's all sorts of rules to this. There's money on the line. You can see there has been $14 million of betting volume on this wager. And for a while, you know, it was low odds. And as the challenge went on, it seemed like people got more confidence in Miles. Of course, suddenly you see it drop off a cliff after he vanished. And people didn't know where he was, only to find out later that he was claiming to have been dead/imprisoned. Now, future Steven here, I've got to say, I've now been in touch with Miles right before I released this video. I gave him a chance to comment. He extensively talked to me, well, not him, a friend. Supposedly, they're saying he really is in jail, and Miles gave me a statement. First, he said, you need to wait 6 months till I get out. And I said, I'm not going to wait for you. I don't even know if you are actually detained or not. And subsequently, they did get a response from Miles. I'm going to read that in a second. But first, I want to lay out the context. And then I'll give you his side of the story. To be clear, he denies scamming people. And he says, yes, very much. He has been set up. It's all a big setup. So, you know, we'll put our Scooby-Doo mystery hats on in a bit here. But we're going to go through the basics now. And then I'll come back and talk with you in a bit. Basically, how it worked is the guy would live stream himself in the desert for a while. He was sponsored by someone named Duel. We will get into them a bit later. But he essentially tried to live stream himself 24 hours a day for 40 days to prove that he was not doing anything other than drinking water. That's what a water fast is. And right from the jump, he addressed the very serious conflict of interest problem where why wouldn't you just bet on yourself and lose the challenge, right? If you have a betting market on something like this, seems like he has an unfair conflict of interest. And he addressed this and said, one, he wasn't allowed to bet on himself, and that
Leave
yes,
me alone,
maybe
lady.
his friends were betting on him, but you know, he doesn't really know.
Did you bet on yourself on Polymarket? No.
Yeah?
Betting on yourself
Okay,
is a very bad thing.
voorzichtig.
I'm doing well financially right now. I don't need to.
Okay, amuseer je wat?
I don't need to. I'm not in that position.
Have you ever
Amuseer
heard it
je
before?
wat?
That's the classic. I don't need the money. That's why I wouldn't do it. Now,
Sorry about that.
he also addresses the idea that, you know, you could just set up sock puppet accounts and bet on yourself in one way or another.
But yeah, people were like, oh, why aren't you betting yourself on Polymarket? You can do it using alt accounts. I know my friends are betting me on Polymarket because they basically get like updates from me personally, and I just tell them, hey, I'm doing just fine.
So yeah, that's the basics. He claims he can't bet on himself. Later, he's sleeping or something. And I think he probably just faked this too. I don't really know if he's actually sleep talking here, but he appears to address the haters in his sleep, address the idea that maybe he's cheating. You can decide if you think this is authentic or not.
Bloody Polymarket cyber thing. Ruined my reputation for like 20k. Fools, idiots.
I don't know if that's the world's greatest Freudian slip or he's trying to, you know, give little clues to the plan here. But yeah, he talks about ruining his reputation in his sleep. He also pretty aggressively was like going against the people who were betting against him. He was always making a bunch of comments that led a lot of his followers to believe he was all in. In fact, he said that he had been offered money in order to throw the challenge for the people, I suppose, that were betting against him finishing this whole thing.
Someone on Polymarket has DM'd Morgan on Instagram and offered
Play video games that we can do.
for me to end the challenge. Around my birthday, they said,
what?
birthday cake, don't worry about it. It'll be our little secret. This is my personal decision, if I should end the fast.
Maybe not on this character.
Food! No! No! Ah!
So yeah, I don't know if it's such a good idea to admit that people are secretly offering you deals to take this, especially when there was so much confusion around the challenge. There was, you know, entire periods of time where he's off camera for like several minutes at a time, claiming that he was taking a shower, but whatever, you know, fake challenge or not, obviously eventually he just disappears from the challenge, and there has to be a story about what ultimately happened to him. So this is where we come back to Duel. If you remember, that's the people who sponsored him in the challenge. You can see their logo back here, and you can see the CEO of Duel, Monarch, who has been featured on CoffeeZilla before, saying, Duel decided to sponsor Lord Miles for his desert fasting bet with Polymarket. My team just informed me that his death is confirmed. A few hours ago, Miles fell into a coma after hospital staff gave him glucose IV without his consent. I hope he's at peace wherever he is. And they gave a RIP Lord Miles. So for a while, people genuinely thought this guy was dead, and that was the reason that he had kind of abandoned the market. Of course, it was also strange that around this time, Lord Miles' tweets had gotten privated, and his videos had also gotten privated. If you go to his channel, it said the channel had 0 videos, whereas previously he had all the live streams of him, you know, in the tent and whatever. But then we hear a contradiction from Lord Miles himself. He says that Miles has been detained by Saudi intelligence on false charges from an American who created several fake reports to a bribed corrupt journalist in order to make money on Polymarket. Guys, you'll never believe the corruption on this betting market that he's in. He says, quote, we are aware that someone who bet on the no option on Polymarket has bribed a journalist to put out fake news about Miles, manipulating the Saudi police so that they would detain him and to investigate potential terrorist ties. He has spent 2 weeks without seeing sunlight and remains in custody. His communication is limited, but he will try to give updates on his situation. Now, that's obviously pretty serious. Thank goodness he's not dead, like they said, but you see here that it says last edited at 3:55 p.m. Well, if you go to the earlier copy of this tweet, obviously he's in, you know, Saudi custody, so there's no way he could have written this tweet. But in the tweet, it says, so they would detain me. So later, detain me is changed to detain him. Surely there's nothing going on there, guys. Completely legitimate. It's not Miles writing this the whole time. And then after this, we have a bizarre update from Miles, where he claims that he was forced to eat in the hospital by the police. Supposedly, he did not eat for a total of 34 days and was forced to by police. He wouldn't have done it otherwise. And yet, once again, we see the claims that people were making their no bet against Miles, and that's why he was detained, in order to stop him from his ruthless finishing of this challenge, right? Even there were people like Colum, I guess that's a friend of his, who claims that they had confirmation and contact that Miles was detained by his Saudi's Majesty's pleasure. No charges. It seems to be the result of bad actors providing false info to get him detained to rig the outcome of the Poly Market stream. Now, that's a pretty interesting story. You know, he was forcibly detained. The sponsor thought he was dead. I mean, this is quite the story. That poor Miles, you know, here he was turning down $30,000 from people, and poor guy, he just was forced to eat. So I wanted to actually do some tracing of this, and it turns out that some other people had found that Miles has previously posted his Ethereum address, which we can use to trace all of his activities.
Stay for a while.
So that's his Ethereum address right there, OX213. That'll become important in a second. Because remember how we said he was offered $30,000 to quit the challenge? Well, at one point, he talks about actually getting sent $16,000, which is pretty interesting.
Some guy was meant to pay me $16K today. Let's see if it's come through.
Now, I find that very interesting, because around that time, we see the Lord Miles Ethereum address get paid $16,000 during his fast. Now, pay attention to the time. This is at 3:53 UTC time on the 17th. Well, less than an hour later, Lord Miles sends 15,000 of those dollars to this address, OX613, who then sends $14,000 an hour later to this relay solver, which is a bridge on Poly Market, to OXDE1. Now, that account is very important, because that's an account that has made $61,000 on an account titled Money, Money, Please. I want to make money. I hate my job. And most of his money has come from a bet on Lord Miles not finishing the 40-day water fast. You can see he's profited $60,000 by betting against Miles to finish this. Now, isn't that interesting? Lord Miles is sending money to the same address, which is betting against him. But let's make this even more concrete, because I traced yet another transaction. Once again, this is Lord Miles' Ethereum address sending $9,000 in Tether to this OX613. And that account then sends $9,000 to this relay solver. It's a bridge to Polygon. Then the same day, you can see the same day, literally 7 seconds later, this account gets basically $9,000 minus a few bucks in fees for the bridge. And then that account puts a bunch of bets on Poly Market. Now we can actually see those transactions lining up perfectly with the bets made by this Money, Money, Please account. We see that in his activity tab, we see him betting a series of bets. The first one for $2,000, we see $2,000 here, $500, $500, $1,000, $1,000, $54.85. Guys, it's clear cut. The blockchain does not lie. Lord Miles was secretly placing bets against himself to not finish a water fast while participating in a water fast and pushing all his followers to bet on him. Meanwhile, then he's got this big story about he was detained by Saudi police in order to stop him from finishing his bet. And of course, his sponsor is claiming that he died. To say this is gross and manipulative and disgusting is an understatement. I've never really seen anything like this. All for basically $100,000. I also wanted to add that Lord Miles had also launched a pump fund at the same time, and he claimed publicly to have made $31,000 there. That plus the $16,000, which he got sent supposedly, about $100,000. All brought to you by Poly Market. Now, I think Poly Market should refund everyone. I think it's insane to have people bet on this thing, which clearly is rigged. But okay, that's my side of the story, seeing things from the outside. Now it's time to give the devil his due and give Lord Miles his side of the story, or at least the guy who's running his account right now, because I asked for comment for this whole story, and a guy named Akkad Secretary contacted me on behalf of Miles. This is the same guy who claims that he kept silent about it until he had confirmation and contact He claims that he can confirm Miles is not dead, but is detained at his Saudi Majesty's pleasure. We saw that a bit earlier. And this is the guy who supposedly is running Miles' account in his absence. Remember, supposedly Miles was detained in order to get him to lose the bet. I spoke extensively to this guy, and he gave me two things. One, he sent me a screenshot of an email where he said it proved that Miles was indeed imprisoned or detained. The red is where I have made redactions, and the gray, he made redactions. It says, "Dear Column, thank you for the email. We are aware of the below and following up with Miles and the authorities regarding this. As soon as we have an update, we will share with blank, who is the single point of contact, and it's some kind of casework manager for Saudi Arabia." I don't know, take that for what it is. I asked for the full email. It was not provided. But they told me, look, you need to wait until Miles is out of detainment, which could be 6 months from now, they claim, in order to report on this. I said, I'm not going to wait. You need to give me a statement for Miles right now. And somehow they managed to do that, even though he's detained. And so they said these accusations are somewhat understandable from a suspicious person, but upon interrogation, they make no sense. On the question of abusing your followers to make 60K, this makes little sense for Miles for a number of reasons. Miles does plenty of business. YouTube isn't the main business. It's advertising for him. The main source of income is mining and exporting from Afghanistan, such as Osama bin Laden's car, which is currently being exported valued at $1.2 million. Okay. I don't know what to say about that. Miles faces no charges regarding related to crypto, but a lie that he has relations to terrorism, and now is in a room with 16 people and no windows in very subpar conditions. You can be detained for up to 6 months without charge, which is not worth 60K. Additionally, if Miles wanted to throw the fast, he would have done it closer to 40 days, as the multiplier would have been much higher. The accounts being referenced belong to an Afghan national, so I sent them the crypto accounts. I said, hey, I put together this graphic for you guys. You know, basically, Miles sent all this money, and then it immediately got invested in. No, they're not denying that. They're saying that belongs to an Afghan national who helps Miles transfer money. Thanks to international sanctions, Afghanistan is under crypto is ideal, and this gentleman helps with this. I don't know what kind of gentleman he is. The guy who owns this account bet against Miles. Okay, so they're not denying that someone bet and made a bunch of money. They just seem to be admitting, yeah, that's true. It was funded by Miles, but it's just a guy who helps him. I guess they're denying that Miles knew anything because Miles apparently makes so much money exporting Osama bin Laden's car or something. Quote, he wonders if the account has been active since his arrest. As he's in jail, he has no access to his electronics. Again, I don't know if he's in jail. And truthfully, I don't know. I keep asking for photos, something, some kind of statement. I've sent emails to people in authority trying to figure out, like, is this real? Is it not? I can't find out one way or the other. I've given you all the evidence they've given me. They say someone knew Miles' location and they realized how much they can make off Miles if they dox him, so they did. He imagines how this looks, but there's a lot going on behind the scenes and would ask you that you not trample his reputation whilst he's in jail and unable to defend himself. If you want, Miles offered you to go to Saudi Arabia to see Miles in jail. He added you are more than welcome to speak with Miles afterwards, as he's a big fan of yours. We've seen it before. They're a fan of CoffeeZilla. Look, I'm not going to fly to Saudi Arabia. My name's not Bill Burr. Like, that's not going to happen. Because first and foremost, I don't think there's any need for me to fly out to Saudi Arabia. There has to be another way to show the fact, to confirm the fact that he is really being detained. Because if he is in jail, like, maybe I get arrested, but I also don't think he is. Like, I don't know. I don't really know what's going on. What I do know is that Miles sent money to an account that within hours was betting money against him and made $60,000 from the mysterious disappearance. And additionally, Miles made $30K from the pump fund, got paid $16K. It looks a little too suspicious to me. As I said, I'm gonna give them their side of the story. I'm gonna tell you what they're claiming. I don't find it credible personally, but strange things happen. Maybe it'll all come out that Miles was indeed targeted by his Afghan friend who he sends crypto to, and that guy bet against him and then also doxed him to the Saudi government on terrorism charges, and that got him arrested for 6 months. I don't know. Anything could happen. But yeah, I'll let you guys make up your mind. All right, that's basically it. Welcome back to The Void. Today I've been exposed by a former fake guru along with the help of Spencer Cornelia of all people. This is by someone named Noir Trades, who I called out 3 years ago. He's now released a video thinking that with CoffeeZilla I wouldn't have time to expose him. But little did he know, the Void is super petty. We'll cover anything on this channel. Old CoffeeZilla, I had too much work to do. Like, I had too many big investigations. Voidzilla, I'll respond. You know, he thought he was going to get away with this. He's not. But let's hear him out.
One of the big parts of the CoffeeZilla video that I thought was really interesting, and it made you look really bad, and it definitely looked compelling that you were a fraud, is that you got asked a question about, if you were so successful trading, why would you teach others? And you stumbled on your words, you didn't look good, and so I was wondering, just looking back on it, what's your perspective now?
So this video was originally meant for Spencer's channel, that's why he ended up visiting me in Miami, but after finding out that I was fully legit and what we were about, he decided it wouldn't do too well on his channel, and that's what you could see from this comment on his Instagram.
Decided not to release it. Videos with legit gurus. Whoa. Bomb on my channel. Now, I reached out to Spencer, figure out what was going on, you know. He sent me a response, so we'll play that by the end of the video. But for now, I want to sort of go through this, right? First of all, who is Noir Trades? Well, you can see in this video where 3 years ago, oh man, that was that was a lifetime ago. I called this guy out because he went on this channel called Loft. He paid $4,000 to get interviewed by this guy Loft, and he ends up getting made fun of in the interview because basically he's asked, you know, if you're trading, why do you have to sell a course if you're so rich? He says that he's this multi-millionaire trader, and he doesn't have a good answer to that. And the big things I want to emphasize is that Noir Trades has been caught stealing ideas from other gurus. His story makes no sense. His whole thing is, I went from $20,000 to like millions of dollars in, I think, 6 months. I mean, ridiculous. When he's like 18 years old. In fact, here's where he says this. 18-year-old turns $20,000 into $2 million in 6 months. And basically, that Loft interview was basically a puff piece, but it accidentally made him look bad. That was what the whole video was about. It was very funny. And then we covered the allegations that not only is all these day traders, all these 19-year-old day traders, they're all faking it. But not only that, this guy even got caught stealing signals from another person. He went into this guy's Discord chat when he was supposedly already this established trader, and he basically copied the trades, which is obviously something you wouldn't do if you were fully legit. But now with that context out of the way of what my video said, let's see what this video is all about.
My entry is going to be about 4:20:20, guys. I'm in these. A little early, but I like the weakness. Oh, there it goes. Wow. Oh my God. Very nice.
Easy. So I guess this is supposed to be some live trading of Noir. Let's get to the actual interview part because Spencer's going to show up. Let's see what he says.
Florida. This guy got exposed by CoffeeZilla a couple years ago, and I'm just going to show up and ask him some questions. I don't know much about him, but there's always two sides to the story, and I want to hear his side. I think this will be interesting.
I think it's going to be interesting, too. Are you going to ask him some hard questions, Spencer? That's the question.
You're going to enjoy this one. Here we go, everyone. I think I have a few good questions to ask. We'll see how he answers them. We'll see if he's telling me the truth.
Okay, I'm a little... So number one, I'm a little bit skeptical of guys being like, I'll see if he's telling the truth, if you're not going to press him. So the big thing we're looking for is, does Spencer press this guy, or does he just take all what he says to be true, just off rip?
What's up, man? Thanks so much for having me, dude. Of course, Spencer. Nice to meet you. Yeah, let's go on inside. So where are we at right now?
A house in Miami, where I flew out 5 random students to just, you know, transform their lives, have fun, and
that's probably what I'm gonna eat tonight. Grilled cheese sandwiches.
All right, man, I'm out here because CoffeeZilla, a good friend of mine, made a
I can't help it. I like that
years ago, and so I'm wondering, what was your first reaction to that video?
I mean, as soon as I saw it, it was just the title just pulled me into it. I was a little confused of where he was going with that. So.
It's pretty clear where I was going with it, Noir. I think you're a fraud. I think you're a fake guru.
I ended up taking a quick watch of that. I looked at it and just said, you know, it's just another one of those videos. And then I let it go. And then I looked at it maybe like 2 months later and had like over 1 million views.
What do you think the response was? Did you have students that were upset, or did you see like a loss of business at all from it?
Students weren't upset because they knew who I was as a trader. But as far as loss of business, it actually multiplied my business. Maybe like, it actually probably 10x my business.
This is the biggest cope they all say, but I'm always happy when they say it because I think, okay, you can't sue me now. You have to prove damages. So if I 10x your business, which you say, which I never believe, it's like, okay, well, now you can't come after me. So we're going to, bit by bit, pick apart Noir's case with Spencer. I've already watched this. It's a pretty favorable interview.
How do I do that?
Basically, the conclusion is Noir Trades is legit. So we're going to talk about all of that. Let's get more into this video. Already, though, the coping is real. In fact, the reason he puts my name in the little title is because he wants to rank with my video about him. So you already know it's a cope, because that's like literally why this video was made. Spencer Cornelia exposes Noir Trades CoffeeZilla. He wants that to rank when you look up Noir Trades CoffeeZilla.
Because of that.
That's fascinating. Yeah, and so I think from the outside, being under the assumption that day traders don't make money, I've always thought most of them are frauds online. And so I was wondering, like, what type of proof did you have, or that you could show him that maybe you actually turned 20K into 2 million or whatever?
So he never took the time to actually look into any proof. He just wanted the views.
How do I solve hard? Oh, it's gold.
If you go to my channel, I live record my logins, and I'm actually one of the only traders that do that. I only know one other trader that does that. No screenshots, no screen recordings, literally from the phone to the screen showing me live logging in from the login button.
Yeah, I've seen these. He actually doesn't live stream it. He records himself and then posts that to YouTube. I think he does this on Instagram as well, but he always hides the account. He always hides what's going on. And by the way, all of this stuff is fakeable. The whole thing, guys, you have to understand. You have to ask, does it make sense that a day trader would be giving away their strategy if they were making tons of money? Does it make sense that an 18-year-old made $2 million from $20,000 and then decides to sell a course when he's 18 years old? What does he know? In fact, Noir Trade says his whole origin story is he was an intern on Wall Street, which we'll hear about, and then goes and flips. So that's 16. By 18, he's made $2 million trading. I don't think so. I'm calling BS on that. So this whole proof, he says, is just him logging into an account where you can't even see the account number, and then it just saying he has money in it, which he could have gotten from the students who pay him $300,000 a month for this garbage.
And then going into my documents and showing my P&L for the year.
One of the big parts of the CoffeeZilla video that I thought was really interesting, and it made you look really bad, and it definitely looked compelling that you were a fraud, is that you got asked a question about, if you were so successful trading, why would you teach others? And you stumbled on your words, you didn't look good, and so I was wondering, just looking back on it, what's your perspective now?
So there's two things with that. One of them is, with that interview, you watched the CoffeeZilla version. You didn't watch the actual interview where I actually didn't stumble. The second thing is, between every...
No, you did stumble. In fact, it was so funny that the guy you paid $4,000 to puts it at the beginning of the video because you look idiotic. Hold on, so he's saying that I edited him. To be clear, this is what I watched. This is Loft's video.
This guy is a scammer. He only came to this interview to advertise his scam. Do not join his Discord.
By the way, how pissed would you
Some of us have
be
jobs,
if you
lady.
paid $4,000 and they start the video by calling you a scammer and making you look stupid? I would be furious.
This guy makes money off people, not off stocks.
I actually just posted...
What's your response to that?
I mean, people... So, look.
When's market off?
So that was his edit. He made you look bad, okay? Don't blame it on me. Anyway, I just had to say that because this guy multiple times implies that I just wanted views. I just wanted clicks. I just didn't do my homework. So wait a second. That wasn't me. But anyway, let's continue.
Every interview and podcast, people who get interviewed know that they have to let you know the questions beforehand, or they have to ask you at the end of the video whether those questions are okay or not with you to be posted. And I've approved those questions, and I even came up with a couple of those questions with him.
We're out here with the... Okay, that's another part I wanted to talk about real quick. So Noir Trade says, you know, if I had looked bad, why would I approve these questions? I had to approve these questions because I paid for this. I found this surprising, and I didn't believe it for a second. So I asked Loft, I emailed Loft, and I said, hey, is it true that basically he approved all these questions, everything was like this scripted interview? And to my surprise, let me give credit where credit is due, Andrew Hales came back. I think that is true for the most part. I didn't ask him anything he wasn't okay with, and he approved the final draft before I uploaded, which I think is super sketchy. He paid $4K to do the interview, and I was pretty desperate, lol, even though I knew I'd lose some respect from my audience. He might have had some questions ready for me, but I can't remember. I'm not opposed to that kind of thing if it helps the interview be more successful. Anyways, I was kind of like, wow. Actually, I was shocked that Loft conducts his interviews that way. I mean, thanks for fact-checking that. And I guess that part is true. Which makes me more confused because why would you approve a podcast that made you look that bad? Like, that starts with calling you a scammer and you not having a good response for that off rip. So I was pretty surprised by that, but that checks out. And it made me wonder, guys, have I gotten it all wrong? Is he about to own me in this interview? Does he have the facts on his side? Let's find out.
A lot of your students, they've traded for like 30 minutes too, and I talked to a couple of them.
Let's make sure we do that first so I have the food left over.
Hold on, we need context for this. Did he just say, I watched your students trade for 30 minutes and then just stop?
And I even came up with a couple of those questions with him.
Hold on.
We're out here with a lot of your students. They've traded for like 30 minutes too, and I talked to
Wait, did Noor trade? You just watched him for 30 minutes?
a couple of them. They made pretty good money in 30 minutes.
I don't even remember what I just said.
You just made 1,100. Are you going to keep trading for the day?
No.
So you only traded for about, I mean, we're probably 10 minutes into the trading for the day. We've already done?
Yep. Just like that.
What? What? Wait, what?
No.
So you only traded for about, I mean, we're probably 10 minutes into the trading for the day. We've already done?
Yep. Just like that.
Why so short? It seems like you'd be trading all day.
Yeah, why so short? If you're making so much money, why stop your trading? If you could just print money, if you have a money printing strategy, why trade for 30 minutes a day? Why not trade for a whole day and then you have enough money for like a month or a year? Yeah, it's really sketchy. So they invite over Spencer and they trade for like 5 minutes. Like, oops, I'm in profit, bro. Check it out. I'm in profit. And then, okay, what does he say? I want to know.
How do I only trade for a short amount of time?
So yeah, I mean, I only trade on average maybe 30 minutes to an hour, as long as my level is there. But sometimes it just takes a couple hours for my level to develop.
And what are these guys doing in the back? Is this the trading boot camp? Is part of the trading boot camp that you all take off your shirts and go into the backyard and lift?
My audience is going to see this and go, we still don't believe in a day trader or a stock trader. And the fact that you're making a lot of money brings up red flags to a lot of people. So I was wondering what you could share with my audience about how you can assess if someone is real or fake.
By the way, it's a classic mistake to ask a fake guru how to assess a fake guru. What do you think? They're going to describe themselves? Like, don't trust people in yellow shirts. No, they're going to be like, okay, here we go. All successful traders, they trade for 30 minutes a day. They find their level.
So, I mean, if you can't assess through me, you assess through the people around me. So I flew out 5 random students just to transform their lives.
Bro, is this Gold's Gym or is it a trading boot camp? I would be furious if this guy flew me out to teach me to trade stocks and we all traded for 5 minutes and they're like, all right, great, let's hit the gym. Oh my gosh, what is going on?
Financially, spiritually, mentally. And you could see from his account in the morning, full screen, you could see how much he made this morning. And it's just cool to see people around me make money rather than me, because I can tell you all day how much I make. I can live log in. People will still deny it. But then when you see someone that's 20 years old or someone that's 21 make money, that's a whole different story.
When you were on Fresh and Fit podcast.
To be clear, so far, as I understand it, we've gotten 10 minutes of trading proof. The proof is Spencer Cornelia showed up. They have this gang of guys. They all trade for 5 minutes, and they go, see? We're 100% legit. Well, why did you trade longer? Bro, I just got to hit my level, bro. I just got to hit my level. This is wild. And we're going to get into the accusations in a second, because the accusations, the big ones, haven't been answered at all so far. But hopefully Spencer's going to bring that up.
As you mentioned something about being a trader on Wall Street.
Correct.
What firm, I know some people might ask, like, what firm or what company did you work for?
So this is at the age of 16. I was on Wall Street. The place that I worked at was PMI.
Goodyear? Yeah.
Got it.
It was in the Trump building.
Yeah, because his video was really compelling, and I didn't know much about you. That's why I'm out here. And so you apparently have been trading for many years, and you've been profitable for how many of those?
Oh, by the way, this whole idea of, I don't want to let this point go. The whole idea of I interned at Wall Street when I was 16, I don't know if that's true, for one, but it doesn't mean anything. I interned with like this chemistry professor when I was in high school. I had this weird job where I did that. I wouldn't call myself a chemist. I wouldn't a year later be like, I discovered the secret of synthesizing methamphetamine. No, I wouldn't do that. That's so silly. So I actually found an article where it says he was just doing clerical work on Wall Street. This is from his own Instagram. It says he was doing mostly clerical work. So he went from that, he did some clerical work, to making $2 million 2 years later? I don't think so. I mean, what did you do? Start with $3 million first? How did you do it?
Out of what?
Since you started.
It's been 7 years. I've been profitable since the beginning.
Also, huge red flag. The idea of, I've just always been profitable. Everybody knows there's a million studies out there. Most day traders, over 90%, lose money. It's glorified gambling for a lot of these people. And so when you hear someone saying, like, I have a system and I want to sell it to you, they're going to defraud you. It's all this big scam of trying to teach you. If they had something real to teach, they would keep it for themselves if it really made them this kind of money. It's the most obvious grift in the world.
Right. I actually was talking with this, I was talking with a buddy about this on how, like, you can actually scam for like 6 months to a year, maybe max, like on social media. If you're a real fraud, you can probably make $1 million or $2 million, but at some point that I found, at some point, you're going to get found out. You're going to have a lot of students that are upset. Students are going to send me. By the way, no student has come to me with like, hey, this guy's a fraud. I've lost money with him. That's why I'm.
What does this mean? And what are you talking about? He goes, you can only grift for so long on social media. Otherwise, you're going to get found out. Bro, he was found out in my video. Literally, we showed how he's stealing other Signal groups' chats and then just puts him in his little tip line, his little Discord Signal group. So I don't know what you mean you would get found. He has been found out. And I don't know if you would have been sent something by his students, because have you made a video previously about him? I mean, what are you talking about? Like, is this not the first video you've done? Maybe I'm confused about this, but I don't think saying nobody's personally reached out to me, so what? I don't understand the logic here.
I'm out here with you because if someone was a fraud, I'd probably have been like, hey man, what's the deal here? But no one has. But if you were scamming, I think at some point a lot of people would have come to me and be like, hey man, you got to make a video on this guy.
Yeah, I love that question.
Crazy lady.
Because when people talk online about other traders, I just tell them just wait a year.
Okay.
And I tell them, let's see where they are in a year.
Now I need to get some things because I want to buy some stuff.
Yeah, making $300,000 a month with your little group. Okay.
Seen hundreds of people come and then go. So all you have to do is wait a year or two.
Chop, my friends.
Do you think a year is a pretty good timeline for if someone's a fraud that you'll know within a year?
I would say a year or two. Like Zach Morris took about 2 years.
In the CoffeeZilla video, there was a clip that he used from Loft where you didn't really look good, and he seemed to stumble you a little bit. He asked, if you're so good at trading, why do you sell a course or sell a Discord? And at the moment, you kind of stumbled over your words. It didn't make you look good. I also saw that as it's possible that maybe you just didn't have a good answer at the moment.
Oh,
so I was wondering,
cant?
I don't know, what do you think was a good answer to that?
Yeah.
So the big problem with that is you only watch the Loft interview.
So I think Spencer's being so overly charitable to this guy. In that interview, he was a 19-year-old millionaire selling a course. It doesn't take a genius to kind of figure out what's going on with this guy's story. He says he's going to say that, like, I edited the Loft video, which I already showed you I didn't. But now I want to go to the part of the interview where this guy just starts blatantly lying again, and address that. And my problem with this whole interview with Spencer is he just doesn't push back hardly at all to any of this guy's claims. And so
get out of my ass, bro.
The guy get away with a lot of nonsense under the guise of I'm here
better
to
not steal my
him.
book.
But the research hasn't really been done
put them
to
away.
expose
Even
him
better.
because you're falling for these basic lines that aren't true and are proven not true. Here's that right now.
A big part of CoffeeZilla video was talking about the sales page that you had of
Zion, what's up?
turning a little money into a lot of money.
Yes,
Is that no longer active?
Subscription hype. Thank you so much, my dude.
I did have a funnel page, but
How
that
you
wasn't
been?
it. So
Oh, really? Interesting. This is the big lie in this video, among other things. As I
Don't
said,
judge me.
the sales page I'm talking about is right here. This is the funnel we talked about in the video. This guy's
I know what I'm
claiming
playing.
that this never existed, or at least he didn't create it.
CoffeeZilla was getting that information from other places.
I don't even want to say how many fucking
That wasn't my
expansion
actual
packs
website.
and
My
add-ons
website
I have.
is stockhours.com. He was on a whole separate because people were making fake
Embarrassing.
Instagram accounts about me back then.
That wasn't your sales page?
No.
Okay, Spencer, you got to call him out on this, bud. He's going, oh, it's a fake page. CoffeeZilla got it wrong. It's not really my page. Fake Instagram pages. We'll get into that. But look at this. There's no pushback. There's no nobody reached out to me, asked me where I got that. They're just saying this.
Oh, that's news to me.
Yeah.
'Cause I think that was the center point of the video.
Yeah.
So that was not your page?
No.
It was.
Oh, it's my day off.
Oh,
That page is. I actually tried to go on that page and it wasn't there. So I'm not sure if he made that either he got that information from someone, or he edited that and put that in the video.
Oh, hey guys, I invented it. Maybe I invented that page, that web page, which is claiming that he did this thing and made this money. I'm going to show you where it is. But just look at Spencer's face while he's being told this. I mean, look at his face. There's no pushback. It's just, oh, okay, I guess that's a fact now. I'm bothered by this. Because I feel like, dude, at least ask me about it.
And the book was a little bit big.
Look at...
That page is. I actually tried to go on that page and it wasn't there. So I'm not sure if he made that
Suck it up, bitch.
Either he got that information from someone, or he edited that and put that in the video. I'm not sure what went there.
Dude,
but I tried to go on the website myself and I couldn't find it.
Oh, that threw me off.
Can we do
I
chess
thought it
here?
was your sales page.
No.
I thought you had a whole funnel.
I wish that moment was to
Fine,
reach
I'll
out
say
to
yes.
text me and say,
Having
hey,
a bad
where'd you
day.
get this from? None of that. And that wasn't the center point of the video either. But I'm going to show you where it's from. This is the funnel page that I talked about. And it's from noirtrades.com/page. You can see from the archive, this is back in July 7th, 2019. It says 19-year-old Noir Ada turns 20K into $2 million in 1 year. And then when you go to his website, look at what he said. In 2018, he said, check it out at noirtrades.com. This is the verified Noir Trades account. Now the website goes to stockhours.llc.com. But at the time, it went to noirtrades.com. And there it is in black and white. This sales page that he says I made up, that I invented, that never existed.
I didn't properly read it.
I just can't believe this guy so blatantly lied about something that he knew was on a website of his.
That wasn't a funnel into the Discord at the time?
That wasn't my actual website. My website is stockhours.com. He was on a whole separate because people were making fake Instagram accounts about me back then.
That wasn't...
It wasn't no fake Instagram account. But look, that wasn't even my main point, though. I mean, I'm surprised. Both of them seem to not be addressing the elephant.
Yeah, like I said, I may have
in the
many
room,
add-ons installed.
Which the main point of the entire video is how he stole. It's the climax of the story, which is that Noir Trades, this 19-year-old millionaire, 18-year-old millionaire, whatever you want to call him, was caught stealing someone else's signals. In fact, you can find that here at this Instagram page that showed it. Basically, Noir Ada, in 2019, now remember, this is during the time he says he's already a millionaire, got caught taking a guy's course. He went by Stock Hunter, and this guy's website essentially gave out stock tips. So what this guy decided to do, he decided to put watermarks in his stock, like screenshots.
We're gonna get scammed, I already know.
And he found out that Noir Ada was just stealing his screenshots and posting them to his own chat. So this website exposes it all. And not only that, Noir Trades also got caught in his terms of conditions of his website. He accidentally, like when he copied the terms and conditions from this guy's
I don't want to be
page,
rude in this.
Stock Hunter Trading, and he accidentally left in, I don't know if you can see it, Stock Hunter Trading here reserves the right to update and change the terms and conditions. So he just stole this guy's whole thing. And it wasn't from some professional account either. You might think Stock Hunter Trading was some respected member of the Wall Street gang, but this is Stock Hunter Trading right here in that website. So this is who Noir Trades is stealing his ideas from after the time period where he supposedly was an expert trader, right? He's already selling a course. He's an expert at the time when he's stealing advice from this guy. None of this is in the video that Spencer shot that ultimately didn't end up on his channel, that ended up on Noir Trades' channel. Now, of course, I wanted to ask Spencer about this and understand more of where he came from. I think he told me that, I think he asked that question actually about the...
I wouldn't mind starting a small
stealing
business,
the signals,
but I have no idea how that
and
works.
I don't think it made it into the cut. I think Noir Trades might have edited it out. I don't know. But let's finish this video real quick and get to Spencer's response.
Got it. Okay.
One of the new
Very easy to sit in your studio and make videos about others when you don't know their full story. And so I've done that for a couple years now. And I'm just trying a new style of actually going to talk to people in person, hearing their story. What you don't see with these videos, I know I get a lot of criticism for these, is that you don't see that I hang with them all day. I ask for all the proof. I'm not gonna sit here and show you his phone. I'm showing all the statements he shows with me. And so when I make these videos, I go and hang with them. I wanna hear the full story, which I really...
Hey, just an idea here. If what you're saying is behind the scenes, he's showing you all this proof, maybe you should show us that part. Why show us the students like lifting weights? You know, that doesn't tell us anything. Show us the screenshots of the proof. What is this thing?
Yeah,
I
no
don't
idea.
think this is a very effective way to prove whether somebody is a fake guru or not, is to go to them and go, hey, what's a fake guru? And then go to them and be like, hey, are you legit? And go to them and say, let me watch you trade for 10 minutes. I don't think it's that effective of a way, especially if the core inconsistencies that have been pointed out in the past are never answered or lied about. But without further ado, I want to go ahead and get this response from Spencer. I reached out to him and I said the following. I said, did you film that Noir Trades video? I want to know if like he's the filmer, Noir Trades filmed it. Why didn't you release it? And do you think he's legit? Here's what he said.
I filmed it last summer because I had wanted to switch, make a hard pivot into more long-form content. I thought it would be really interesting to sit down with people who had exposed videos made on them just to hear their perspective. Why didn't you release it? I realized pretty quickly that my audience didn't care for this kind of content, and I released a couple videos and decided not to release his. There was one element that had me a little worried, which is he claims to own and live in this mansion in LA. I did not find any proof that he owned it. He was going to send me the deed, to which he never did. That could be miscommunication, I don't know, but upon further research, it didn't seem that he owned it. That had me a little hesitant because if he was willing to lie about that fact, which doesn't really have any effect on his brand of day trading, I was a little concerned that there could be other things he was lying about. The question, do you think he's legit? I think he's legit based on everything I saw. I saw accounts. I saw his students who were making money. They claimed they were with him for a couple years. They showed their accounts. They preached about how successful he was as a trader and in turn made them as successful as a trader. My buddy who was with me was looking for my blind spots, and we didn't find anything to indicate he wasn't legit as a trader.
Gotta be more skeptical of these people. So yeah, that's his explanation. Basically, the only like catch he found him in was that like he didn't own the LA mansion or whatever, Miami, whatever it was, that place he was staying. Which I'm not surprised Spencer found that part out, because I think he's like that real estate is kind of his thing. I think I would argue though that that's the reason that if you're not like really into stock trading, or you haven't seen day traders before and you haven't talked about a lot of day traders, you're not necessarily going to be able to find out what makes them legit or not. Anyway, I think the idea of a 20-year-old day trader millionaire is absurd on its face. And when they're selling a course, it's not absurd. It's just, you know what they're doing. They're faking it so they can sell a course. So I think this idea of like, oh, I will just assume this guy is legit unless I catch him in the act, when all you're going to see is 10 minutes of trading. I don't know how much trading he actually saw. They say in the video it's 10 minutes. Maybe it was more. He says he saw statements. I don't know how much he saw. But I think that's absurd that you think you're going to be able to catch them, and you should assume they're innocent and like legit when you have them on the record lying about other things.
I should add that the only real way to know if someone is legit or not is to see tax returns, which I have not seen.
I would say that these like people who go investigate people's lives like in person, if you're going to do that type of content, just make sure that you're able to sniff out when you're being thrown BS. Make sure you actually pose hard questions, because now what I have to do is defend this ridiculous like piece that Noir Trades has put on his channel, where he's using an exposed YouTuber to basically promote his brand, when it is obvious with a little bit of Googling that he's lying at multiple parts in this interview. So all in all, I don't think that's ultimately a good look for Spencer.
Damn.
I don't think it's a good look for Noir Trades, because he didn't think I was going to do this video. He thought CoffeeZilla, you know, they don't do videos about fake gurus anymore, but he was wrong. and I'm here to expose this man for the garbage that he's peddling. You guys are paying him $300,000 a month for signals that could be coming from anywhere. They could be stolen. I also just wanted to say really quick that Spencer has done videos in the past that I've really enjoyed on his main channel. Usually it's when he doesn't go see the people in person. I think he's able to look at these things a little more objectively. I think when it comes to people that he sees in person or he's friends with, I think there's like a bit of a smokescreen that gets created and he can't really, I think it's a little tougher for him to see through it. I'll leave it at that. I mean, I'm just going to say like he makes good videos when he's not meeting these people. I think all of a sudden when Spencer meets them, I don't know what happens. I mean, there's nothing else I can say other than that. I don't really know. It's kind of awkward for me to make this video because Spencer and I text here and there. We talk. But you make a video like this, what am I supposed to do? I got to talk about it. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Anyway, sorry. I wanted to put that quick part in as an aside to make it not seem like I'm just like dumping on this guy that does similar videos to me, but this video did not do it for me at all. At all. So yeah, that's basically it. Let me just close it out with the clip that started it all.
This guy is a scammer. He only came to this interview to advertise his scam. Do not join his Discord. This guy makes money off people, not off stocks.
I actually just posted.
What's your response to that?
I mean, people. So look.
Hawk Tua Girl's back with a released podcast that was immediately disavowed by nearly everyone in it who said, oh, we think there might have been insider trading involved.
The podcast was not supposed to go live. They f***ed it up every step of the way. They leaked the podcast, and then they f***ing posted it when it was supposed to be canceled. They f***ed it up twice, and the third was the launch itself.
Accusations flying. The episode got deleted, but it's still out there in the ether now with everyone nitpicking it apart. It's kind of a complete disaster for the Hawk Tua team, and I found even more kind of wrong with it. I want to go through it because, yes, we do get mentioned in it, sort of as the boogeyman of crypto. We're going to get you. If you rug a coin, you know, we might come after you.
CoffeeZilla got on there.
Oh. Wow! Holy fuck, I moved my mouse and my wrist went knack.
Don't ever want to have a conversation with me.
That was like really loud, bro.
Intimidating. I don't know what's the problem here. I'm Joe Rogan inches tall, guys. It's not a striking figure here you're going to be scared of. If you meet me in person, you're not going to be like, you know? Relax. It's fine. Just get on the call. Let's have a conversation. I don't understand. And I also thought this was weird because
the neighbors are making so much fucking
Haley Welch's
noise.
lawyer invited me on the show. In fact, like really, really wanted me on their show and kept telling me how much Haley Welch liked me. Hence the t-shirt, you know. I used to like CoffeeZilla until he wouldn't come on my podcast. Then he is, you know, Voldemort, and we can't mention him. He's scary. Watch out. Don't talk about CoffeeZilla. He's intimidating. Here's the message I got from her lawyer. Haley would like to have you on as a guest on her podcast. You'd be the first guest since the failed crypto token launch and would get significant amount of views, would be very friendly. This guy must not know me. She really likes you. Wow. I thought she didn't want to have a conversation with me. What gives? You know? What happened in only a few weeks? You know, I turned into, you know, the most scary man in the world. Now, I denied it. I said, look, I'm not a fan of what she did with Hawk. I have so many questions. You know, I need details. And then this guy says, I understand your position. I think the more details come to light, you'll understand she was a victim in this. She does care about her fans and others that have lost money tremendously and is cooperating with all authorities as well as Berwick Law Group. This has all been very traumatic for her. And basically come on the show, please. You are the podcast's top priority for the first episode in 2025, guys. Me, the boogeyman, I was honored. To be honest, I was like, wow, I could be on the Talk Tua show. But, of course, I don't want to rehab someone's image who scammed people. And I really felt that questions had not been answered that should have been answered, such as, what was the agreement with Haley Welch and with Doc Hollywood? Very simple question, right? Basically, Haley Welch's position is, oh, I was a victim. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know how much, I was barely going to make money. 125K plus like, half of 10% of the tokens locked for a year. Like this terrible deal. I got taken advantage of by these monsters. Like that was kind of their position. And all I wanted to know was, give me the contract. Show me that is true. And unfortunately, they were not able to give it. He's not in a position to share it, he says. I'm sorry. I said, can't verify anything you say then. Even what you told me about the 50% split, which I had heard Hawk Tua Girl was going to make 50% of all the profits. And he kind of told me, no, that just applies to the tokens. So I was like, oh, well, maybe she's less of a stakeholder in this than I thought. I don't know. I even pinned a comment on it, which we'll talk about. I said, no idea if that's real. He says, come tape the podcast and I'll let you read it. I thought this was really skeevy. I thought that's weird. And not even like let me post it, but just read it. That's super weird. And in general, I find that in these situations, going on people's podcasts where I've reported on them, they are highly likely to do sketchy editing, to try to kind of control the situation so they look as good as possible, obviously. But I'm just not I don't think that ever makes sense. Like for me, reporting on a scam to then like go on their podcast. It doesn't work. So I say no. No, thank you. I appreciate it. Well, they bring FaZe Banks on because FaZe Banks is like the closest thing to doing what I did as well on the live stream. He also confronted Doc Hollywood, and so he was sort of one of the people that broke the news. So I thought, okay, that's a pretty natural guy to bring on your podcast. Now, FaZe Banks reached out to me and said, hey, I'm probably going to do this podcast. Do you have any questions that you'd like to get answers to? I said, yes, I do. I'd really like to see that contract. Now, spoiler alert, FaZe Banks didn't get to see it either. They didn't get to show it. But he also told me, look, we're going to tell everyone, do not talk about this show. It doesn't work if you talk about it because people are going to front run the coin. That's sort of how you guys got into this mess. This would be a disaster if you do that. So our only stipulation, these guys are very positive about crypto, much more like they kind of wanted to like rehab her image basically in the crypto space. So it's like a dream get for Haley Welch. Like this is amazing for her. And because FaZe Banks is basically going to like make it be like, oh, well, you didn't really mean to do that, right? But, he's going to ask some questions, whatever. Well, turns out that didn't go so well. Because when this podcast went live, I thought maybe things went well. Turns out it didn't. Because Banks released this. He said, I agreed to do her first podcast back. I had heavy stipulations of not letting the market get manipulated. I think that's basic. Her team finding a real solution regarding the money she made. Those were non-starters. These people leaked or insider traded the token. We noticed a random spike in volume on the coin the day we did the podcast, along with random messages asking if we did the podcast. So are you guys getting this? Somebody front ran the podcast to buy up all the coins because they knew, ooh, everyone's going to like it when they release this podcast. Let's front run the coin, which is just horrible. It's like, what do you want to re-victimize people? So they call off the pod. They're like, look, even the people most charitable towards Hawk Tua say, we're out. We're done. But today, the episode got leaked. Apparently, there was an agreement. The podcast is never going out, but today it got leaked. I say that because some of the accompanying clips that got clipped seem to be good for Haley Welch. Like where she cries, about the rug pull, and people were saying maybe they kind of felt bad for her, right? From this leaked show. Here's Dexerto saying Haley Welch broke down in tears while talking about the alleged rug pull of her.
I want to start by saying thank you to all my true fans and all the people that actually watch my stuff and they keep up with me. We're trying to sort out all the pieces and stuff to get all this figured out and make everything right. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry.
No, don't cry. Don't cry. Everything's gonna be good. We're gonna be good.
No, you're not. FaZe Banks canceled the episode. Are you guys getting that? He was like, I can't be a part of this, and they posted the clip. can't believe it. That's
Bro, they're making so much noise. Like,
Do y'all
running all over
understand how
the
insane
fucking
that
place.
is?
Holy
how
shit.
this idea got brought to me.
Yelling.
It was supposed to be like a more like
I'm glad
a
it's not bleeding
long-term
through.
coin. And the guy that ran the account, he was like, "Oh, we're gonna change like the way everybody thinks of crypto. Crypto's gonna be a good place." And I feel really bad for all the people that got affected by it, and it just didn't go the way I planned.
That's right, guys. Haley Welch is very sorry. She wants you to know she did not intend it to go that way. And that podcast clip, yes, it wasn't supposed to go out, but it just leaked. We don't know how. I approached, of course, the guys behind it, and they said it was an editor mistake. Oh, oops. Yes, the guys who interviewed us thought we may have insider traded the coin, but this guy says he vouches for the internal team, saying it was none of them. And Better, which is Jake Paul's team, I guess, no way they would ever do something like that, guys. Believe us. We will likely never know the info leak. The clip posting leak today was an accidental by Better's editor who had the episode in the YouTube queue waiting on approvals to release. Now, I don't know if this is true or false. I thought the weird thing about this video is that, like, everyone has had, anyone in media who's, like, had a sensitive episode recorded, you don't, like, do all the work if you think it might get canned. Like, obviously, right? These people not only edited the show, they put an ad in the leaked version of the episode, okay? So I'm not saying it didn't leak. I'm saying it's highly convenient.
This started. Game Time believes in me, y'all, and I believe in them.
Game Time's more loyal than most of y'all's mans out here.
Yeah, some of those guys just leave it the first opportunity they get. Not Game Time.
Not Game Time, guys. Game Time.
That accent makes her sound so stupid, bro. I can't help it. It doesn't do her any favors.
Wouldn't leak an episode on you. So that's just the start of this atrocious episode. But now that it's out, I did take a look at it, and it made me think twice about something that I've been trying to get to the bottom of for a while, which is that contract. The contract I keep asking about. Who was supposed to make the money, right? That's always the question in a case like this. That's what the boogeyman wants to know. I gotta know who to scare.
It's a fucking vampire.
Know whose bed to get under to scare them at night. And I've been repeatedly asking this, and as I've said, basically their position is that she was just the small fry. She was the dupe. She was the person who got tricked into promoting this thing.
Please don't eat me.
It's a scam. But there was a certain thing she said that confused me, because I've heard two things. I've heard Haley Welch is getting half of everything, which is she's not the mark. She's like one of the main players. Or two, she's basically getting $125K and nothing else. Well, I heard this during the show, and it made me think, interesting.
Like half the money, it was supposed to go like into my charity. That's really why I agreed to do it.
Did you hear that?
Like half the money.
Half the money. Now, that's very interesting. That's very different from what we've been told, which is like, oh, it's just $125K. I don't know if the part about the charity is true, that it was all supposed to go to charity. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. Again, that's why I keep asking about the contract. Now, I went to their lawyer, and I was like, look, I don't understand the secrecy with the contract. You could settle this so easily. This guy says, I'm on a phone call. Then he says something he's been saying the whole time. As I've said, the 50% of net proceeds, that's apparently what she's talking about, half the money, was from the mutually agreed upon allocation of tokens. Right? 10% locked for 1 year with a 3-year vest thereafter. Memetic, which is Doc Hollywood, was to get the other 50% of the 10%. So not 50%, only like 5%, 1 year locked up. That's a terrible deal if you guys don't know that. And then he says her intention was to give her side to charity. We never got far enough down the road to make those questions. With regard to not sharing the contract, we can't, blah, 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 blah. We're in a legal situation. Now, this is where I finally had to play some of the cards that I had kept close to the chest up till now. See, I've been talking behind the scenes. I've been doing my little digging, right? And I got a very interesting insider document that a lot of people don't know about. This is from Doc Hollywood himself, which, if you remember, is like the key guy.
Wonderful.
Here he is saying, we'll do best to make it as simple as possible. The pre-sale raise is 50-50 Project Haley. Fees for market making and LP is split between us and Haley 50-50. Now that's a very, very different story than I've been told up until this point. It wasn't 50-50 pre-sale. Like, that's millions of dollars pre-sale. The fees were millions of dollars, okay? Or like $1 million. And that's what I say. Story's very different. This guy says, I think you can safely distrust anything coming from Doc Hollywood's mouth. He's denying it. He's saying, that's not true. And then he says, look, I just can't have the contract published online, willing to let you see it with your own eyes, and saying that's why he was going to let me see it on the podcast. I said, well, these messages were prior to the failure of Hawk Tuacoin. So I don't understand why would Doc lie? Like, this isn't him saying it to cover himself later. It's him like talking in a chat with other insiders back then. So, once again, Christian denies it. He goes, he's not bright. I said, I don't understand your position. You want me to not trust internal messages from before the launch and trust you who refuses to produce evidence?
The fuck is that?
This guy says, look, I can tell you what I think, but I don't have any way of proving it.
A clock.
I then say, you said on the podcast you negotiated the contract personally.
I negotiated the contract with the company.
I don't get why Haley would benefit from such a bad contract if what you said is true. And this is really how I feel. Half of 10% of tokens plus 125K makes 0 sense for someone who's bringing in all of the name recognition. Like, you're bringing the whole thing and you're getting this like measly piece of the pie. It doesn't check out. Like, 125K is a lot of money, but they made like $4 million. So then he says this, the contract says she was paid 125K on signing, 200K within 30 days of launch. Interesting. We didn't know that. And 50% of the net proceeds of the project with mutually agreed upon tokenomics. The tokenomics we agreed to were for half of the 10% of the tokens. Now, I want you guys to realize that what he just said is backtracking on what he's been saying the entire time, which he's been saying the entire time, oh, it's just 50% of the 10%. 50% of the tiny amount of tokenomics we're gonna eat. No. What he's saying here, finally, he's giving us the real story. It's 50% of the net proceeds of the project, period. That is completely different from what they've told me. And so I say 50% of the net proceeds does not mean half of 10%. It means 50% of net proceeds, which is market making, pre-sale. This is like $4 million that they talked about. And I don't know if he's just trying to play dumb here, but he goes, we were told by Memetic that MM fees and pre-sale funds were going to be used to run the project. Guys, it was $4 million. You think it takes $4 million to run a meme coin? Or like 3.9 million? Sorry, it's like 3.9, I think. How are you getting that 50% only applies to 10% of the tokens? I'm baffled. You think they need $3 million to run a meme coin? 3 plus, 3.9 roughly. The dev team, by their own admission, said they had 4 guys. 4 guys do not need to split $4 million 4 ways, right? And so then they just kind of start doing this weird dance, and it got me like realizing
why is that
they're just trying to get
purple?
out of it. Like, if you think for a second they would have said, oh, we only want the 10% if this project succeeded, you're mistaken. They would have asked for the millions of dollars. Now they're saying it because that money's getting them in trouble, right? There's a lawsuit about that money. So they're saying, oh, we weren't
broke again?
No, that's not us. Christian Baker said, we didn't even know the amount of
Someone's
money
a
raised
joker.
from the pre-sale until launch. I say, yes, but you're entitled to that per the literal contract. Also, we were told Meteora was on a de-escalation schedule from 15% down to 1%, and that would happen one after launch. Obviously, that didn't happen. And he said, my understanding is that a large tranche of the pre-sale money was put in the LP. We didn't have the access to the dev. We don't know what wallets. We were also told pre-sale tokens would be on a 1-month lock. 1-year vest. That didn't happen either. And once again, this is where I have to play some of my cards. Because like I said, I've been investigating this. I'm being told, oh, we weren't going to make any money.
Simstagram, what the fuck is that?
I'm just trying to say, like, you guys aren't the victims. I hope you guys are understanding that this is kind of my feeling in all this. They're trying to be like, oh, we barely made a dime. And that's just not true. Like, that's not what they stood to make. I said, what do you mean? You told me I could disregard what Doc said. Remember, he said, oh, you can disregard it. But y'all literally had a contract for 50% of net proceeds. Doc himself said the project was going to cost a few $100,000. If that's the case, pre-sale 2.8 million, fees 1 million, made almost $4 million. Y'all are contractually owed like 1.6 million. And then I shared another insider text I have from Doc Hollywood, where he says, what we can do is put a hard number to the side for the project as cost. Like, we spent a few $100,000 on the project already. That money will be paid back to us off top. Then the profit is paid out. If a few $100,000 is what it costs and the profit's paid out, who's the profit entitled to? Hawk Tuah Girl. That's who it is. And we're all being gaslit about like, oh, I'm the victim. I stood to make no money. Wrong. You wanted to make no money after you realized the money is like being scrutinized and being sued over and possibly being looked into by law enforcement. Like, we don't know. So this literally drives me crazy. And then he goes, where's this from if you don't mind me asking? I say, well, it's an insider chat, allegedly between Doc and the team members. And then he says, you're right that as it stands, she may be entitled to whatever amounts. However, she was supposed to have mutual approval on tokenomics. Her not being given the opportunity to approve the transaction fees, SAFs, and pre-sale identities led to the end result. So literally, he's admitting that he's been not telling the truth about how much money they stood to make. You're right, she may be entitled to millions of dollars from a scam? Like, what? I can't believe they said this. It's insane. So that was a huge revelation. We finally got that out of them. They've been saying this whole time. They even said it during the pod. This guy kind of did this whole thing of like the back end. Oh, the back end, it's only like 50% of 10% locked up for a year. And when the managers take their cut, it's like this tiny amount of money.
Back end, there was a 10% allocation of the token that would be on a 1-year lock and then a 3-year drip after that. Of that 10%, half of that was supposed to go to the company that created the project and half was to go to her. So out of 100% of the token, she would have had 5% at the end. Obviously, she has lawyer, manager, business manager, so even that 5% would have been cut down by over a quarter.
I just found this unbelievable. They're playing the victim. And that's kind of my problem with this whole thing. Look, I can believe a lot of plausible stories here. Now, I really don't believe anything they tell me at this point, but I could be convinced that this might be the case. Maybe it's the case that Hawk Tuah's team was under the impression that all these pre-sale investors were locked up for a month, right? That's what they told me. Again, I don't believe them necessarily, but it's plausible, right? I asked him, when did you learn that the insiders had 0 lockups? He says, when they started dumping. I was told all along the SAFs had a 1-month lock, 1-year linear vest thereafter. I can tell you what I think happened, but I don't have any way of proving it without seeing the SAFs. I have the SAFs, so I can tell you what happened. The pitch deck did say it was a 1-month lockup, okay? And then you get the SAFs, the actual token agreements with like the real investors. No lockup. That's how it all kind of went down, fellas. They lied and they deceived people with fake investment lockups. Like they gave a pitch deck that was not really what the pitch deck ultimately turned out to be. Whether that was a last minute change, whether there's some great way to explain it, I don't think there is. But look, you can believe that, right? But Haley Welch's team this whole time has been acting like so unbelievably dishonest in how they're framing all this to try to make her look like as sympathetic as possible instead of admitting, like, actually, we did have some complicity in this. Maybe we should have asked more questions. We did stand to make way more money than we've let on in a lot of these interviews and with journalists, and we haven't been exactly forthcoming about that. So it makes it hard to be charitable, which kind of they're wanting you to be if we can't see these contracts, if we don't know what they knew, right, at the time when all this stuff happened. And it clearly was a scam because the pitch deck said one thing, they said it was a lockup. The SAFs said it wasn't a lockup. But it's hard to be charitable, right, when this is kind of the way they're interfacing. Even with the FaZe Banks crew, who wanted to be charitable to her.
It's so annoying. Why does it stay?
They were like, look, even when they talked about me, they're like, hey, it's not going to be that bad. We're not going to be like CoffeeZilla.
Yeah, scary guy. Let me tell you, don't ever want to have a conversation with him.
We're a little more charitable than Coffee. I think Coffee kind of has a little bit of disdain for crypto in general. Us, on the other hand, we live and breathe it every day. We want to see crypto succeed.
Even those guys who admit that they have like a bias towards being charitable, right? Maybe I have a bias for being scary. But even they don't want anything to do with her team because her team is leaking stuff, messing up, like all this stuff with supposed insider trading. Again, their team denies it. I got to be clear about that. But clearly somebody was trading on the information, which they shouldn't have. and then leaking the episode as an accident. So, yeah, I just wanted to cover this story, just explain how bad faith they've sort of been throughout this, some of the revelations we've learned since then,
right? I need to
and
have
also admit there's plenty we don't know that I hope will be revealed in this lawsuit, which is happening about this coin, fighting for this money, that clearly Haley Welch's team is like, oh, we don't want that anymore. We just want to, you know, we want to say we're not entitled to any of that. And so I do hope in that lawsuit things actually come out and victims get their money back. But yeah, I just wanted to cover this story now that the hawk truth is floating around on the interwebs. I wanted people to get a more clear, holistic picture of what actually happened, both on the screen and behind the scenes. Okay, see ya. I've been called out by a huge YouTuber, Whistling Diesel. He says, "You're not the brightest bulb, are you?" When responding to my video where I talk about his flirting with day trading, where he made a video claiming to turn 10K into 1 million to prove people are lazy. And he says in the video description, "I wanted to create a series showing people that hate money how truly possible it is to make money and joy." So, we're gonna talk about this because apparently I have been epically trolled. This is according to his big response on Instagram. Did I genuinely just troll CoffeeZilla? I don't think I've seen anyone bite every hook I've cast. This is amazing. He didn't include any of my screenshots I've sent him. Wouldn't that be proper journalism? Time to show Steven Findenstein why I have 9.99 million subscribers. Guys, watch out. Mr. 9.99 is coming at us. Big time with both barrels. So I want to go through, we're going to go through all our text messages together, which by the way, are linked in the main video, have been from the very beginning. We did quote him in our video, but he says the full context exonerates him. It changes the story. We're trying to lead you astray. So I'm going to show you everything today so you can see for yourself. But first I want to talk about this main thing that he seems to be saying where this is all a troll, right? Where have we heard this before? Anytime you take someone seriously, it's all a big troll. Well, let's look at the comment section of Whistling Diesel. These are the people who know him best. They're saying, don't underestimate your subscriber base. They can make and definitely break you. One hell of a way to screw up your channel and destroy your reputation. Not watching
I forgot the program.
this channel again. Now, did all these people miss the joke? All of you, this is not my selection of your comments. I mean, it's funny, in his Instagram post, he like selectively grabs a few screenshots where people with no likes are defending him, saying, if you're taking Whistling Diesel seriously, you're not that bright of a person. But on your comment section, not filtered, where it's all the top comments, people are saying Cody's doing a durability test of your career. So apparently everyone missed the joke. Nobody understood that this was a giant big laugh. This actually isn't even the first time it happened. Previously, he got in a fight with people because he called a Ferrari a, quote, normal car. You just think it's crazy because you're poor and have low standards. That's the bare minimum. And when people rightfully called him out for this insane out-of-touch take, instead, he once again kind of said, well, they're just not getting the joke.
This guy got offended that I called everyone poor. You know what? Cry me a river. Do you think if I walked up to Jeff Bezos and said, you're poor, would he get offended?
No, probably not.
Mr. Jeff is gonna laugh. Because Jeff Bezos knows he's not insecure. But yet, if I go up to a homeless person and call them poor, they still laugh because they know they're poor. They're not trying to, I'm not poor. They don't get all sensitive about it. But yet, if I call one overbite, greasy head, redneck, with 5 missing teeth poor, they get all upset and cry to mommy.
And here's where we first see Whistling Diesel's special brand of comedy. Yes, he will use a Vine boom effect 5 times in a row.
Overbite, greasy head, redneck, with 5 missing teeth poor.
But also, he will often say something kind of sincere after he makes this big joke.
Maybe that's because you know that you're not where you want to be in life and you're mad about it.
So the over-the-top character serves something that he ostensibly believes. He really thinks if you don't like out-of-touch millionaires like him calling people poor, that must be just because you're a hater. You're not where you want to be in life. Not realizing that he has actually lucked out. He lucked into a very high-income job. And I can admit that because, hey, guess what? I'm a YouTuber as well. And yes, sure, we work hard, but at the same time, it's not as hard as like being a teacher, which gets paid way less. It's not as hard as being a cop, a firefighter, which get paid way less than a lot of YouTubers at the top end. So this idea that a Ferrari is a normal car and that everyone else who can't afford it must just have low standards, I think is just incredibly stupid. Now, just so I wouldn't get trolled again, I wanted to make sure that this sentiment he's expressing about Ferraris isn't secretly a 10,000 IQ comedy play, right? It's not some satirical thing that he doesn't actually believe. So we actually discussed it over text, and he said this. He says, a Ferrari is very attainable, and anyone that thinks they're unattainable should raise their standards and try harder in life. But it's not about cars. People stay impoverished because they think big things are unattainable and lower their goals. And so, yeah, when you press him on this thing he's joking about, it turns out he actually does believe it. He does believe people are impoverished just because they haven't set high enough goals. And you're gonna see something similar with this day trading thing. He's gonna claim that he went in there with an over-the-top attitude and it's just all a troll and we fell for it. But when you actually get to the heart of what the video's saying, the video is pushing Alex as this super great trader. Cody is just the foil to that as the uneducated guy, which is something we pointed out in our main video. I mean, we directly addressed it. And it's kind of a strange mix because Cody seems to not take this seriously at all, while Alex is very serious. So he's gonna claim we got trolled because he played this character, but when we ask him, actually, what do you believe? Does he ever say, oh no, it's just a joke. I don't actually think people should be day trading. I'm not actually trying to promote day trading gurus. No, he doesn't say that because I don't think that's what he believes. But we're gonna jump into it because, you know, we're gonna talk about the full context because actually what you're gonna find is that we Adam 22'd this guy, okay? If you remember Adam 22, we warned him not to do the scam and then he did it anyways. And then he later called us a grifter. And I'm like, wait, what? I tried to stop you. Well, that's kind of what I did with Cody Whistling Diesel is when I first went to him, I was thinking, look, this is kind of an interesting video, but really I wanna just tell him that the guy he promoted might be a fake guru, right? I just want to warn him because maybe he wasn't educated. So a lot of the conversation you're going to see is actually me just trying to plead with him to not continue spreading this misinformation to his audience, right? Not continue to do this. And that's what I was so surprised by is now he's saying like, oh, this was all a big satire, but you never mentioned that in our conversation where I'm telling you, I'm warning you that if you didn't know, now you know, you've been warned. So let's talk about it here. This is the start of our conversation. This is, hey, this is CoffeeZilla trying to reach Whistling Diesel. I'm reaching out for comment about your recent YouTube video where you featured a Forex day trader who's selling courses. FXAlexG is his handle. Did you get paid to do that video or in some other way like access to his Bugattis? It's not your normal type of content and seems sponsored. He says, can I prove it to you? So I prove it. He says, epic, as much as I'd love to say he paid me for the headlines, I actually wanted to see if I could make money day trading. Trying it for the new experiences and content, although it's hilarious how people are reacting to it. So there we see, he doesn't say, hey, this was a big joke. He doesn't say, oh, this was a big satire. He says, I wanted to see if I could make money day trading. And so he posts his screenshots with Alex, and here's the content idea that he comes up with. He says, I'm experimenting with different style videos where I basically try a new experience or buy something new to try it out. I thought a Cody invests all his money day trading a video would be cool, where I shadow you for like a day and we use 20K of my own money to see what we can do with it. Obviously, we don't want to actually lose money, but we could pretend to do all the worst moves like panic buy and sell based on no information, and you're just cringing, LMAO. Alex responds, I think that's a fire idea, we can make it lit. So this is where the whole argument that, hey, it's just a big troll, it's just a big satire. But at the core of the video, Cody's trying to actually learn something about day trading. He's trying to show people something real about day trading, which is why this whole thing of like, it's just a satirical joke doesn't really fly with me. I ask him directly, is it your statement that the whole video was a joke? And he responds, my statement is the same as from the beginning. I wanted to try day trading as a beginner, so I did and filmed the experience, lol. So when you actually press Cody on like, hey, why'd you do this? Was it a big joke? Was it a big satire? You actually get, no, it was a sincere try at day trading as a beginner. Yes, he played up this character, which we talked about in our video, but ultimately it was about him sincerely trying. Now that was later in our text thread, I just wanted to show that. I'm gonna go back up to the top and we're gonna continue from there. And in these screenshots you see, okay, sort of like, hey, if you're confident, I'll do like 100K. It'll be viral, I think. I have no clue what I'm doing. Oh, I'm confident AF. We just have to catch a good session, so we have to have a good time. So here's these extra screenshots here. Literally just tell me with 1 day notice. This is Alex G. He's talking to, what if we did it this week? I'm down. Let's do it. Anytime this week works. Okay, so then he responds to me. And I legit made 9K from 10K in 2 hours trading. Probably going to make another video for people calling it scammy. So again, you know, he knows people think it's scammy that he did this. I said, thanks for the context. What broker did he or you use? And did you think it was weird that he asked you to blur stuff? Now, Cody responds, I don't even know what a broker is actually. All we blurred was his account balance. Now, I found this a little weird because like a broker is like the most important thing and also how people fake trades in Forex. So at this point, and you can go watch my videos on Trader's Domain right now, which has been charged by the CFTC. You can go see my stuff on Omega Pro, where there have been charges by the FBI. But, you know, I'm thinking at this point, maybe Cody just doesn't know, right? So I tell him, he's been accused, FXLXG, multiple times of fake trades and faking stuff. He does technical analysis, which is a bit like astrology for finance. There's little evidence it works over long periods, and tons of evidence that 99% of traders lose. Forex is one of the most scammy markets in the world, and faking trades is the oldest trick in the book. Broker is who executes the trades. There are ways to rig trades in your favor. He responds, I see. I sat there and watched it all. Made 9K in 2 hours-ish, haha. I actually told him when to pull out my money and everything. And so you'll see, I continue to plead with this guy. And do you get the sense that I'm not actually trying to get him here? Like, I'm just trying to explain it to him. I say, I hear you, but I can't say without more info whether those trades were rigged, right? Because things are blurred. I don't know which broker they're using, but what I can say is that Forex is full of the biggest fraudsters in the world, and this guy checks a lot of the boxes. Now, later, obviously, we realize he's, you know, promoting this prop firm that he actually owns, which is insane. You know, he's telling minors that they can, you know, trade on their parents' accounts, which they're not allowed to do. He's telling people to VPN, right? But then I say, they want to use people like you to self-promote so viewers buy the course. He says, interesting, I didn't even know he had a course, lol. Everything I watched that day was legit, though. We didn't fake anything. Then he says, literally as you're texting me, my COO messages and says he caught an ex-employee charging 35, whatever. He's trying to give me another story. I'm not gonna bite. I say, yeah, that's the main way most of these gurus make money. Think about it logically. If you just have a proven system to make millions of dollars consistently, why would you give it to other people for $2,000 a pop? This is always the question I ask these people. It's like, it doesn't make sense to give away your edge. You could just start up a massive hedge fund if you really had the strategy, raise tons of capital, and scale it to billions. Instead, all these guys do is get a MetaTrader account, get a bunch of flashy cars, sell a lifestyle, and teach basic technical analysis, promising young people to get them rich. The guy's motto is set and forget.
What?
It's the
Who the fuck
definition
is
of a
this?
get-rich-quick scheme. Everyone knows there's no such thing as getting wealthy by setting and forgetting. I mean, again, you know, I can't believe he's coming at me going, you should have shown more screenshots. My guy, do you think that makes you look good? It's just me explaining, like, really methodically how the grift of these gurus work. And so I think it's funny, he's like, show more of our texts. Fine, we'll show all of them. It's just Cody being like, well, maybe I saw everything, even though I know nothing about day trading, according to him. I would know somehow if it was legit or not. So we have a long conversation. I will, again, link all of this below. A lot of this is, once again, me saying, look, there's a reason that people who have profitable strategies, they're just running hedge funds, right? Why would you give away your alpha? People don't understand that in finance, different strategies have a size limitation because at a certain level, you're affecting the market with the size of your trade. So as you size up, your alpha starts to diminish because you start to become more of the market. So the idea that if you were super successful, you would sell your trading ideas is insane. And I just explain it here. It's complicated, but TLDR, if you had success in the Forex market, the last thing you would do is give away your edge. And I explained to him, there's tons of people doing this. Then he gets to the whole I didn't promote him thing. I literally went day trading with him and made $9,000. He's factually skilled enough to make double my money in a few hours. And then we get back to Cody's beliefs about society and money. I truly believe society is so stupid that if I made a video about how to easily make $1 million, which is what I'm doing in the series, they still wouldn't take advantage of it because society is trained to avoid risk and not aim high. Again, that was the perfect chance to say, hey man, it was all a joke. Instead he goes, I'm showing people in this series how to easily make $1 million. That's what Cody says behind the scenes. Now, if this is part of the epic troll, if this is still part of the over-the-top brand, I guess I just don't get Cody's unique brand of comedy. Quote, hence why him giving away his edge probably isn't affecting his edge. The same reason I was scared to show people how to make good YouTube videos for years, because I thought everyone would do it if they had information, and there's only so many viewers in a niche. Nope, most people won't even try something because they're too lazy and don't want to take a risk. I said, you don't know the broker, but you're so confident it was a real and not simulated trade or fake trade. Did you check? How did you even get your money on the platform to place trades? Did you wire to him? And then I show him where he's saying that LQH Markets is a trusted broker. Athens Markets, that's his old broker, and it has really poor reviews. I show him that US people aren't even allowed on the platform, once again pointing out all the red flags in this guy. But he just responds, no, I just said I wanted to put up $9,000, but I profited, so I didn't have to pay him anything. And here's where we first learn that Cody did not actually put up the money, I guess, or is what it sounds like from his messages, which was an angle I didn't even get into my main video, but since we're, diving into the messages, let's just expose this. He claims that he went there with $9,000, but because they made money during the session, he didn't ever put the money in, right? It was just an account that I guess Alex already had set up. So it just was all even at the end of the day. But then he replies, I don't even know what this means. That's the whole reason I went day trading for video. I watched the trade happen in real time, and I told him when to pull out my money. Actually, not his money, because he didn't put it in. But he says, not sure how you could fake it, though. And that last line is specifically part of what my video was about how you can use simulated trades to make it look like you have a real balance and place trades, and you're not actually making any money. You're just using these simulated accounts. Now, again, we don't know what the case was there. There was so much blurred. There was so much that we don't know about what broker they were specifically using there. And the other part of my video was about how risky it is to try to flip an account like this. And I showed how, by their own admission, they nearly blew up the account once. And if you just continued the trade, they would have blown it up if they continued to leave their money in the markets. And that's really all there is to it. Those were all our messages, all the screenshots. And I have to ask you guys, do you guys think that makes Whistling Diesel look better, knowing that I tried to explain all this before I made my video? I tried to explain why his video was wrong behind the scenes. Like, if anything, I think the additional context makes him look worse. But we're gonna talk about all the follow-ups to all of this, because subsequently, me and Cody have been talking over text, and I've been trying to understand, like, his whole energy and all of this is pretty weird. I thought I was really fair to him, probably overly fair. And I said, why are you saying that, okay, you're not the brightest bulb? I said, look, I'm happy to invite you on an interview or chat if you want. Did you know Alex was pushing a prop firm he secretly partially owned? And he said, because you took everything in the video seriously. I don't know what a prop firm is. I'm not a day trading expert. That's why I made the video. He asks where I'm located. I say, you made the video and did zero due diligence. You just YOLO 10K to show people who hate money how possible it is to make money and prove people are lazy. It's just a stupid idea. I said, look, I'll send the Zoom link. And I said, look, I'm not going to tell you where I live for obvious reasons. It's a safety issue. This is why I don't do in-person interviews or stuff like that for people I'm reporting on. But he doesn't like that. He likes the idea of speaking to me in person. He says my whole video is a weird or hypothetical, not including actual screenshots. And he says, although I'm not him and don't know and can't speak for him, I may be down for an interview, but only if it's in person. We get in a discussion of why we would do it in person instead of via a live stream. I explain I have safety concerns with that. He says, Tucker Carlson met with Vladimir Putin for an interview of proper journalism in person, but you're too scared to meet me? And like, this is something I get a lot. People try to like bait me into meeting them. And I've always had the same policy on this. There's literally no reason for me to meet any of these people in person. There's no extra questions that I can ask them in person that I can't ask them on a live stream. So that offer's still open. But Whistling Diesel has put on his Instagram now that he's thinking of challenging Coffee Chicken to a boxing match. So, yeah, it's just stupid. Like, none of this actually serves the point, the actual meat of the allegations. Instead, it's just distractions, which I guess is the point. And I also try to explain to him that it's funny he brought up Tucker Carlson, who did a puff piece about Russia, like going to the stores and being like, look how clean and awesome it is.
It's perfectly clean and orderly. Look at that. It's fresh too, so it's apparently pretty good.
And my point was, the reason he met him in person is because it was gonna be an easy to like non-confrontational interview. Had it been confrontational, he would have been very stupid to meet him in person for that interview. I mean, this is a guy who's had dissidents assassinated. So I think it's weird that he brought up like Putin as his example of like, if you're gonna interview him, you have to go in person to meet him for like a real interview. It's like, no, you don't. And I proceed to ask him a couple more questions. Were you surprised to find that Alex promotes his course to minors who aren't even allowed to trade? And then I ask him the question about Ferraris, where we've already read that answer. About the minors thing, he says, I don't know the implications of minors trading, but it sounds like an amazing idea to me. Not sure how it could hurt to learn something new. To which I respond, I say, you're a combination of arrogant and uneducated in a way that is deeply painful. He says, use it in a video. I say, I will be using it. He says, personal insults. That's the entire concept of my brand, bro. I said, not meant as an insult. I just mean your responses on Ferraris come off as uneducated and arrogant. He says, I'm sorry my opinion about the feasibility of owning a Ferrari offends me. It does not offend me. I just think it sends a bad message to your followers. And they don't even like it. Like, who likes your message? Your followers are telling you you're out of touch. And your response is they're just haters. I tell it to you, you're saying, oh, I'm sorry it offends you. It doesn't offend me. I just think you're wrong. He says, I guess my goals are just higher. The world is most definitely in a difficult position. Many people can barely afford to put food on the table. The easy of my current life shouldn't be offensive. It should be proof that people can dig themselves out of holes and achieve their dreams. Finding offense at that is the exact reason most people will never achieve their goals. And here, once again, no one's offended that Whistling Diesel is successful. Everyone's just annoyed that now that he's successful, he assumes that everyone else is lazy for not being equally successful. That's the annoying part. So yeah, I just wanted to make a quick follow-up to this video. He seems to think that me not reading every single screenshot somehow was this big gotcha. He thinks that I was afraid to show it, even though I linked it. But look, I'm happy to show you. Those are all our texts. And yeah, I'll link them below so you can read them for yourself. I think it makes him look much worse because I tried to address all of this with him beforehand in private. But yeah, I guess this is where we're at. I personally find Whistling Diesel out of touch. I think his new attitude about money is uneducated. I think it is arrogant, but I'm not offended by it. I just think he's wrong. You don't have low standards if you don't have a Ferrari. You're very unlikely to get rich day trading. These gurus trying to sell you courses, most of them are fake. And yeah, that's basically it.
I don't understand.
Well, Josh, are you ready to waste another day of our lives?
I'm always ready for that. How do you want to do it today?
It's a very special day.
Oh.
This year is the 35th anniversary of the release of the first consumer-grade camcorder.
I did not know that.
But before that camera, what existed was you had this thing, which is just the camera.
Yeah.
And then you had to run a cord out of it that would go into a shoulder strap VCR
like
that you would have to lug around.
Kind of deal.
You can use it with a Panasonic color TV camera to record.
On who's more responsible for political violence, Democrats or Republicans? And today, the structure of this conversation is going to be, we'll give everyone a chance to introduce themselves, then we'll do 2-minute openers, and then we'll have a free-form discussion. Hopefully, I can stay out of the conversation as much as possible. I only have 2 rules.
Somebody asked
One,
if I
try to
debate
stick to the
straight
subject,
men.
And 2, try not to
Can't get mad at me
interrupt
that the
each
left
other
is
as
full of
much as
gays.
possible.
Why you get mad at me for that
Mr.
for?
Soypill, would
Not
you
my
like
fault.
to shout yourself out?
Yeah, what's up? I'm the Soy Pill. Thanks for having me. I do video essays and I stream sometimes. Do I give my intro now or just say who I am?
We'll do openers
later. Okay, yeah, that's cool.
And then John Paul.
All right, I'm John Paul. I am a student at UC Berkeley, where I'm studying philosophy, economics, and public policy. I'm also the president of the Turning Point USA chapter here, and I've made several appearances on media outlets such as Fox News or The Charlie Kirk Show, and have done a lot of work within the conservative movement.
All right, Mr. Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible. I'm a political satirist, and I'm a political analyst, and I do debates of all sorts all around the world.
All right, and finally Vince.
I am the Vince Wilson Show. I am a political commentator. I stream on YouTube, Twitch, and occasionally I will be on TikTok Lives. And I try to post as many YouTube Shorts and TikTok Lives as possible. So you can find me on any of those platforms.
All righty. Soy, you have 2 minutes.
You got 2 days to
Yeah,
get those.
I'll be faster than that. So, yeah, the stats show that the overwhelming majority of political violence is committed by the
One day.
right wing. But I wouldn't attribute all of this to rhetoric. I think many people need extreme circumstances or mental illness in their life to want to risk everything and think that their violence will have substantial impact. It's also kind of silly that we talk about political violence in America as some sort of like major thing when you can look at, I don't know, the Troubles during Ireland or any other political violence where it becomes a part of everyday life with paramilitaries. But to be fair, we're still gonna, centralize this to America. And I think that ultimately, if we want to look at whose rhetoric is more harmful, it's undeniably also the right. Democrat politicians, again and again, will try to build bridges and condemn violence, while Republicans, especially Donald Trump, will deflect, turn up the temperature, and even pardon those who commit political violence on his behalf, calling to defeat the enemy within, the Democrats, the extremist party, or in some cases, the party of pedophiles. So I think the rhetoric and blame is incredibly one-sided.
All right, John and Paul.
All right. Once again, I just want to thank everyone for being here tonight and everyone who's watching. And tonight's debate hinges on whoever can pin the most blame on the opposing mainstream political party. And I never thought I'd have to debate violence against the party of death, riots, and abortion, but here I am defending what I believe to be the obvious answer to the question. Now, due to the left's tendency to misclassify and misrepresent political violence, I will be extra clear on the framework for the debate morally and definitionally. Violence is the behavior involving physical force to cause harm or destruction. And when that violence is political, it is set to achieve certain political ends. When we analyze which party is more culpable for the presence of political violence, we must look at the specific actions taken by the mainstream party that are plausibly linked to the occurrence of those political violent actions. The more impactful, damaging, and persistent that political violence is, the more culpable the mainstream party is as a result, assuming you could properly link the party to the violence. With that said, the core distinction between the two parties is clear. Almost all violence from the right comes from the fringe right and is always condemned, whereas almost all violence from the left comes from the overwhelmingly present factions with strong ideological backing and influence in the mainstream Democratic Party, which typically normalizes, excuses, or rationalizes violence. The violence from the fringe right cannot be linked to the Republican Party since, again, their ideology is never taken seriously by the party, and such violence is always condemned. The violence from the left is strongly associated with the rhetoric, ideology, and the movement of the mainstream left, which is culpable for fostering a climate for such violence. In modern U.S. history, the largest sustained political violence comes from the left, in which the mainstream persistently tries to exclude reports of discussion or political violence, namely the 2020 BLM and Antifa riots, which caused $2+ billion of destructions, dozens of murders, and thousands of injured officers. Kamala Harris, as a response, promoted the Minnesota Freedom Fund that bailed out rioters, and major news outlets described the arson as looting as justice, with many left-wing academics and activists openly arguing that property destruction isn't violence. The aggressive and persistent references to Republicans as fascist, Nazis, and literally Hitler also does not help. If you think it is good to kill Hitler, which it is, then it is good to kill Republicans. Maybe that's why Charlie Kirk's assassin etched in Antifa slogans and catch fascist on the bullet that he used to shoot him with. So the distinction is clear. If a pro-life Jewish conservative walks onto Columbia University, he's at risk of being assaulted.
You almost done?
Yes, this will be the last line. If a pro-life Jewish conservative walks on Columbia University, he is at risk of being assaulted. Whereas if a general Democrat walks on Hillsdale College, he's at risk at losing a debate. So I think the framework for this is very clear. Fringe right is responsible for most of the violence from the right, whereas the mainstream left is responsible for building the climate that creates these large-scale violent acts.
All right. Thank you very much. Andrew Wilson.
Shouldn't the leftists go first? So it's left, right, left, right.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point, actually. I was just going in order of introduction.
I mean, not to tell you how to run your own show, but just so you know, I'm better at it than you. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you. Vince.
Yeah, I got you. So, who is more responsible for political violence in America? The evidence shows the right commits more of it, but the difference isn't just in the numbers. It's in the response. When violence comes from the left, Democrats condemn it outright. When it comes from the right, Republicans deflect, blame mental illness, and ignore their own rhetoric. That imbalance matters. One party takes responsibility, the other refuses. Own the consequences of its rhetoric, it becomes indirectly more responsible for the violence that follows.
Alrighty, thank you for the very succinct opener. And Andrew.
Yep.
That's it. Okay.
Yeah.
All
Very
right.
succinct. To the point.
Yeah, I guess. All right. So all of the claims from our opponents are going to hinge on studies that I guarantee you none of them have read. The soy pill likely will actually tell you the truth about that. He's pretty good about that. He'll probably actually tell you, you know what, I didn't actually read any of these. Vince Wilson will not. He'll pretend like he did, but he didn't read any of them. Let me tell you how I know that. I know that because of all the claims as I've gone through the two which they focus on, which are from the Cato Institute, and then the second one, which is from a specific project that an Antifa member is in charge of. The first claim is that the right is responsible for 6 times as many terror deaths compared to the left, and that's according to Cato. That's what they focus on. And the truth, Cato only focuses on deaths from terrorism and has glaring omissions, which put the entire study in question, which includes the fact that Michael Renault is Portland Antifa, and he's on camera saying, well, that he is. So anyway, Daryl Brooks, who's a noted black supremacist, in case you guys don't know this, killed 6, all white, injured 70. Comments on whites. As we get into the study, guess what? Not included, even though there's a political motive. We can compare this. So, by the way, the Atlanta spa shooting, this is with Robert Aaron Long, listed as right-wing, killed 8. But what's really funny about this is if we compare it with Sutherland Springs, where 26 are dead, it's not included at all. So every time I make a comparison to when the motivation was pretty clearly left-wing, they just don't include them. So what I need to see is, one, I need to see in their studies that the 2020 Summer of Love, baby, actually is counted as a left-wing violence. It's not going to be, which skews the numbers. And also, I have an exhaustive, almost exhaustive list of left-wingers who have conducted political violence who are not included in any of these studies. Example, I think his name is Mauricio Garcia. He killed 8. The ADL disputed that was even politically motivated. Vance Bolter, this is another one. He explicitly told reporters that it wasn't due to pro-lifer Trump, that the congresswoman, that he shot this congresswoman because he was anti-abortion. None of these things get included or classified correctly. And so here's what's going to happen. Every study you fuckers cite, you dishonest fucking leftist scumbag cite, I'm going to pull it up, and I'm going to go through and I'm going to look for these names, and if those names aren't there, they're not cited in there, I'm going to know that you're a bunch of gutless fucking liars, didn't read your own shit, because that's what always happens, right? Every single time. You're a bunch of filthy, gutless, lying sons of bitches, and you're not going to get away with it today.
Someone's in the worst
We're going to go through your dumbass studies, and we're just going to look at the classification. We're going to find out that when it's reclassified correctly and we take out, prison violence from prison Nazi gangs, that, well, it turns out not quite as lopsided as we've been led to believe. So, yeah, I'm happy to get into this debate. And John, it's nice to meet you. And let's stomp these fucking tards.
Alrighty, gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Yeah, just first off, I want to say, Andrew, you jumped ahead of yourself a little bit there. I am not using the Cato Institute. I'm not using the ADL. I'm using the Center for Strategic and International Studies, which is the one that kind of...
Yeah, the CSIS.
Yeah, the CSIS.
Yeah, I got him in front of me.
Got him up, yeah. Okay. That one maps up to the DOJ one as well, which is taken down, right?
Yeah. Would you like to go through the CSIS and look at all of the disputes and problems that I have with the CSIS study?
I would actually ask you to affirmatively show me any sort of study that shows that the right wing is overwhelmingly not the committers of violence. You can poke holes in anything, and I understand that, hey, this didn't include that, and you could have up to thousands of examples, but if there are thousands of examples of violence and your little discrepancies are well within the margin of error, unless you can provide me a study that shows that the right wing is not committing more violence, I'm sorry, I'm not going to play this doesn't count because I don't want it. So let's see your study.
First, we need to make sure that we classify these things correctly. Can we classify what you and I, or what we and your side would consider to be right or left wing, and what would fit in that category? so that we can determine if those people who fit in that category are conducting violence or not.
I bet if we get into the definition game, we're going to be here for 2 hours, but we can try.
Well, I mean, I think it's pretty important that we understand that if there's people here who are being included who you don't even consider left-wing or right-wing, that they probably shouldn't be included to begin with, right?
Yeah,
and
like,
by the way,
hang on.
Let me finish. Almost done. I'll toss it back over. The biggest problem that you have with your frontal argument here is you're saying, on the positive front, if you don't show me studies, even though you're already disagreeing with the classifications in these studies, which are already out here, that somehow that means that we lose. That's absurd. I'm disagreeing with these classifications to begin with. And if you could show me the equivalent of your high-profile leadership getting shot and your president's almost getting murdered, I'd love to see it. But your studies, the studies which are used for this positive claim that right-wingers are doing it more, are very suspect.
Right. I'm not saying that if you can't give me a study that shows that left-wingers do it more, that you lose the debate. I'm saying that I have a classification that I mostly agree with that's used here. And if you have a different classification, or if you heavily disagree with this classification, I would love to see some evidence that uses your classification and also shows that left-wingers do it more.
Well, let's start with your truth
if you were
claim.
able to take the numbers out of this study and say, well, actually, I classify this differently, we can compare those two numbers, then ultimately, like, I don't know, drop a new graph, like, sure, I could use that would be fine, but otherwise I don't think there's a point in going through and saying, well, I have a minutia of problems with this classification, therefore, especially when in my intro I said specifically, if we want to get into the rhetoric and what is actually causing it, I think that's much more important, but we could do either one.
Well, the first thing that we would need to do is create these classifications to make these determinations, to make sure you even agree with them yourselves. Why is that so important? Because if your fucking assholes are going to be running around telling people that the right is committing much more political violence than the left, and then banking on studies as the thing which proves this for you, then you're going to need to demonstrate that first and foremost.
I think you ought to demonstrate how Daryl Brooks, who killed Sticks, was a politically motivated attack. Can you elaborate that for me, Andrew?
What's that?
Can you elaborate how Daryl Brooks, who killed Six, was a politically motivated attack? You mentioned him in your opening.
Oh no, I was making a comparison about how they don't make these classifications correctly by their own rules in that particular study. I'd have to bring both those studies up for the comparison, but that was the point I was making.
So Daryl Brooks' example was you just don't know nothing about that case then, right?
Can you repeat back what I just said? Please.
I want you to answer mine.
Yeah, I know, but I need you to repeat back what I just said so that I know that you know what I just said. What did I just say?
You were trying to mention in your opening how these are glaring contradictions.
No, I didn't say that they're contradictions. You're a fucking idiot. What I said was that if you make a comparison, this thing over here is left-wing violence. This other thing that's exactly like left-wing violence is not left-wing violence. It's omitted, right? Then what I'm asking is that if we're going to make these types of comparisons, let's create a classification for what we consider left-wing to be, what left-wing violence is, and then see if I can go through an extensive list of left-wing violence and make sure that these things were actually included, because if not, we have glaring omissions. Do you agree?
Okay, and you mentioned Daryl Brooks.
Yes, as a comparison.
How is Daryl Brooks? Hold on, no.
Something at least 500 simoleons.
How is that an example of left-wing extremism? Please elaborate.
I wasn't saying that it was. I was making a comparison that we can bring up all of these different names so that we can make a determination on if they are actually included as being left-wing violence, not left-wing violence, right-wing violence, not right-wing violence.
And you use Daryl Brooks. So answer the question.
What's the question?
Why did you use Daryl Brooks as a form of left-wing extremism?
I didn't.
Tell me about the case.
I didn't, you stupid fuck. I didn't.
Yes, you did. You did.
Okay, fine. Then I guess I'll clarify as much as I possibly can, since you have the IQ of the room that you're in. Very clearly, what I'm trying to do is establish a comparison contrast. Left wing versus right wing. And if we agree thing, left wing or right wing, and then we can determine if they in study or not in study. That's it.
Did you or did you not use Daryl Brooks as an example of left-wing extremism?
No, I don't think I did. I think I was making an example of comparisons.
Go ahead. We'll continue.
But in any case, I just clarified it 15 fucking times. If that's what you heard, then that's definitely not what I meant.
I
who
just proved that you
cares?
did not do any basic research on what the Darrell Brooks case was about. So I'm glad. We'll continue. Go ahead.
What does this have to do with anything? In fact, even better, let's say I'm completely ignorant on all of
It's a
these
little big,
cases.
no?
Then I guess going through each of them and determining
Like
whether or
it's-
not they're left or right-wing violence would behoove both of us, wouldn't it?
I think that we should stay focused on less about these definitions, which we can get into, but it's just gonna be a semantic.
What is
argument.
more
I think
fucking?
we should stick to.
This is
So-
this is a semantical.
so-
this entire argument is semantics. Left wing versus right wing violence is completely 100% semantics. What else is it? What else is it besides semantics, bro?
Vince, the issue is that we're not going to. We're talking about the semantics because the studies are primarily focused on classification. They're not going to include the 2020 BLM and Antifa riots because property destruction, for some reason, lighting a building on fire is not political violence. But when a white supremacist who became a white supremacist in prison to survive commits assault on another prisoner, somehow that's that is political violence perpetuated by the right. And your burden is much, much more stronger than simply citing a number in a study. You can't just cite a number in a study, say, hey, look, this study, based off of faulty classification, shows that there's more political violence from the right. You can't just do that because you don't know the proper classifications of things. And when you do adjust for the classifications of things, you understand where the largest scale scope of political violence has occurred, which side it is from. And you see that the left has persistently, time and time again, excused, rationalized, stood in front of burning buildings saying the mostly peaceful protest behind me. And you go in there and you cheer with these studies and saying, like, look at this
Chuck
study.
Schumer
This is
go
what I
out and
have.
said, that's great. So if you go to the BLM protests, you can see where Chuck Schumer actually came out and said that the small minority who have exploited the protests to wreak havoc and violence are wrong, and they are not taking part in the grand American tradition of First Amendment protest. That was from
Okay, so why do you
the BLM
think
protest.
Kamala
We
Harris
also had
raised
Gretchen
bail
Whitmer.
funds
That's
for-
great. We still had Gretchen
That
Whitmer.
has
who
nothing
said
to do with
these
anything.
Who have taken to the streets yes, because what it means is that the left, once again, as I mentioned, consistently condemns the rhetoric. I would encourage you to point out to me, for example, where you could maybe point to January 6th and say where Donald Trump condemned it, yet he then pardoned over 1,600 defendants. So again, you want to talk about how the left never condemns any of this rhetoric. There's several examples in which the left consistently condemns this rhetoric.
Wait, I'm confused.
But the right
Did you
never
just
does.
say? Did you just say that Donald Trump endorsed J6 by not pardoning the J6 defendants?
No, by
I
pardoning
said-
them is what he said.
Yeah,
Yes.
and how long did that take for the pardons to
How long
come
did
through?
what take?
For the pardons to come through for the J6ers.
What?
Why does that matter?
Well, because
4 years.
because
Four
well,
I mean, what-
because the reason that would matter is because that would mean that he allowed for evidentiary findings to come through before he made the decision about pardons or not pardons, right?
Right. So when he pardons someone like Enrique Tarrio for committing, seditious conspiracy to overthrow the government, who is convicted of that and in jail for that, and he pardons him because he aligns with this political agenda, that is somehow exculpatory, matters that
I
the
think
evidence came out
you're-
later. Like, what does that have to do with it?
First of all,
You're jumping way off the scale. of
totally
the- of
totally
the-
off
We
the
are, but I just
topic.
think this is a
But
well-vetted
I'm actually
rule.
happy. Just very quickly, I'll
starting to get
engage
angry.
with this, right?
Okay, we gotta go to the bathroom.
The
like,
president
now.
has
Not gonna make
discretion
it.
to make those pardons based on what he considered to be a political witch hunt.
Yeah.
Whether the
I'm
guy
aware
was
of it. Yeah,
convicted,
and it's
whether
endorsing people
he
who
was
did
convicted
the thing, or you planned to
or
overthrow
not, and just like how Joe Biden decided to pardon his kid on the way out the fucking door. Okay, thing is,
Sure.
is like
And if his
you
kid
could
had
say
been,
you could
arrested for
say
violence, I would
like
say that's an
you could
endorsement of
say
Hunter
you
Biden
could say what
violence.
you want there, but the thing is that the president has the power to make these pardons based on what he thinks is best, and he thought that there was a political witch hunt and that this guy didn't deserve to be thrown in prison for this.
Yeah, that's a lot of words to say he pardoned a seditious conspiracist. But I want to get back to this BLM thing, because when we're talking about political violence and why or why not this is classified as political violence, I think you have to look at what is the downstream following of a partisan message from Democrats, from Republicans, and what is actually happening here. You can call BLM political violence if it's, hey, these people were trying to, well, hold on, let me see. Do you guys agree on the definition that political violence is a violent or credible threat of violence intended to influence government policy or intimidate civilians for political or ideological purposes?
I think it's close enough. I may make slight addendums, but I think it's close enough for this discussion.
I like
just in case, what would you have done? And then,
I like to predicate it with causing harm or destruction.
Yeah, or coercion.
Sure, I would say, I'm not going to get pedantic and say that violence or threats or even, burning down buildings is somehow not political violence, just to be clear. I don't think that's why it's not counted. I think the reason BLM
And when they were burning down police stations, did any of these studies include that? Just
I'm
wondering.
not sure, but again, the problem
Probably
is, are
not.
you doing this? It might not have for that specific one, but when you look at the totality of all of these things, and you look at people rioting and taking
Where's the
advantage of
go
a movement, which again, as much as it is a meme, we're overwhelmingly peaceful as a percentage, is not the same as political violence intended to spread a message, change people's ideology.
Did you really just do the fiery but mostly peaceful life? Fiery but mostly peaceful.
Literally,
I think it's actually really.
had no
I think it's
violence in
really
them,
telling.
but, yeah.
I think it's really telling that the majority of this organization was mostly peaceful. When you have such large scale violence and destruction, $2+ billion of damages.
Here, I'll build a
dozens
bridge to you,
killed.
John. I think the MAGA movement is mostly peaceful as well, despite January 6th and any violence committed by MAGA.
Right. Okay. So I think there's something really crucial about the framework of this debate here is that we're trying to analyze which party is more responsible. So when
Right.
you say that, like Donald Trump pardoning people 4 years after the violence was committed, then you're not really showing any culpability for Donald Trump. He didn't do anything to cause the violence. For
Well,
instance,
you can get to
in
the
the
January 6th causes.
Oh, I
but
should be
I'm
at work now.
specifically
Oh, no,
saying
it's
that
my
he's
day
showing
off
that
sick also.
there's no consequences to committing political violence on his behalf. The reason I'm bringing up the BLM,
They were in jail for years. What are you talking about, dude?
He wasn't president when he wanted to pardon them.
I
because the
know.
fucking
I was just saying-
insurrection
I was
failed.
saying-
But
Wait.
regardless,
Donald Trump could have pardoned all of those people on his way out of office. What are you talking about?
No, I don't think he could have done.
I
that.
think he could have.
technically,
Yes, he
had
could
it
have.
within his power, but I don't think it was in the political set to do it at the exact moment.
Oh, so
while
he
was
could
going
have.
up on
So he
trial.
could have then, is what you're saying?
I
He could have.
don't know if he could have mass pardoned them in.
Why not?
Before any of their
Why
sentences
not?
were finished.
Yes, he
before any
could
of the
have. You can pardon somebody before they ever even have to face a federal trial. You
Okay,
pre-pardon
maybe.
them.
I don't know if that was within his purview at the time, but maybe I'm wrong. The point is,
You're
that we're
definitely
talking about the
wrong.
downstream- Okay, sure. The point is that we're talking about the downstream effects of the rhetoric of these politicians
Mm-hmm.
and how maybe a BLM riot might be like an execution of said rhetoric. So when you're looking and trying to classify BLM as political violence, you'd have to show that this violence is being perpetrated as like an extension of what these people are saying. Like, hey, I'm telling you, you need to go cause harm in this, or you need to go like extend and perpetuate my message, and they're doing the violence to do that. When an overwhelming majority of these riots were just people fucking rioting and looting for no reason, no political ideology, just taking advantage of chaos.
You
and
know,
trying to take
that's a very useful kind of red herring or something like this, but you know, it's not actually demonstrated to me that these people weren't there on the ground with Antifa terrorists, for instance, domestic terrorists, by the way, who were, and we have video after video after video of them often leading these mobs and inciting them towards violence. So the thing that's really
Can you be
funny.
more explicit there. What do you mean?
Yeah, guys dressed all in black show up. They start breaking windows, setting fires. Suddenly there's mobs all over the place. I know, not a good enough evidence for you, but for most people who are watching the videos, they tend to think, huh, that looks very much like organized terrorist activity. Just saying.
Okay,
Like,
so to be
it
clear,
does.
you don't like our studies that have comprehensive, analysis and methodology, because you might disagree with the methodology, and that's fine. But your evidence that you're going to present to me that BLM is politically motivated in a majority is that I saw some videos and they had masks on.
Well, wait a second. Hang on. First of all, you're making a conflationary argument. I didn't make the conflation that, oh, BLM is left-wing versus your studies of the right wing. I have a much more comprehensive argument. My argument would be that the left is full of many, many more mentally ill people than the right, and I can give you studies which you would agree show this. They suffer from greater rates of depression, greater rates of overall feelings of unwellness and unhappiness. And when left-wing political primary people, this would be congressmen, senators, people in political leadership, tell these mentally ill individuals in their base that they're dealing with fascists and Nazis who are trying to take away their rights, that actually creates much more of a motivation for that mentally ill base than anything on the right, who seems to be able to discern between funny rhetoric and panic mode like you guys do anytime Trump sneezes.
Would you say that you inflict and ask violence on you and your family by naming yourself Big Papa Fascist?
You mean a debate handle?
Yeah.
A satirical debate handle?
Oh, it's a joke? Okay.
Yeah.
But these people are mentally ill. They can't tell the difference.
You couldn't, hang on. You didn't think that the debate handle Big Papa Fascist was satire? Are you
I don't know.
fucking
I mean,
serious? Did you think I really thought I was the biggest papaist of all the fascists? Like,
No,
what the fuck
I
are you
really
talking?
think you embrace fascism in a lot of ways. You want a Christian nationalist
What?
nation.
That's
and it
not
seems like
fascism.
it doesn't
You don't know
really
what
matter
fascism even is,
ultimately.
dude.
It doesn't
Give me a
ultimately
break.
matter, Andrew, because like you said, you're talking to a bunch of mentally ill left-wing people. Maybe they're not able to discern whether or not it's a joke. They're not so good at humor, and maybe you're inviting violence on you. And
So right-wingers can't do satire because if they do, left-wingers may be provoked to violence. Great argument, Soy Bill.
No, I'm saying that if you're
Great
accusing people of
argument.
accurately describing right-wingers as fascists when they do fascist things, then that is invoking
What
violence.
fascist
But I would
things?
say calling yourself a fascist is probably also doing
Yeah.
that, and I would probably try to
don't think the
distance myself
point-
from
you
any and
don't
all
think the
past
point of-
names that I had that might invoke violence on.
I got it. So when the left is calling right-wingers fascists for things like wanting to close off the border and having pro-life positions, that's fascism. You think that
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, okay, got it. So then that would not be justified use of
my-
calling them fascists and Nazis because they have pro-life positions. Would you like example after example after example of various left-wing politicians calling right-wingers fascists, authoritarians, and other
No, I don't need
because
to
they
use
have
that.
pro-life positions?
You don't even need to use the politicians.
What-
I mean, we're
And how
talking
the
about
fuck is this guy
politicians,
using my
so
computer?
ultimately,
What?
I probably agree with those statements.
Oh, it's
Go
a new
ahead.
one.
I'm curious here. So, Andrew, was your argument earlier then that because the left has predominantly more mentally ill people on their side, that using inflaming rhetoric such as fascist or things of that may invoke some of those people to act upon those impulses because of the fact that they are more mentally ill?
Worse.
Is
My
that-
argument actually is that the rhetoric specifically is targeted towards that mentally ill base in order to move them towards political action.
Okay.
Not caring
Great.
about violence at all.
Gotcha. So would you agree though, because it seems like when you say there's more mentally ill, it does not negate the fact that there is still mentally ill people on the right, correct?
I don't disagree with that. Of course not.
Okay. So then if you have certain
But I would
rhetoric
say
that is given
on the
out by
right.
would it not?
Yeah.
Oh.
I would say on the right. Well, there's distinctions in the types of mental illness that you're dealing with. On the right, the
Okay.
types of mental illness you're usually dealing with are things like PTSD.
I shan't be
We've seen a
bought.
lot of this. Not necessarily politically oriented. A lot of times that mental illness isn't triggered by politics or political
Don't
rhetoric.
presume
It's
too
triggered
much.
by various other things because PTSD it can affect people in bizarre ways. Left-wing mental illness is generally feelings of depression, feelings of unwellness, feelings of dissatisfaction, things like this, and a lot of those are actually associated with the political system as being things
This guy
that
needs to
make
fuck off,
them
man.
feel like they have
He's
anxiety,
making the game not
make
go
them
into
feel
overdrive
like
mode.
they're
Time-wise.
existing in a depressed mode. So I think that these politicians definitely target these people because they're very useful, jobless retards who show up to these protests in Portland and are clearly mentally ill. They're swinging their boobs around. You know, they all have blue hair. They have nose rings all over. Obviously, there's something wrong here with these people. Come
Could
on.
you give like an example, Andrew? Like, I don't know, like Chuck Schumer, I guess is probably called him a fascist, and like how you can demonstrate like this Chuck Schumer, the guy who the left,
nice,
especially the radical leftists, probably more of the mentally ill ones, will agree on that, to see as a feckless, detriment to their left-wing movement who, they want to overthrow and install some communists to replace him. This is the guy who is radicalizing people to hurt right-wingers. Like, could you show me like a quote?
Who? Which guy are you
Like
talking
Chuck
about
Schumer, or
specifically?
like Hakeem Jeffries, or like any like political Democrat leader who like you
Oh
truly
yeah,
think
well,
is
what they do,
radicalizing
yeah.
like these far left.
They don't
crazy
they don't just utilize all political pundits. Oh, in fact, when I was going through to get a comprehensive list of political pundits who have called right-wing politicians fascist and Nazis, I almost couldn't find one that didn't. It was like finding the exception. It was actually even the. You know what's really funny is like even the Economist do it. Even the left-wing economists are like, Trump's a fascist. It's crazy.
Oh, when he does fascist shit, and they
Yeah, I
describe
mean,
it
come on,
realistically,
man. Like, and then he's not a fascist. Bill Clinton. We were just watching his speech the other night, right? He came out with a much more brutal immigration policy than Trump ever had. He sounded like one of these modern right-wing authoritarian fascists.
Bill
And it's
Clinton
like
called for mass deportations.
he
So
did.
do you think Do you
And to
think
lock
calling
down the
somebody-
entire, he called to lock down the entire southern border, and he wanted more isolationism with NAFTA, actually, rather than global trade, which was interesting.
Interesting. Well, still,
So,
hold
Andrew,
on,
would
Vince,
you-
before you ask, I still wanted to answer my question as
Yeah,
to
go ahead.
what politician that's like calling Trump a fascist is inciting these far left people, or far left people are seeing.
Well, it's not
inspiration
just them. So how this works is.
but we're talking about the politicians.
Yeah.
But I don't think they.
Well,
are
actually,
gonna
okay,
you or
well,
I,
sure.
like, are
In fact,
disproportionate
I'll tell you what.
influence
Just
to play.
name a Democrat. Let's play a game. Name the
Okay, Chuck
Democrat.
Schumer.
I'll find the quote. Okay, Chuck
Okay.
Schumer calling Trump or right wingers fascists, right?
Andrew, do you think calling somebody a fascist is a call to violence, or do you think it is inflammatory rhetoric that should be condemned?
I think it depends on the context in which it's used.
Do you think it's good to kill Hitler?
But hang on.
I don't know. Hitler did it, so would you say that Hitler's good?
He's got you there, John.
Yeah, well, I guess so. I mean, on a very.
I'm leaving it open.
I think there's certainly a lot of people who think that it's very good to kill Hitler. If Hitler was still around and committing genocide, then that would be a good action to take in order to ensure the safety of the world.
Okay,
And
so
when you have mainstream
I'm sorry.
media,
Hang on, I
and
just want to
people
answer, and because you Soy Pills being good faith, I'll be good faith back. You are actually correct in one sense that Schumer hasn't directly used the word fascist. He says instead that he's an authoritarian here to take all your rights. It's like,
No, to be clear, I
okay.
wasn't
It's
saying
like,
that he's never
okay.
said it. I assumed that he had called him a fascist, if anything. I'm asking you, can you demonstrate how Chuck Schumer calling him a fascist is the inspiration for these far left people who hate
Well,
Chuck
it wouldn't
Schumer,
if it
who
was
view
just
him as this-
if it was just Chuck Schumer rather than the political party itself saying things like, let me give you an example, the unison of Trump is a danger to our democracy, calling for his impeachment consistently and constantly. Why is he a threat to democracy? Right now, we have Gavin Newsom, for instance, who's saying that he's going to overstay the election, that his entire purpose is to have a third term. He's coming to take all of your rights. This is a unison party message.
Yeah, and I agree with all of this, by the way. But to be clear, you're saying that this is an explicit call to violence, despite all the people saying that this is an electoral solution that we have.
No, let's untangle the argument because there's multiple stages to it. So step one, that in and of itself would not be considered a call to violence as such. However, what it's trying to do is energize the base towards in the street protest and move them towards the idea that Trump is here to take all of your rights, take everything away from you. He's an authoritarian, he's a fascist, he's a Nazi, he's all of these various things. That then goes down to the governor level, goes down even to the state level, and it goes to the pundits on MSNBC, CNN. They begin to regurgitate the same exact things. And yes, the idea is to motivate these people who have a very mentally ill base to go out and conduct political violence. It does seem to translate that way. Every time I see them out in the street, they seem to be doing violent shit. I don't know what to tell you. 2020, the summer of love, they were out there doing violent shit. The protest we just covered that happened in California, out there doing a bunch of violent shit. The Portland protest that we just covered, also doing violent shit, fighting in the streets. They were trying to provoke the cops. It's like, what do you want me to do? Every time I look at the street and there's a bunch of leftist protesters, it seems to be accompanied by a bunch of fucking violence and the media saying, it's fine, it's good, it's all good.
My question is, let's just assume for a second that there was a fascist and a bunch of people who were fighting against this fascist had a mentally ill base. Would it then be irresponsible of them to accurately describe their opponent as fascist, because ultimately some of the most mentally ill and fringe people on that base would then go and commit violence that you think is bad? Or how would one deal with that if they truly didn't believe that their opponent was that?
So contextually, right, if it's the case, there's an actual Nazi who's in office, okay, who is trying to bring back the Third Reich, and it just so happens that you're motivating your base against an actual Nazi, and some of them are mentally ill, yes, of course, there wouldn't be any problem with that. The whole point then would be to overthrow, though, wouldn't it? Wouldn't the whole point of that be? Hang on. Wouldn't the whole point of that be that you're motivating this base against this Nazi to do what? Good things to him?
Do you want him
No,
to do
because
good
if you-
things to
because
him?
them
Like, what do you want him
electorally,
to do
because
to
if you
him?
truly thought that there was no possible way for you to do this through the system, then yeah, why would you be out there getting people to canvass? Why would you be out there telling people go register to vote? Why would you do anything other than, hey, we need to mobilize our little infiltration?
Hang on.
groups
Here's the
and
thing.
do
It's politically
violence, right?
funny. Is like, yes, there's one branch that does that, and then there's other branches which seem to motivate people to shoot political commentators, take shots at the president of the United States.
Let's meet everybody.
Beat people in the streets, set cars on fire, set buildings on fire, and are very unapologetic about it, and are continuing to organize yet another No King's Day nationally to do even more of this shit. So the thing is like, again, I'm going to throw this back to you because I answered in good faith. Yes, of course, you would motivate your population, but motivate them to do what? You're not going to be motivating them to do good things to the Nazi in charge, are you?
Well, to
Yeah,
be
let him
clear,
answer.
again,
Let
like,
him
this
answer.
is-
Let him
yeah,
answer,
like,
dude.
This is something that I agree with most of the politicians in the way that they're classifying Trump as a fascist. I think Nazi is obviously too far. He's not that. But calling
Well,
him
they're not
someone
going to
who's
do
like a-
good things to
hold
the
on.
fascists, right?
But and I'm saying, look, guys, if I thought this was a non-electoral solution, there was no electoral solution here, that you had absolutely no other option, kind of like what Trump did in January 6th and saying, hey, your country failed you, Mike Pence failed you. I would say, yeah, maybe we should go do a violence. But obviously, I don't think we're there yet. I wouldn't be having this debate if I thought the only option was violence. So when we look at like the BLM stuff, and we look at the way the Democratic politicians, whether it's Newsom, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and say things like, I mean, I have a quote here. He says, there's no place for violence, there's no place for looting or destroying property or burning churches or destroying businesses, et cetera, constantly condemning this. I don't understand how you can say, well, by accurately describing this person the way that they believe him to be, and then saying also don't commit violence, we can win this electorally. This is somehow necessarily going to result in violence only because there are, I guess, a disproportionate amount of mentally ill people on the left wing. Doesn't particularly make sense.
I'm sorry. Aren't you a person who believes in the idea of dog whistles?
Yeah, but it's not a dog whistle. It's a
Okay, so
very
hang on.
explicit,
So,
I think this person's a fascist.
you obviously politicians aren't going to come out directly and
Oh,
go,
a bit
"Hey
too late for
guys, you need to start killing right-wing politicians, and you need
Yeah,
to start
it would be
killing
like, well,
right-wing
someone
political
rid me of this
commentators."
awful priest,
Yeah,
right?
they would say things instead like, "This person is trying to, I don't know,
like hell. I mean,
they're
they could
trying.
use
Hang
the
on,
same
hang on.
rhetoric
Let me,
that you're
hang on.
saying
I'll
against
engage
Donald
with you.
Trump.
Let me finish the point.
I've hung on for the past like
I'm
20
almost
minutes.
done. I'm almost done. Almost done, bro. Almost done. So, like, saying things like, oh, Donald Trump is trying to mobilize the military so that he can declare martial law and exist for a third term. Yeah, that's not really in the domain, I think, anymore of, like, we're just trying to motivate our political base to get out there and get charged to vote him out. How do you vote? How do you vote a person out who you're claiming is trying to stay for an additional term by using the military? How do you do that? You don't do it. So the whole point is, yes, I think that there's a bit of dog whistling going on there of, hey, he's an authoritarian fascist who's trying to overstay his welcome in the Oval Office, and he's prepared to use the military to put you down. So we need to really get these guys because they're a bunch of fascist Nazis. That's very much what the call is right now.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think if they said that was the only thing that's going to happen, I think saying he may try is much different. But I would agree that if they said Donald Trump will definitely 100% do this and he's not going to leave office, he's going to use the military to crack down, I would say,
That's
yeah, that
what
might be a
Newsom's saying.
qualified. No, he's not saying that's exactly definitely. He's saying there's a good
Oh,
chance.
come
it'll
on,
happen. And
man.
The difference being that there's a
I'm
lot of avenues-
87.5% sure that he's a Nazi who's trying to take power.
Can I please respond? So the difference being that there's all these other avenues that we've explored that Trump is also trying to explore that may not involve the military, such as changing the 22nd Amendment or running as vice president and then having J.D. Vance step down. He's talking about all sorts of other avenues, and it's like, okay, there's definitely this guy has demonstrated in the past that he does not want to leave office. He tried to, use false electors to stay for a third term, but we still defeated them electorally in that because the guardrails held, thank God. So saying that, oh, well, if this was the only option, maybe that could be potentially a dog whistle, but clearly all of these Democratic politicians are not operating under the assumption that violence is the only option.
So I mean, what level of surety you would actually need Gavin Newsom to be like, hey, everybody, I'm 100% sure this Nazi's trying to overstay his stay in the Oval Office and use the military right now to suppress people. So what? What does he have to say to convince you that he means what he's saying?
I think if you
Can you
continue
provide
to
an
see
actual
left-wing
quote that
violence
you are
perpetuated
using?
against
I can
right-wingers
provide
and
an entire
left-wing-
video clip of
left-wing
this.
Democrat politicians refuse to condemn it and say, you know what, maybe this should happen more. I think that would be more of an indication of, yeah, they want more of this to happen. But at every single step, at every opportunity, they condemn this violence over and over.
Yeah,
and over
meanwhile,
again.
all the
It's something like they want to
influencers
keep
are
happening.
dancing after Charlie Kirk dies. We go to TikTok for the
but
follow.
how you keep
We go to
having deflect the
TikTok.
influencers and not talk about the actual politicians.
Hang on a
and the
second.
rhetoric.
Hang on a second. Didn't I just tell you that this is a tiered system? I walked you through the entire argument, and you said, and Soy, hang on, Soy, you said, Soy, I largely agree with your assessment there. Those were your exact words.
I do largely agree, but again, when I bring
so I
up
don't know
the
what to
fact
tell
that
you.
left-wing politicians are overwhelmingly condemning this, and you say, well, these influencers with a much lower reach aren't, and it's like, okay, well, are you going to address the fact that we're already talking about the inequality between the left and right?
Oh my God, politicians are speaking out of both sides of their mouth. That's so crazy that a politician on the one hand says I condemn the violence, but on the other hand they go, oh, but wait a second, we're going to give you a place inside of this major metropolitan area to fucking riot. Oh, but we condemn the violence. It's like, what are you fucking talking about here, Soy?
Yeah, so you're setting up the idea that left-wing politicians giving permits and spaces for people to protest, which may turn violent at some point, is the same as them.
They let them take
advocating and perpetuating people shooting politicians and pundits and shit.
They let them take over an entire spot. He was finished. He was finished. You fucking idiot! Shut up. Now, by the way, Soy, yeah, did you see that? You see how I was right, doing everything right, and you're a dumb mod. So anyway, back to this, Soy, for you, just so that you understand, right? They took over an entire area of a city and called it Chaz Chop, said it was a neutral zone, declared it independent of the United States of America. And then had armed people. Hang on. Let me finish. Let me finish. Yes, not only was it downstream of that, but it was very clear that the politicians who were in charge of said city weren't going to do a fucking thing about it, while at the same time they were condemning violence. It's like, give me a fucking break with this shit.
Can you like?
Oh wait, so it's interesting.
We're almost there. I
need programming as well.
Like, who inspired them to do their chazzing? Do you think it would be like a Hakeem Jeffries, a Chuck Schumer, a Joe Biden, the radical Democrat left that inspired them to make a little stupid fucking square of a city and have a lawless zone, which was then cracked down on? Like, it's just ridiculous.
Cracked down on after how many weeks?
The left-wing politicians. Now, you might say that there are some left-wing governors or like super ultra progressive, attorney generals in like maybe like Portland or places like this that might actually agree with some of these crazy Antifa.
They don't just agree with them. They seem to be very assisting towards them.
Yeah, sure. Maybe even so. But the point is,
like in Portland, for instance,
totality of these parties, this is not something that like Antifa is not aligned with the Democrats.
Yeah, the thing is,
there's a very strong ideological backing for Antifa and BLM in the Democrats. The Democrats champion the Black Lives Matter movement. What are you talking about? Like this is why
you notice how you just jumped to the BLM thing, which is not what I'm talking about. I was talking about Antifa.
He said, he literally just said BLM was highly ideologically driven by the left. What do you mean he's not talking about BLM?
I wasn't talking about that. But if you look at BLM and the way that the left-wing Democrat politicians were responding to it, completely condemning all of this violence, saying rioting is completely unacceptable. And
bring to me another drink.
Harris promoted the Minnesota Freedom Fund to bail out the violent rioters? Like, I mean, come on.
I think that's the closest thing you can get to maybe she's advocating for violence, or maybe like a Maxine Waters saying you need to go get up in their faces. But then when you compare it to the totality of statements where she's saying violence is not okay, but maybe we should help.
How many of these left-wing organizations? How many of these left-wing organizations who are filled to the brim with attorneys back up all sorts of projects which are designed to bail out protesters, quote protesters, when they get cracked down on because they're breaking the law in the streets? And they pay their bail funds. NGOs will back up many of these organizations. I pointed this out in my last debate with Vince. Have a massive list of NGOs, which we can go through, who organized the No King's Day riots, and they were riots, and there were riots before those days. So the thing is like, I can show you the NGOs who helped organize this, and it's like to pretend that these people aren't working in unison with each other and aren't pushing towards violence. I think it's just crazy at this point. By the way,
Andrew,
another hang on, almost done. Another narrative.
I've been hanging on for 30
another
minutes,
narrative.
So
well, hang on for one more minute. Hang on for one more minute. So the thing is like, it was also you guys, remember, and your side largely, that was trying to distance yourself from violence by pinning it on a right-wing graper after Charlie Kirk was shot. Almost the entire narrative of the influencer left and the legacy media, which is left-wing, was trying to do this. And they've done everything possible, in fact, to say, nope, we didn't do it, had nothing to do with our rhetoric. And then less than a week later, right? Oh, go to Twitter right now. Right. Charlie Kirk's a fascist Nazi. He's a fascist Nazi.
To be clear, because I've never said that. If anything, I thought the Groiper thing was jumping the gun, to be clear. But Vince, go ahead.
Yeah, Andrew, how many people were arrested during the Los Angeles protests?
Which one?
The one from the summer in June of 2025.
I'm not sure the numbers.
Anti-ICE riots.
Yeah, I'm not sure the numbers.
It was over 400 arrests. So again, and when we pair that with Gavin Newsom's sentiment of, hey, we need you to peacefully protest, it doesn't seem like he's enabling it. It seems like he's actually, in fact, several people were arrested for felony charges like assault against police officers and for possessions of Molotov cocktails and a gun. So again, if this was, Gavin Newsom's
Some
dog
losing
whistling,
kiss.
I would imagine we would expect far less arrests. And I remember actually in our previous debate where you said the cops were just standing around
and then
we
showed
watched
video
of
proof
where they were not.
Yeah, they were.
They were not just standing around.
they
And
were.
evidently they weren't, because
not only were they, but we
people.
showed the video and demonstrated, and you looked like an idiot because we showed it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And so
we showed it.
You acknowledge that there were 400 arrests that were made by Los Angeles PD due to these protests, right?
Sure.
Okay, so then it wasn't that Gavin Newsom was standing down or allowing this to happen. It seems like they were very adamant in trying to make sure that those who were not peacefully protesting were being held accountable. Like Donald Trump, who ended up pardoning those who actually
Wait a
committed
second.
crimes.
Here's how this tended to work during those protests.
Okay.
If you actually,
I'm going to take like 30 minutes to an hour. I'm fucking starving, dude. I'll be back. I am closing the stream down, obviously. I'm not gonna just leave you guys here on the screen for an hour, right? I'm not that much of a freak. Well, I'll probably play some more Sims after this, I'm not gonna lie. Fucking hate it, but I like that game so much. And we got a couple of expansions, so... Yeah, see you in a little bit. Peace.